Internal world. Black-clothed Luo Feng stood amidst the large amount of items in his hand. He held a well-carved silver card even though he had checked through panshis. Items in the world ring before, it was impossible for him to detect anything special. However, in his own internal world, he was the king within. Hence, his sensing abilities were much stronger. He immediately detected something different about this silver card. This is actually a card that stores a world within. I didn't even feel it before. What exquisite craftsmanship! Black-clothed Luo Feng exclaimed softly. Qi. A thread of his world energy forcefully invaded that silver card within it. Even held a part of Panshi's memories, however without Panshi himself to support it. It was but a memory. It was quickly broken through, and Luo Feng left his imprint within. Luo Feng's world energy entered the silver card's world. This was a tiny world with an area of only about 100 kilometers, other than a flat land, and a river in the center of the world with a diameter of about 10 kilometers. There wasn't anything else. The water was ice cold, and cold air filled the entire world. What's this? Black-clothed Luo Feng frowned. The entire world, under careful examination, seemed very normal. The continent was normal, but only the river seemed special. However, Luo Feng couldn't recognize it. Babata. Babata. Black-clothed Luo Feng's consciousness connected to his own space ring and called out to Babata. Other than the Earth body itself, which had Babata in him, the Unmo planet ship, black-clothed Luo Feng, golden-horned beast, and the automaton ship all functioned with the AI that Babata had created. This subsidiary AI could be said to be Babata's clone. Babata could control it. It had all of Babata's stored memories, only it lacked a living quality. It could only be considered the best of AIs. Of course, normally when Luo Feng was in the Unmo planet ship, Babata's main body would enter the ship and take over the control of the ship. Master, the AI said very respectfully. Come scan this. Have you seen a river like this before? With a thought, black-clothed Luo Feng's consciousness entered the world. Cold. Even though he was an energy life form, he still shuddered slightly. This 100 kilometers area world was extremely cold, and the cold air all emanated from the river. Black-clothed Luo Feng suddenly felt a lot more comfortable. His life crystal seemed to have been provided some warmth. Master, I've seen this before, the AI shouted excitedly. Ah, black-clothed Luo Feng asked, what is it? This is Luo holy water, the AI said. Back then, the master had taken part in an auction, of which 1 cubic km of Luo holy water was auctioned. Back then it was stored in a small world bracelet. I even remember its selling price was 8-9 million mixed elements. Black-clothed Luo Feng stared wide-eyed. My God. 8-9 million mixed elements, 1 li km. Panshi. Black-clothed Luo Feng turned fiercely and stared hard at the river, carefully scanning the entire area. Its shape wasn't exactly round. Its largest diameter was 16.2 kilometers, and the smallest at 10.3 kilometers. Also, the depth of the river was 3.2 kilometers. With black-clothed Luo Feng's scanning abilities, he instantly measured its entirety accurately. It was also the entire amount of the Luo holy water, 712 cubic km. How much was that? According to the auction price, how much was it worth? 337 billion. 63 billion mixed elements. Luo Feng was stunned, completely stunned. Was this a treat from heaven? A beggar had suddenly found a gold mountain. A punk from Earth was suddenly informed by the Gonwu universe counties. Leader, you are my long-lost son, I'll give the entire universe country to you. It was this exact feeling. Stunned. 6.3 billion mixed elements, my god, I've really struck it rich, this is truly a huge fortune, black-clothed Luo Feng roared within. Luo Fuqi board. Yunemo planet ship. Void flame gold. Purple 100 net leaf. Black-clothed Luo Feng shivered. The wealth from, before all added together, was only about 10 million mixed elements. This was akin to a normal official level. Undying's wealth, even if the soldier armor he acquired was very expensive, it was not usable by others. The rest of humanity probably couldn't use it. However, this Luo holy water was different. It was something that went through auctions in humanity. 1 Li km, that alone sold for 8-9 million mixed elements. This river of his was worth over 6.3 billion mixed elements. Luo holy water, it's named after a legendary being of humanity, Luo Ku, from an extremely ancient time when the universe had just been born. The AI explained, back then he discovered this water unexpectedly. He found out that it had extraordinary life energy. It can be used to nurture plant life forms and heal the body. All in all, anything that can absorb life energy can use it. It has many uses, hence its price is also very high. The level of life energy it contains is extremely high, much more powerful than a life fruit. It has a very good effect of undying plant life forms, hence many undyings want to buy it. Black-clothed Luo Feng's eyes gleamed as he nodded, almost like a chicken pecking at rice. Fortune. He had struck it big. A normal official level undying's wealth was only about 10 million mixed element. Even an official pinnacle probably only had 100 million mixed elements max. 6.3 billion mixed elements. How much was that? That was probably all of an emperor level undying's wealth. Of course, for a being like True Yen that was close to becoming a knight, he was much more wealthy than normal emperor level undyings. To True Yen and Skyfeather Emperor, they wouldn't even flinch when tossing out treasures worth over millions of mixed elements. Master, the AI said respectfully, your treasures from before are mostly items used by official level undyings. This Luo holy water, however, is already the depths of an emperor level undying. The depths of an emperor level undying. Luo Feng laughed. This was a good comparison. At different levels of strength, the difference was stark. A powerful emperor level undying could easily decimate a group of official level undyings, and the wealth they could acquire was also shocking. Naturally, they had extreme amounts of wealth. However, even so, many emperor level undyings would probably have to take everything they had to buy this river of Luo holy water. Ha ha ha, black-clothed Luo Feng laughed loudly. Looks like we cannot underestimate normal people at all. Even though Pan Shi was a big slave trader, he seemed normal, and many official level undyings wouldn't even give him a second look. Who'd have thought he had Luo holy water? Black-clothed Luo Feng laughed loudly. He sure was cautious. Even the virtual universe company didn't know he had such a thing. The vast universe was extremely mysterious. It had countless life forms. Those with such encounters were definitely plenty. If Luo Feng could have such things, others naturally did too. Pan Shi did have such a miracle. Actually, he himself didn't know that this was Luo holy water. However, as he used it to nurture his metal vine, he was shocked to discover that it helped it evolve too easily. It evolved at an alarming rate, finally stopping only at Sector Lord level 9 and the amount of Luo holy water he used on the metal vine was but a small portion of it. After which he used it to nurture the even more powerful Sha Luo flower, easily making it reach Sector Lord level 9. He immediately understood. This Luo holy water was a treasure. It took tens of thousands of mixed elements for a Sha Luo flower to reach Sector Lord level 9, however, he simply used a small bit of the Luo holy water and it did the trick. How much would the entire river be worth thinking? Of such a huge sum he naturally felt fearful. He was clear that if he revealed just a little of it, the powerful Undyings, even the maybe the Ganwu universe country leader may act on him. He was fearful. Hence, he hid it well and remained low profile. He kept it as his true trump card when he evolved, he also occasionally sipping some as he trained. Speeding his training up, hence even without a teacher, he was still able to break through to Sector Lord level. This was the miraculous use of the Luo holy water. There are many miraculous encounters in the universe. And the treasures are different in levels too. When I acquired the Yun-Mo planet ship, the Luo Fu-Chi board, the purple 100 net leaf etc., they were all official level Undying treasures, and now this is truly a top-class emperor level Undying treasure. Black-clothed Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. 6.3 billion. Mixed elements, billions. He couldn't help but get more excited as he thought about it. Within the Yun-Mo planet ship, Luo Feng sat in his resting room. He couldn't help but smile excitedly. I've struck it rich. When I got lucky before, it was mostly in training, like getting the beast God statue etc. These were all treasures I worked hard to get, and this is truly good luck, almost like a treat from the heavens. My God, I never expected to have such a day. Haha. Luo Feng was extremely pleased and carefree. How carefree. With this river of Luo holy water, I will have deeper pockets. I've been spending so much, without earning anything. Sooner or later I'd be left with nothing. Luo Feng smiled. Now however, with this river. Cloud contact vine. With a thought, he immediately placed the cloud contact vine within the world ring. After which he kept the vine within his internal world. After that, he placed it within the little world's Luo holy water river world within another world. With this river, it'll be very easy for the cloud contact vine to reach Sector Lord level 9. Luo Feng thought. However, it won't be that easy to break through to Undying otherwise, after so many years, Panshi's metal vine and Sha Luo flower would long have broken through to Undying. However, with the help of this holy water, it'll probably help the cloud contact vine's chances a lot more in breaking through. Luo Feng was extremely elated. Luo Feng, Babata shouted, there's mail. Mail. Luo Feng was stunned. Ah. Looks like there was an outcome from the completion of the first level of the highest point mission. Luo Feng connected to the Virtual Universe Network. Virtual Universe, Yuxiang Mountains Primal Region, Luo Feng's villa. Teacher. Luo Feng was shocked to see a silhouette within his living room. It was the golden armored ape man, True Yen Emperor. When True Yen saw Luo Feng, he smiled. You've finally come. You are looking for me, teacher? Luo Feng asked, curiously. Babata, who sat on Luo Feng's shoulder, said with his piercing voice, Luo Feng, the mail was sent by your teacher. I sent the mail to get you to come into the virtual universe as fast as possible, True Yen said. Luo Feng smiled. I have to say, I just killed Panshi, just completing the first Level of the highest points mission. I was shocked after receiving mail. I thought that the verdict of the mission was out that quickly. It'd probably have to take some time after all. You finished the first level, Tru Yen frowned. Luo Feng nodded. Tell me, Tru Yen ordered. Yes, teacher. Luo Feng explained the entire mission to him, without withholding any information about his methods. You've killed quite a bit. Tru Yen smiled, very much like my style. Luo Feng was stunned. Domain Lord highest points missions are set to test the character Tru Yen. As one of the upper-level members of the Virtual Universe Company, even though he wasn't the true top level, he was still clear on many things. He smiled casually and said, after all, they can't spend their resources on nurturing just any genius, especially if one doesn't have any beliefs, are extremely selfish or will be a liability in the future in the outer region wars or secret regions. Luo Feng nodded. The entire mission has to be synchronized online. They will judge your gaze, your every word, how you deal with the small members, how you punish the big figures, etc. Studying every bit of you. Tru Yen smiled. They'll finally determine if you are fit to be nurtured. Many absolute geniuses are judged from the first level completely. Teacher, do you think my first level will be able to pass 80 completion? Luo Feng asked. It's hard to say, Tru Yen said. Hard to say? Luo Feng was curious. It's because I don't know who is in charge of judging you. Tru Yen shook his head. There are many amongst the top echelon of the Virtual Universe Company. Everyone has different characters. If it were your senior bloodthirsty emperor, he would probably give you a high score. However, some of them dislike geniuses who massacre so much, they might give you a lower score. After all, you did kill quite an absurd number of people this time, over 1 million, and your methods were vicious. It's obvious there's bloodthirst in your bones. Some upper echelon members may dislike that. Luo Feng was speechless. So what if they disliked it? It was him. Teacher. Luo Feng didn't want to think any more about the mission. He smiled and asked, is there something you need from me? An extremely important matter. Tru Yan's expression grew serious. Luo Feng was stunned. Let me know, other than Yan Zhu, have you messed with any important people in the huge axe dojo? Tru Yan carefully analyzed Luo Feng's gaze. Luo Feng was stunned. No. Luo Feng shook his head. I've had some trouble with Yan Zhu, you know that well. As for others, I really cannot think of anyone else big that I've had issues with. Then that's strange. Tru Yan frowned. Why? Luo Feng asked, feeling nervous. Tru Yan said seriously, an absolute being of the huge axe dojo, a being even more terrifying than Yan Zhu's father. Sure, one night, undying night, he went through me to get your contact, and personally wishes to contact you. Undying Night. Luo Feng was stunned. Who is he? Undying. This title sure was intimidating. Undying Night is a true member of the upper echelon of the huge axe dojo. He's lived a much longer time than Shihua Emperor. The title Undying means his ability to survive is incredibly strong. Over long periods of time he's experienced many life or death situations, and yet he's still alive. As for his strength and position, it's definitely comparable to the Tianshi Palace leader of our Virtual Universe Company, Tru Yan emphasized. Luo Feng took a deep breath. Undying Night. Meeting him personally, he hadn't even heard of this person before. Why would he want to meet? And he was the upper echelon of the huge axe dojo. If it were the Virtual Universe Company, it could be one that liked geniuses. However, the Other Leviathans, they wouldn't do this even if they wanted disciples, they'd have to go through the virtual universe company's internal upper management to do so. Undying Night's teacher is the pinnacle of humanity, True Yen emphasized. The creator of the huge axe dojo. Luo Feng opened his mouth, but no words came out. The creator of the huge axe dojo. The creator of the huge axe, primal chaos tablet, Luo Feng asked, even though he knew. True Yen nodded. One of humanity's treasures, the 52 chaos tablets, of which the huge axe tablet was ranked first. It had a total of 32 levels on the heavenly bridge, and the second universe tablet had 30 levels. Luo Feng trained in the 9 universe tablet that only had 27 levels. One could see the power just from the tablets and their levels. To leave behind a tablet, one had to be an absolute pinnacle being. The huge axe tablet was ranked first. And the huge axe dojo and the virtual universe company were both the two most powerful existences in humanity. The creator of the huge axe dojo, that level of power, one could only imagine for True Yen to call him a true pinnacle being of humanity. It wasn't hard to understand. Damn, Luo Feng's heart raced, his mind was in a flurry, power akin to Tian. Sure, palace leader, one of the top of the huge axe dojo, his teacher is an even more terrifying being. Why would such a powerful being even want to meet me? Such a small figure. Luo Feng was very clear on his position. There were many geniuses, the absolute geniuses from the past 10,000 eras. During that same amount of time, another 10,000 such geniuses could be born. And the universe had been around for an extremely long time. Who knows how many absolute geniuses have been born, with miraculous encounters and all. Those that were able to survive to become a knight were extremely few. Undying Night probably didn't even care about True Yen, much less himself. Meet me. Luo Feng was even more puzzled. Since you haven't messed with anyone, and have no connection to him, I can relax. True Yen laughed carefree. Go on with your life and await his call. Luo Feng nodded. His teacher left, leaving him alone in his study, waiting patiently. Fear. Curiosity. It was like if a normal person on Earth was informed by the President of America or China that they'd both come specially to meet him. Every second felt like a year. Luo Feng didn't know whether he'd have to wait for a day, a month, or a year before Undying Night would call him. 3 seconds after his teacher left, he got a call request. Anonymous number, Babata said. Connect. Luo Feng quickly stood up and pointed in mid-air. A huge screen appeared, and ripples and blurry waves filled the screen. Powerful pressure emanated over from the screen, engulfing the entire study. Luo Feng couldn't even resist it. As he quickly bowed over, unable to lift his head. Suddenly, an ear-piercing strange laughter resounded, almost like glass scratching against a blackboard. The pressure finally diminished. Only then did Luo Feng lift his head and look at the silhouette on the screen. He seemed dressed in a weird armor. One couldn't even say it was armor. It was like a blur of vines that formed it, countless vines that wrapped about him. His eyes glowed green. Luo Feng had only just met eyes with him before he fell into an endless nightmare illusion. Countless demons howling, making him unable to resist. In an instant, they devoured him. Only then did Luo Feng awake. Wawawa, the strange laughter resounded from the silhouette behind the countless vines, shaking the space about. Even through a screen, he easily shook the virtual universe space, able to Trap me in an illusion. Luo Feng finally felt the power of this absolute being. Even though his willpower was sturdy, it was still like a blade against an endless swamp. Little punk, your willpower is not bad. The strange laughter resounded. You are? Luo Feng asked respectfully. Me? The strange sound rose fiercely. I am the great Undying Knight. You can call me Undying Knight. Remember, it's Undying Knight, not just Knight. Luo Feng was shocked within. Is this Undying Knight mad? Greetings, Undying Knight. Luo Feng bowed respectfully. His green eyes gleamed in the screen, scanning Luo Feng. Suddenly he madly waved his armor. Countless vines shook before he said, satisfied, little punk. You are the leader of the Milky Way galaxy, Earth's leader, right? Ah yes, Luo Feng reacted. That's good. The weird temperamental Undying Knight laughed strangely. I want to buy the Milky Way. Sell it to me. You can say any conditions. As long as I can, I will agree to it. Milky Way. Luo Feng was stunned. A small galaxy. This was a true upper echelon member of the huge Axe Dojo. Something that wouldn't appeal to this Undying Knight after all. With his ability, building a universe country wasn't exactly a hard thing to do. With Undying Knight's ability, you can acquire the Milky Way galaxy anytime, Luo Feng said. The 1008 universe countries have their authorities put in place by the 5 Leviathans together. I cannot mess with that. The countless vines on the screen shook. Undying Knight laughed strangely. Hence I will buy it very normally. You are the leader. As long as you sell it to me, it'll be over quickly. Will you sell or not? My time is precious. I don't have any to waste on you. Luo Feng felt a formless pressure. The one talking to him was a true absolute being of the universe, an Undying Knight, and he had a weird temperament. The moment he was angered, calamities would occur. Luo Feng was but a small little ant compared to him. Simply relying on his connections alone, this Undying Knight could easily kill off Luo Feng without a trace. Undying Knight. Luo Feng stood before the screen and bowed respectfully. Great sir, would I dare to not sell you the Milky Way? I'm willing to give you all the planets in the Milky Way for free. However, I wish to retain my home planet Earth. On the screen, Undying Knight was stunned. He blinked for a while as his green eyes were filled with a sense of helplessness. He rubbed the greenish black vine by his ear before his piercing voice resounded again. You are interesting. However, honestly, I wish to buy only the planet Earth in this Milky Way. I'm not interested in any other planets. Luo Feng, who stood there respectfully, was taken aback. Wanting to buy Earth? Why? Luo Feng asked. This small little Earth is but a normal life planet. Why do you want to buy it? I naturally have my reasons. Undying Knight seemed restless. The surrounding vines wrapped together as he roared, will you sell or not? Luo Feng took a deep breath. He bowed respectfully before emphasizing, Undying Knight, there are a trillion races within humanity itself, and the humans of Earth belong to one of them. Just like the home of the Manka people is Manka planet, Earth is the home to our Earth humans. For my home, my comrades are all willing to die. Please forgive my disrespect, great Undying Knight. I cannot sell my home to you. After which, Luo Feng bowed again, awaiting Undying Knight's answer. Silence. In the screen, Undying Knight's green eyes gleamed, staring hard at Luo Feng. His formless pressure getting stronger and stronger, passing through the screen and pushing down Luo Feng's body. It caused his body to begin to crack. With loud pops, Luo Feng's leg broke apart and he was forced to kneel. Still, he remained silent and waited for an answer. Wah-wah-wah. Cackle. A weird enraged laughter resounded from Undying Knight's throat. Among those that were familiar with him, how many dared to go against him? Amongst the knights in the huge axe dojo, even though many had weird temperaments, they couldn't compare to Undying Knight's strangeness. He was proud and moody, and he enjoyed exploring dangerous universe secret regions. The more dangerous they were, the more he enjoyed them. Even the great knights, in some universe secret regions, had to prepare for quite a while, inviting some help before carefully exploring the areas. Undying Knight was completely different. He took these dangerous places as a game, frequently visiting the dangerous spots, exploring the terrifying regions. Even the knights, at their level, if they explored these areas unprepared, sooner or later, they would fall. Undying Knight, however, just didn't die. His survival ability was very strong. Even the bug and automaton clans along with other powerful races knew that there was a weirdo undying amongst the humans. Even within the many secret regions he would find a way to survive. He didn't open a universe country. Not building his own sect and army, he didn't fight for power or status. He believed those were beneath him. As proud and arrogant as he would even scold other knights, and was extremely arrogant. He enjoyed taking risks no matter how powerful his opponent was. He would still challenge them. Hence, after knowing that this Undying Knight wished to speak to Luo Feng directly, Tru Yen was so scared he had to talk to him first, asking if Luo Feng had offended anyone close to Undying Knight. What guts, you actually dare to go against me? Undying Knight's voice pierced through Luo Feng's ears, his eyes like two cold blades, piercing straight into his soul. In the screen, Luo Feng knelt there and said respectfully, selling my home, selling my earth, comrades and land, I simply cannot do, please forgive me. Undying Knight stared at Luo Feng. Luo Feng patiently awaited. Deadlock. 1 second, 2, 3, 10 seconds. A total of half a minute. Ha, ha 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 ha. Undying Knight's laughter changed yet again. It made one's hair stand on end. Punk, you sure got guts, don't you know that? By angering me, I can easily kill you. Getting rid of little geniuses like you is too simple for me. I know, Luo Feng said respectfully. As he chatted with Undying Knight, Luo Feng had already thought of all sorts of methods to deal with the situation. Unless he was forced on a path with no return, he would definitely not sell Earth. The moment it became Undying Knight's territory, whatever he did on Earth, Luo Feng would have no power to intervene. Earth was the home of the Earth human. Selling his home and leaving his comrades, no place to return to, this was something he couldn't do. Hence, Luo Feng had thought it through. No matter what, he was an absolute genius of the virtual universe company, and even though that Undying Knight had an extremely high position and strength, he was still from the huge axe dojo. If he wanted to kill Luo Feng, that would be a disrespect to the virtual universe company, and it would invite trouble for himself. The chances of Undying Knight killing Luo Feng was very low. Of course, with such a weird temperament as his, Luo Feng couldn't fully guess what would happen. Undying Knight could actually make a move to kill him. That was extremely simple for someone like him. If I don't sell him my home, he would want to kill me. Then I would have to let Dylan immediately take me and teleport through his god country to Earth. Luo Feng thought Earth was his home. To rush home to Earth as quick as possible, Luo Feng had let Dylan place an item as a marker there. After returning, I'll immediately keep Earth in my internal world, Luo Feng thought. There were indeed instances when a planet was placed in another world. Luo Feng's internal world was big enough, it could withstand it, just like the Menka planet was kept in a god country. Anyway, a few hundred years ago, Earth still hadn't melded with the universe. They can still lead a happy life there. It's actually even safer within my internal world. Also, my Earth body will immediately head towards the virtual universe companies. Primal region, the Masha clansman will take the main core and becoming a normal human, hiding in a distant universe country's life planet with its cloning abilities. It wouldn't be discovered if it hid in those planets with mostly only star levels. When that happens, if Undying Night wishes to kill me, he'd have to head to the primal region. I'd really like to see if he'd dare rush into the primal region and attack. If he succeeds, the powerful members of the virtual universe company would be better off dead. It is the primal region after all. If they are killed by Undying Night, I can totally give up on the virtual universe company too, Luo Feng thought. Even if he kills the Earth body, my true strength is not affected at all. This was Luo Feng's plan. No big deal. Either the fish dies or the net breaks. If such a situation were to arise, and the virtual universe company couldn't protect him, then there was no need for him to work for them anymore. It would be better to hide off in a desolate planet, even exploring other mysterious places in the universe and training. If he didn't have such methods to hide himself, for the humans of Earth's safety, he may submit. But since he had such trump cards, why should he? No matter what happened later, Luo Feng maintained his respectful position and awaited Undying Night's answer. You know, and yet you still defy me. Guts, you sure got guts. The Undying Night's laughter sounded satisfied. I like people with guts, unlike those knights who have so little guts that they are filled with such fear about exploring the secret regions. Haha, not bad at all. I like you, hence I'll spare your little life. You can simply give me any island on Earth and this matter is resolved. There shouldn't be a problem with that, right? Luo Feng relaxed within, saying, no problem, I will definitely prepare an island well for Undying Night. Undying Night nodded as his green eyes carefully examined Luo Feng, letting out a bone-chilling laughter. You little punk, before me, from start to end. I've never seen you lose your composure. Sturdy, strong, interesting, really interesting. He vanished amidst the laughter. The pressure within Luo Feng's study vanished too. Phew. Luo Feng let out a long sigh of relief, sitting back on his chair. My God, this Undying sure has a weird temperament. He's really strange. Luo Feng's forehead was beading with perspiration. I was almost forced to abandon everything and wander the universe. If Undying Night had truly wanted to forcefully get Earth, Luo Feng was already prepared to put Earth in his internal world and wander. On the same day he had the conversation with Undying Night in the virtual universe, in the distant Milky Way, Earth, Amazon forest. The forest was extremely humid. The many thick trees had occasional beasts running through them. It was very rare to have beasts nowadays on Earth. They had already become protected beings for viewing and study, and since the Earth humans didn't wish to destroy the natural habitats of the huge Amazon forest, there was nobody about. Wang. A blurry red light engulfed the area, causing the surrounding space to ripple. After which 10 powerful beings appeared. All of them were dressed in either exquisite long robes or armors. They appeared together, with all sorts of appearances, however, their energies were all terrifying, of which one of them was the demonically beautiful Yen-Ju Emperor. The last time I had someone place one of my undying crystals here, I didn't expect to have to use it so quickly and teleport through my god country over. Amongst the many knights, my father's underlings should be the earliest here. On earth, Yen-Ju smiled satisfied. I've done good work for my father this time. Beside him, the other emperor-level undyings smiled and nodded. Yen-Ju Emperor smiled satisfied. How could he not? Back when he arranged for someone to leave one of his undying crystals there, it was to prepare for when he could come and deal with Luo Feng someday. This petty action actually allowed him to help his father now. This earth is located in a remote location, no other undyings under the other knights would have left their markers here. A jade-haired old man with a single horn laughed. Without a marker, they have no way to teleport via God country over, hence, we are definitely the fastest. Haha, Yen-Ju's smile grew even wider. A black-armored lady with scales on her face nodded. If the other knights sent their people here, they'd still have to teleport via their god countries to the closest nearby spot before flying slowly over in a ship. Black Dragon Mountain Starfield. It's a very normal star field, with only 2 undyings. How many of the knights' underlings would have even left markers about? They had to have markers left somewhere. Only through that could they teleport via their god countries. Back when Dylan brought Luo Feng before, he had to teleport to a certain point in the universe country before taking a ship and flying for a while before reaching Jade Dome planet. The others would probably take at least 3 to 5 days to get here. A hoarse voice resounded from a skinny, intrepid lizard-like man. Senior Yen-Ju, you give the order on what we should do here on Earth. The 5 of us will be sure to complete your orders, the black-armored lady said. Since you all agree on this, then I'll give the order. Yen-Ju smiled. A total of 6 Emperor-level undyings under Shihua Knight had come, along with 12 official-level undyings, even though Yen-Ju was considered the weakest amongst the other emperors. He held seniority, as his father had him before he even became undying, and the other Emperor-level undyings, almost all of them, were accepted after Shihua Knight had become a knight. Hence, Yen-Ju was considered amongst the disciples under Shihua Knight the second senior. Buna! Yen-Ju suddenly shouted. Lord! A tall and sturdy silver-armored, bald man instantly appeared and bowed. With so many Emperor-level undyings here, Luo Feng may not dare show himself. And he's had some trouble with me before too. This time Father's orders are absolute. We need to buy Earth easily without any complicated methods. You go and find a way to draw out Luo Feng to meet you. Yen-Ju ordered, mocking. That Luo Feng is an aboriginal at birth, he probably doesn't even know of Earth being special. Even my father and the other universe knights had just found out. How would he know? Buying it from him should be easy. For example, you can just tell him you want to buy the Milky Way galaxy. This way we can avoid hinting to him about Earth being special. Yen-Ju laughed. Understood, the bald man replied. Go on, Yen-Ju ordered. The moment there's any news, inform me. Yes, the bald man became a beam of light and swiftly vanished. My juniors, we need to not let Luo Feng discover us when he's returning to Earth. There may be some trouble when Buna draws him out. Let's all head to space for now. Yen-Ju looked at the surrounding undyings, his gaze landing on the jade-haired, single-horned old man. Ninth Junior, we'll rely on you. Haha. The old man laughed. Even though there were 6 Emperor-level undyings about, Only he was able to use teleportation, his undying energy immediately engulfed the group of undyings. Let's go. Shwa. The group of undyings instantly vanished from Earth and appeared 1 light-year away in an unknown space. No matter what soft of detection abilities he has, he won't be able to discover us 1 light-year away, the old man said confidently. Haha, Yan Zhu and the other Emperor-level undyings all laughed. The other 11 official-level undyings just stood there obediently. The group of undyings chatted within the vast space, awaiting Buna to send a message. The moment they received it, they could instantly teleport over back to Earth. Earth, Eurasia continent, China, Yangzhou city. There were close to 10,000 people living in Luo residence. The members of his family didn't even reach 30,000, most of them were in charge of managing the Milky Way galaxy and doing business with other powerful families etc. With Luo Feng's supervisor envoy position, it was too easy for them to do business. Even though their family was small, their status was extremely high. Firstly, Su Xian stayed on Earth, along with Luo Feng's parents, his brother Luo Hua and his 2 children. The children frequently explored the universe, but still stay within their home for long periods of time. Mum. In a vast grassland in Luo residence, with a glance, hundreds of infants were crawling about, some crying out for their mothers. Su Xian stood in the distance, smiling at them. These hundreds of infants were a small portion of newborn in the Luo family. After all, with hundreds of years of growth, his bloodline alone had descendants in hundreds of thousands every year. The number of newborns was a huge number. These hundreds were the infants of the elites, otherwise how would they have the right to live in the actual residence? There was no way. After a family grows huge, especially over thousands of years, China had 5,000 years of history and culture. If a family expands over 1,000 years, with enough land, food, resources, and being able to marry many, then the numbers would far exceed that of the entire population of Earth. The reason why the population of Earth was so small was mainly because there was a limit to land and food etc. The large population meant there would be stricter rules, differentiation in levels and status within the family etc. Rumble. A formless pressure engulfed the entire Luo residence. 11 silhouettes rose into the sky. It was the 11 sector lords stationed there. They looked about angrily. There stood in the sky and looked at the tall and sturdy bald silver-armored man. He smiled at them, giving off a formless pressure. His presence was like a glaring sun god. Luckily, he controlled his pressure and only used it as a warning, otherwise the infants would probably have died. Undying, one of the sector lord guards roared, "This is the residence of the Dongwu Department Supervisor Envoy Luo Feng. We are under orders from the Virtual Universe Company, and are members of his guard team. Why have you come over here?" "I want to meet Luo Feng." The bald sun-like man smiled, gazing down, focusing on Su Xian, with a wave of his hand. Shwa. Su Xian rose into the sky and flew towards him, unable to break free. The bald man's pressure engulfed the entire residence as he smiled. "I only wish to meet Luo Feng. That's simple. Don't make me angry, or else the consequences will be dire." Virtual Universe, Yuxiang Mountain Primal Region, Luo Feng's villa. Luo Feng was within his study. His conversation with Undying Night before had left him disturbed. Earth. Undying Night is already one of the true upper echelons of the huge axe Dojo, his position is extremely high, he actually personally looked for me too. By Earth, Luo Feng frowned and pondered just what is so special about my home Earth. The mysterious black metal board I found before already shows that Earth is indeed special. However, my teacher Hu Yanbo controlled Earth for so long, yet I've never heard anything about it being special from Babata, and within our humanity's history on Earth, there haven't been any shocking places. Luo Feng was suspicious. Suddenly, do. Consecutive call requests appeared on the screen beside him. Babata shouted out, "Your son Luo Ping, along with Baikalo, Di Fan, and your sector lord guards, and your father Luo Honggue, they are all calling you. Put them all through." Luo Feng's expression changed. Shua. 10 screens appeared in the study, many silhouettes appeared before him, all of them from Earth. "Dad, hurry back, Mum's been captured and Undying came here." "Master, an Undying has come, this is the footage." "Your Majesty." Luo Feng. All sorts of hurried and anxious voices resounded. Luo Feng focused on all 10 at a time, instantly picking out the gist of what they all said, all while watching the footage. His expression immediately changed, calling Dylan in. "Your Majesty." Dylan looked curiously at Luo Feng. "Look." Luo Feng pointed at the 10 screens before him, many of it replaying the footage Luo Ping and Di Fan sent him. "It's an Undying, official level Undying Burning Heart official Buna." Dylan recognized him immediately, even though there were many Undyings within the universe. Undyings had amazing memory, they were normally able to recognize large amounts of others. "He's captured my family member." Luo Feng's expression changed. "Let's head to Earth now." Yes, Dylan didn't even try to stop him. The Yunmo planet ship, which was flying within the dark universe, swiftly went through universe travel back to the actual universe, after which, through the God Country teleportation, it entered Dylan's God Country, and finally teleported to the solar system. Solar system, Mars. A blur of lights rippled in the space, and a blood-colored triangular ship appeared. It was the Yunmo planet ship. As Earth was Luo Feng's home, in order to rush back in times of crisis, Dylan had placed a marker on Earth along with 12 other places about the solar system to be prudent. After all, they may not necessarily be able to teleport to Earth all the time. Like now, with the Undying Buna on Earth, he could easily scan the entire Earth. The moment Dylan teleported through his God Country onto Earth, Buna would easily find his marker, and Dylan's God Country would be revealed. That was extremely dangerous. "Your Majesty, will immediately head towards Earth." The Yunmo planet ship accelerated. So it became a beam of light and quickly entered universe travel, entering the dark universe and quickly returning. Only 10 seconds had passed before they reached Earth's space. Luo Feng and Dylan became beams of light and instantly tore through the atmosphere and arriving in the air above his residence. Luo Feng easily saw in the distant skies the tall and sturdy Undying. Beside him was his wife Su Xian, and she was obviously bound without any way to break free. "Dad." "Your Majesty." "Master." The group of Undyings looked at Luo Feng and Dylan as they appeared, their faces filled were with joy. Even Su Xian, who was bound, her eyes lit with excitement and worry as she saw Luo Feng. "Ha ha ha, Your Majesty." Luo Feng sure is fast. The sun like Undying Buna turned and smiled. Burning Heart official Luo Feng frowned. You are an official level. Undying, to do such a thing without a care for your status, it's truly shocking. Please release my wife. Buna smiled. I didn't expect your Majesty Luo Feng to know my name too. It sure is an honor. I'm controlling your wife only to bring you here, without any ill intentions. Since your Majesty has asked me to do so, I naturally will. As he said so, Su Xian realized she was free to move, without saying anything. She swiftly flew back to the ground. Luo Feng looked on suspiciously at Burning Heart official. Burning Heart official, why have you come looking for me? Let's find a quiet spot to sit and chat, he replied. Simple. Luo Feng nodded. Simultaneously, the Masha body within the world ring held the main core as Luo Feng had refined this world ring so that he could easily exit from it. If others entered it, they had no way to get out. The Masha clansman with the main core released his world energy and easily found its way out of the world ring. It spread all over the Luo residence keep, including Luo Feng's parents, Luo Honghua and Gong Xian Lan, along with all the members of the family, with Di Fan etc. They all entered the Gold Continent. Di Fan, along with the 10 sector lords etc., they didn't know that this world ring they entered was actually his internal world. After all, whether it was an internal world or another world, the only difference was the objects within that sustained it. The internal world was held by his main core and life core. The other world was held by valuable materials. Buna, let's go down to chat. Luo Feng smiled. Your Majesty sure is cautious. The bald Buna glanced down the Luo residence was completely empty. He didn't mind, smiling as he followed Luo Feng and Dylan into one of the yards below. Within the yard, the three sat down. Speak. Luo Feng looked at Buna and smiled indifferently. Burning Heart official, you came all the way to Earth, not caring about your status, and using such methods to draw me out. Just what is it about? Haha, I truly am regretful to do such a thing. Buna smiled, his face glowed with light as he emanated light law energies. I happened to chance by the Milky Way galaxy and have wandered about it. I'm very intrigued by this galaxy, and I cannot help it, hence I came personally to your Majesty's home Earth to want to buy the Milky Way galaxy. Luo Feng was stunned. By the Milky Way galaxy? Didn't Undying Night from before also want to buy the galaxy, and now this official level Undying Buna wanted the same thing? A normal price of a galaxy is usually not even one mixed element. However, I don't wish to have you make a loss. I'm willing to fork out 100 mixed elements to buy the Milky Way galaxy. Are you willing? Buna smiled at Luo Feng. 100 mixed elements, what a high price, Luo Feng exclaimed. What a joke. This was something the Undying Knight of the Huge Axe Dojo was willing to personally appear for. Back then, he was even willing to agree to anything Luo Feng asked to such a being, even if Luo Feng had quoted a price akin to the worth of true Yan Emperor, billions of mixed elements. Undying Knight would have agreed anyway. Even in the end, all he wanted was an island of Earth. Even Undying Knight, that level of being, only got an island of Earth. 100 mixed elements. He must be dreaming. He must think I don't know how special Earth is. Luo Feng mocked coldly within. It's not high at all. I like the galaxy, hence it should have such a price. Buna said. Seems right. Luo Feng nodded. I'm willing to sell all the other planets in the Milky Way galaxy to you. However, Earth is my home. I definitely cannot sell it. Buna was stunned. Luo Feng mocked coldly within. He enjoyed watching this official level. Undying's expression, go on and act, let's see how much you can act. I really like the galaxy, the most exquisite part of it is this galaxy. However is Earth, Buna said, Your Majesty Luo Feng, speak your price as long as it's reasonable, I'm willing to pay. Humph. Luo Feng stood up fiercely and roared, Mr. Buna, you know very well Earth is my home, who would sell their home? No hope at all. Buna looked at him. Nope. Luo Feng shook his head. Then there's no way about it. Buna shook his head and swiftly sent a message to Yanzhu Emperor and the others via the virtual universe network. Wang. The south regions of Earth had a sudden appearance of a group of Undyings. After which, they all quickly teleported over to the yard in Luo Feng's residence. Within the yard, there's undying energy searching. Dylan communicated to Luo Feng. Luo Feng was shocked. In the yard, a large group of 17 appeared, all with terrifying god presence. The formless pressure made Luo Feng go pale. Yanzhu Emperor Luo Feng looked at the group that suddenly appeared. Zhu Emperor was dressed in an exquisite robe. He was accompanied by the powerful single-horned old man, and the bone-chilling black-armored lady with fish scales on her face, along with another man who seemed dressed in a torn-up robe but still giving off a special energy, and finally the lizard-like man. The 5 of them that stood beside Yanzhu Emperor all had terrifying energies. Behind them were another 11 Undyings with pressure that was even stronger than Dylan's. Luo Feng, we meet again. Yanzhu Emperor smiled. Yanzhu Emperor Luo Feng got up to welcome them. Beside him Dylan's expression changed as he communicated, Your Majesty, including that Buna. From before, among these 18 Undying 6 of them are Emperor level and 12 are official level. This is a very terrifying force, and they are all from the Huge Axe Dojo. Your Majesty should be extremely cautious. I understand, Luo Feng replied. He pondered suspiciously within. 18 powerful Undyings, one had to know that under the universe country leaders, there wasn't even one Emperor-level Undying normally, only the Knights of the 5 Leviathans had such beings, a total of 6 Emperor levels. This was definitely a force that could decimate half of a universe country. Ah. These 18 were all from the Huge Axe Dojo. That Undying Knight before was from the Huge Axe Dojo too. Why were they all from there? Luo Feng was suspicious within, yet he still spoke calmly. Why has your Majesty come personally to Earth? Don't be nervous. Sit. Yanzhu Emperor sat first, the other 5 Emperor level Undying sat too. Yes, Luo Feng sat. Yanzhu Emperor had torn into him before, and yet now he was smiling. As to why I'm here, Buna has said it, I want to buy your Earth. Yanzhu sat. They're his crystal-like fingers that were more beautiful than a lady's gently tapped on the stone table. He smiled at Luo Feng. Cut the crap, speak your price, we will buy it. Luo Feng frowned. Earth is my home. Speak a price. Yanzhu interrupted Luo Feng's words, gently lifting his finger. 100 million mixed elements. Dylan, who stood beside Luo Feng, was stunned too. 100 million mixed elements. I said before, I cannot sell my home. Luo Feng shook his head. Even if it's 100 million mixed elements, I still can't. Ha ha ha, okay. Yanzhu smiled. Bold indeed, I'll show you some respect. I'll give you a heavenly price. 1 billion mixed elements. Many low level Emperor level Undyings have only accumulated that much wealth with that amount of wealth, even nurturing your cloud contact vine to undying wouldn't be a hard thing. Luo Feng still shook his head. Yan Zhu's expression grew heavy. Humph. He stood up fiercely, raging as he slammed the stone table. It immediately exploded apart with fragments flying in all directions. Dylan used his undying energy to control the fragments as the entire yard became a wasteland while his area was fine. I show you respect, and yet you still refuse. Yan Zhu smiled coldly at Luo Feng. Then we'll do it the hard way. Rumble. His powerful undying energy instantly wrapped about Dylan and Luo Feng, after which a world energy spread in all directions, engulfing the entire earth. Keep. Yan Zhu's expression was cold. The entire earth, whether it was the Chinese, Americans, Africans, etc., or even the slaves from other planets, every living human was kept into his world. Ring as for Earth itself, since his father Shihua wanted it, he didn't dare keep it. In an instant, all humanity on Earth was gone, only the ones in this yard were left. Other than the people here in this yard, there's no other humans. Yan Zhu Emperor released his undying energy binding. Luo Feng's expression changed, and he quickly released his spirit energy too. Scan. Every city in China was empty, the dishes were still steaming, tea still boiling, yet there wasn't a single soul other than these people in the yard. No one was left. Amidst the ruined yard, Yan Zhu looked coldly at Luo Feng and roared, "I'll give you two choices. The first, agree to sell Earth to us, and you'll get 1 billion mixed elements, and the humans of Earth back. The second, reject us, and all of the humans kept in my world will die." Luo residence, ruined yard. Yan Zhu stood there and stared coldly at Luo Feng. Beside him were the 5 Emperor-level undyings, and 12 official-level undyings. Compared to Yan Zhu, Luo Feng was indeed weak. Even Dylan barely had the power of an official. In truth, he wasn't a match against one true official. I get bullied if I'm weak. The strong prey on the weak. It's indeed survival of the fittest. Luo Feng was forced into a corner even though he was raging. Within, he had to carefully calculate his next move. Yan Zhu Emperor probably doesn't even think of me as anything from his point of view. I'm just another aboriginal genius. Only he doesn't wish to kill me, because he's guessed that both Dylan and I have opened a synchronized broadcast with the Virtual Universe Network. The moment he makes a move, the Virtual Universe Company would have full evidence. Even if he didn't die, he would be in big trouble. However, the bottom line is still strength. He has a powerful father. Even if he kills me, he'll at most be heavily punished. Those that are weak are destined to be bullied. This is the strong preying on the weak. Luo Feng's will to get stronger grew more and more. If he was at the Sector Lord Pinnacle level, he would be able to kill the official level undyings and fight against the emperors. Such a level of genius. Even Yan Zhu Emperor wouldn't dare mess around, because these absolute geniuses would definitely be treasured individuals of the virtual universe company. There are only 2 paths, pick one. Yan Zhu roared. Luo Feng roared, Yan Zhu Emperor, using the Earth humans as hostages, isn't that too degrading even for you? I'm asking you to choose. Yan Zhu's pressure rippled throughout, pressing down on Luo Feng. He was obviously raging. Then I'll speak honestly. Luo Feng looked at Yan Zhu. Just today, not long ago, your huge Axe Dojo's Undying Knight contacted me via the virtual universe network to buy the Milky Way galaxy against him, even though I refused. Initially, his pressure was too terrifying, hence I finally submitted. What? Yan Zhu's handsome face was filled with shock. Undying Night, the jade-haired old man beside him, was shocked too. Undying Night. Everybody around, including the 6 Emperor-level Undyings, were all shocked by the name. Don't lie to me. Yan Zhu smiled coldly at Luo Feng. If you did sell the Milky Way galaxy to Undying Night, the records would all show that he is the leader. However, in all the records I've been monitoring, there hasn't been any change. Luo Feng said indifferently, as he's on the way over to Earth. When we meet face to face, he'll hand over the treasures to me. Only then would the transaction be fully complete. Even though it hasn't been transferred yet, I already have an agreement with him. I definitely would not go against it. Yan Zhu Emperor, you can go look for him, and if he agrees, I naturally would have no objection. Liar, you are lying. Yan Zhu's eyes flashed. Within, however, he was filled with many thoughts. It was very possible. Undying Night's position in the huge axe dojo was even higher than his father's. It was normal for him to have received the news on Earth, and with his weird temperament, he might really personally send the treasures in exchange for the deeds. Who cares? I'll first obtain the rights to Earth, even if I'm asked again. Later, I'll just say that Luo Feng was lying, Yan Zhu said, and Undying Night is a lone wolf. He doesn't have a sect. Even though he's an upper echelon member of the huge axe dojo, he doesn't have much help. My father's influence within the huge axe dojo, however, is huge. With the rights of Earth in his hands, as long as it's lawfully done, that Undying Night wouldn't be able to do anything. Luo Feng's residence, only the stone benches were fine. Luo Feng suddenly sat down. He could see that Yan Zhu was worried. Punk. Yan Zhu saw Luo Feng sitting down, his eyes twitching slightly as he communicated, I know you are not fearful because of your backing, and I know that you are doing a synchronized broadcast with the virtual universe. However, I'm not stupid either. I won't make a move directly at you. However, in all honesty, even if I don't do it personally, I can let others do it. I have 3 other undying slaves in space above Earth, and they are my sole slaves. I just have to get one of them to kill you. So, what if the virtual universe network picks up the broadcast? They'll at most record an undying killing you, and not me personally, without proof that he's my slave. As for your guard Dylan, I'll get others to forcefully bind him. He won't even be able to help you. And when that happens, boom, you'll be dead. All of the rights to the Milky Way will go to your son, and I naturally have my ways to make your son hand them over to me. Yan Zhu communicated to Luo Feng, as long as you are dead, without the virtual Universe Company Primal Region member status as protection, would your sons dare defy me? As for Undying Night, it'll still take him at least 3 to 5 days to rush over. When that time comes, everything here would have been settled. Luo Feng's expression changed, staring at Yan Zhu Emperor. Yan Zhu smiled at him, continuing, haha, I'm communicating mentally to you. Now the virtual universe broadcast cannot pick up our conversation. What can you possibly do now? Punk. Don't resist. I'm trying to avoid more trouble. If I know I'm going to be sent to the Starfield jail, I'd have killed you long ago. At most I'd be punished. He looked at Luo Feng's with a hint of pity. If you submit, everything will be good, right? Luo Feng sat on the stone bench. However, he had long sent a threat of consciousness to the Virtual Universe Network. Virtual Universe, Yuxiang Mountain Primal Region, Luo Feng's villa. While the broadcast was live, he had swiftly written a letter. Night. For a reason I do not know, the huge Axe Dojo's Undying Knight contacted me. Wanting to buy the Milky Way galaxy, especially Earth, I refused to submit and was finally lucky that he didn't forcefully take it, only wanting an island of Earth. However, as I'm writing this letter, in my home Earth, the huge Axe Dojo's Yen Zhu Emperor and 6 other Emperor-level Undyings along with 12 official-level Undyings have reached Earth and are holding my countless comrades as hostage, forcing me to sell Earth to them, otherwise they'd use their Undying slaves to kill me and acquire the deeds to Earth via my son. I have no way to resist this. I'm powerless. I hope Sir Knight can right this wrong. Luo Feng had swiftly written the letter via his thoughts and sent it to 9 Blade Knight. His genius competition was hosted by 9 Blade, he was naturally one of his underlings. If he had sent it to Tianshi Palace's leader, it would be overstepping, as he had only given him some little guidance back then also. He only knew the contact number of one of his Undying underlings. He didn't know Tianshi Palace's leader's number. Send it 9 times. Luo Feng sat before his desk and looked at the laptop. He had already sent the mail to 9 Blade Knight. I cannot spam it too much, only just a little for him to notice that the huge Axe Dojo has obviously discovered something special about Earth. When the time comes, the virtual universe company will come not only for my sake, but also for Earth's secret. They naturally wouldn't let this matter rest. Luo Feng nodded. He believed that the moment this letter was sent, it would carve a huge hole and make the virtual universe company clash with the huge Axe Dojo. Earth. Luo residence, ruined yard. Even though he had sent the mail, Luo Feng's expression was still ugly, as he was trying to stall for time while communicating back to Yen Zhu. Emperor, it's not that I cannot see the situation clearly. The only thing is, since I've already agreed to Undying Knight, that's the Undying Knight. You, Yen Zhu Emperor, have Shihua Knight to protect you, but what about me? Against Shihua Knight's rage, I will be finished. Yen Zhu revealed a smile as he heard this. He was happy within. It seemed that the deal was going to happen. Relax, Yen Zhu replied. When you return to the Primal region or Primal Chaos City, these 2 places are extremely safe. I cannot stay in those 2 places forever, Luo Feng replied. Yen Zhu seemed impatient. Cut the crap, hand over the rights to the Milky Way right now, and at least you'll be left alive, even if it's hard in the future. When your position rises, it'll be fine. If you don't agree, then you'll die now, and the entire human population of Earth will die with you. Hurry up and choose. Right at that moment. Rumble. A powerful undying energy swept the entire planet. Yen Zhu and the other Emperor-level Undyings and 12 official-level Undyings were all shocked. Undying energy, the lizard man said coldly. An Undying has actually come. How could he be so fast? The armies of the other knights will take at least another 3-5 days. Yen Zhu's expression changed. It may be the armies of the other knights that happen to have left markers close to Earth's coordinates, the black-armored lady said. Wang. Teleportation. A silhouette appeared within the yard, just as teleportation alone had left. The 6 Emperor-level Undyings in shock. Those with teleportation were definitely not the normal Undyings of the 6 Emperors there. Only one of them could do it. It was obvious how rare it was. Luo Feng too was shocked at the appearance of this person. This was a huge man that could really be said to be tall and sturdy. He was over 3 m tall, and he had 2 blood-red horns on his forehead. He also had some silver scales there, and his armor revealed his 2 arms that had silver scales. About he was covered in a black and blood-colored armor, obviously an absolute being of the Nakamang race. He stood there like a majestic god mountain. His formless bloodthirst engulfed the entire area, his energy pressuring Yen, Zhu, and the others. Greetings, teacher. Dylan bowed respectfully. Bloodthirst Emperor. Tai Jun. Yan Zhu and the other emperor-level undyings changed their expressions, all shouting out the name. The Nakamang clan was one of the powerful races of humanity. Even though they were few in numbers, they were well adept in battle, and Bloodthirst Emperor was one of the top 3 absolute beings of the entire clan in terms of reputation. He was even more renowned than his teacher, True Yan Emperor. He had massacred heavily for his name. Under his formless pressure, Bloodthirst Emperor's golden eyes swept past Yen, Zhu Emperor, and the other emperor-level undyings. He instantly shocked all 6 of them. Junior, he looked at Luo Feng and smiled. Third senior Luo Feng was surprised and happy. His third senior actually came at the critical moment. How did he? Beside, Dylan communicated, Your Majesty, when the Grandmaster asked me to protect you, he actually had a trump card for when you ever meet a great danger that even I cannot deal with. I could call my teacher over as his disciple. I naturally carry one of his markers. Back then, when I left some of my markers about the solar system, I also placed 3 of my teacher's markers there. When Yan Zhu Emperor faced you earlier, I immediately contacted him via the Virtual Universe Network. Old Luo Feng was elated. Surprised Bloodthirst Emperor looked at his junior, his voice powerful. Relax, with me here, the huge axe dojo cannot do anything to you. He also said, I've already arranged for another friend of mine, Iron Wall Emperor, to wait at the 9th teleportation point in the primal region I carry his marker around. You should let Nine-Blade Knight know you are after all under him. He will definitely see to this matter. I've already reported, Luo Feng replied. If Nine-Blade sends his army, you can tell him to send them to the 9th teleportation point and come over with Iron Wall Emperor. Bloodthirst Emperor said. His mental conversation with Luo Feng ended instantly, after which he turned over to the 6 emperors with ugly expressions. Yan Zhu and the others. I didn't expect Tai Jun to come, Yan Zhu mocked. Yan Zhu Bloodthirst Emperor gazed coldly at them. This is my junior's home. Why have you and the huge axe dojo people come? No matter what, this is still the home of a core member of our Virtual Universe Company. Naturally it is protected by the Virtual Universe Company. It's better for you lot not to make a mess. The jade-haired old man suddenly shouted out, Bloodthirst Emperor, there's 6 of us here, don't you dare get arrogant. Ah, Baojin Emperor. Bloodthirst Emperor glanced over. You mean to say that with the 6 of you emperors together, you can beat me? Humph. The lizard man beside snorted coldly, saying hoarsely, with me around. Bloodthirst Emperor, you can dream about teleporting. Bloodthirst Emperor looked at him. So it's the Piercing Heart Emperor who is proficient in space lockdown with you using that. Indeed, there's no way for me to teleport. However, that means that Baojin Emperor cannot do so either. With everybody unable to so, and 1 against 6, who do you think will die when we truly engage? It was said very casually. However, the words, who do you think will die, made the 6 change their Expressions. The difference between Emperor-level Undyings was huge. If the legendary True Yen Emperor appeared, Yen Zhu and the others probably wouldn't even dare resist. As for Bloodthirst Emperor, even though his reputation was higher than his teacher's, his strength was still slightly weaker. However, he was still a high-level Emperor-level Undying, who was intrepid and strong amongst the Undyings of humanity. Who wouldn't have heard of him? 1 against 6. Even though it was very hard for an Emperor-level Undying to die, even if the fight dragged on, Bloodthirst Emperor would definitely survive, while Yen Zhu's side may very likely lose a couple of them. Within the ruined yard, the two sides faced off, as the Bloodthirst Emperor's energy pressured Yen Zhu and the others. This scene made Luo Feng incredibly excited. This was a true face-off between the strong, one person threatening a group of other Undyings. If he could reach this level, it would be awesome. You all should just leave, Bloodthirst Emperor said casually. I'm under orders from my father here. How can I just go? Yen Zhu's expression was ugly. Tai Jun, don't force me. Even if I can't bear to, I may use my trump card. Even if it can't kill you, it'll definitely leave your undying body heavily damaged. Oh really? Bloodthirst Emperor glanced coldly at him. In terms of wealth and trump cards, Bloodthirst Emperor definitely couldn't compare to Yen Zhu. After all, Yen Zhu had absorbed that treasure into his soul. It was one that even knights would fight for if he unleashed that treasure, even though the cost wouldn't be small. But for a short amount of time, Yen Zhu would have the Emperor pinnacle level of strength. What's more, Yen Zhu had other life-preserving trump cards. There was just no other way around it. His family had that powerful father Shihua Knight. As for Bloodthirst Emperor, it was the opposite. His treasures couldn't compare to Yen Zhu's. However, his body was incredibly strong. Wang. Bloodthirst Emperor suddenly triggered one of the world rings on his body, spreading the world energy at Luo Feng, wanting to place him within. Bloodthirst Emperor, an ear-piercing voice resounded. The intrepid lizard man suddenly held out, causing the surrounding million km of space to lock down. The initial normal ripples all condensed and the world energy crumbled. We are here. Don't even think about placing him within your world. Yen Zhu smiled coldly. Luo Feng will be your bargain. The jade-haired old man mocked at Bloodthirst Emperor. The 6 emperors seemed confident. Bloodthirst Emperor's expression, however, was ugly. If it weren't for Luo Feng and Dylan, he could care less about anything and fight it out with the 6 emperors. However, now with them staring hard at him, he couldn't keep Luo Feng in his world. Bastard! Bloodthirst Emperor roared. With a wave of his hand, a huge gold disc appeared, with a diameter of about 1,000 meters. Simultaneously, this gold disc extended 2 large arms that grabbed Luo Feng and Dylan, with one, the other acting as a shield against attacks. Grab Luo Feng, Yen Zhu roared. Yes. The group of Undyings complied. Rumble. 6 Emperor-level Undyings all simultaneously attacked Bloodthirst Emperor. The other 12 official-level Undyings rushed at Luo Feng and Dylan, while Luo Feng and Dylan watched as the big gold hand blocked them. The other hand grabbed them and dragged them into the ship. Ka. The 2 golden hands vanished and the gold disc ship locked down, letting out a voice. Master, the 2 are within my body. The voice resounded in the space above Earth. The gold disc ship rumbled and rushed into the skies, instantly tearing through to space. Chase. The 12 official-level Undyings rushed after them. Use soul techniques to pierce through the defense of the ship, control Luo. Feng Yanzhu communicated urgently. Ha ha ha, Bloodthirst Emperor laughed loudly, rushing upwards into space too. Rumble 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 rumble. Yanzhu and the other emperors all followed into space. At this time, Virtual Universe Yu Xiang Mountain Primal Region, Luo Feng's Villa. Luo Feng sat in his study awaiting Nine Blades' reply. At this time, Luo Feng, a call request, it's 9 Blade Knights, number, Babata shouted excitedly. Quickly answer. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Yes. A screen immediately appeared and on it a silhouette. It was a handsome purple scaled man in an ancient green robe. His formless pressure was strong but controlled. It was 9 Blade Knight. Knight. Luo Feng bowed respectfully. I already know, however the people I've sent will take a while to get to Earth, 9 Blade said. Knight, right now at the Primal Region's 9th teleportation point, Iron Wall. Emperor waits. Luo Feng said respectfully, as long as you send your people there, they can teleport via his god country together and arrive at Earth. Got it, 9 Blade Knight said. Pa. The call disconnected. Virtual Universe, Thunder Island, within 9 Blade Knight's palace. Below him was a black blur of Undyings. This vast group of Undyings, even the weakest, was an official level. Greetings Knight. The group all bowed respectfully. In the throne above, 9 Blade Knight gazed down below and ordered, the huge axe dojo has sent people to invade my underling Luo Feng's home, Earth, right now, all of you. Head over to the 9th teleportation point immediately and meet with Iron Wall. Emperor, after that you will teleport to Earth. Remember, protect Luo Feng's life. Yes, the large group of Undyings rumbled as they bowed. They were shocked. Within. Protect Luo Feng. He was but a little genius. Was it enough for 9 Blade to send such an army? This was an army of 50 Emperor-level Undyings along with close to 1,000 official-level Undyings. These were almost all of the elites of 9 Blade Knight other than the few that were away or in dangerous regions. These 50 Emperors was almost all of the Emperor-level Undyings he could mobilize. Go, 9 Blade Knight ordered. Yes. The blur of Undyings bowed respectfully and vanished, leaving the virtual universe network. In reality, the beings scattered across the universe all swiftly teleported via their god countries, heading over to the 9th teleportation point as swiftly as possible. The emperors and officials under 9 Blade Knight all gathered. Their goal: Earth. Solar system, about 100 million km in space away from Earth. 12 official-level Undyings were surrounding a huge gold disk ship, attacking Luo Feng and Dylan, who were hiding within. Use soul attacks straight through the ship against Luo Feng. Don't care about anything else. Get rid of him. Yanzhu communicated to them. Don't ever let that Dylan keep Luo Feng in his world. The moment he enters the world, there'd be no meaning in this battle. Yes, Lord. The 12 Undyings all used their soul attacks. Even those not proficient in such techniques did so. As long as their undying energy became voids, they could use it as a soul attack. Whether it was a fighter or spirit reader, they simply used undying energy within the ship. Relax, you are both in my body. They cannot get in, however, you'll have to block their spirit attacks. A huge face appeared on the wall in the resting room of the ship. He looked at Luo Feng and Dylan and smiled. Soul attacks are useless against me, however, I have no way to block them. The material used To build this resting room has a definite effect on blocking undying energy. It can also weaken the soul attacks. It's the best I can do. Leave the blocking of soul attacks to me, Dylan emphasized. A formless undying energy wrapped about Luo Feng, blocking him against the 12 official level undying's attacks. Rumble. Rumble. Even though it wasn't visible, Luo Feng could feel the undying energies attacking over and over. These bastards keep dispersing my world energy, Your Majesty. I have no way to keep you in my world. Dylan's face was panicked. They are aiming straight at you, and from the looks of it, they want to kill you. Kill me? Luo Feng was shocked. Dylan, can you withstand it? It takes up a lot of energy, Dylan replied, his expression heavy. Luckily, I'm proficient in the soul offense and defense, plus, the walls of this room have a weakening effect on their attacks. I can hold it for a while, however. Amongst the 12 official level undyings, 3 of them are proficient in soul attacks. If time drags long, I may not be able to hold it. Rumble. Rumble. The many undying attacks clashed over and over. Dylan controlled his undying energy into a complex web-like protection against them, blocking them from attacking Luo Feng. Dylan, hold on for a while. 9 Blade Knights people will be here soon, Luo Feng communicated. Dylan's expression was serious. He fought hard to withhold them. A painful scream. Rumble. An explosion from outside the ship. In the space, even though the 12 official level undyings already knew this ship had melded with a metal life form, they had kept their guards up and maintained their distance. However, as they flew about and unleashed their soul attacks to no avail over and over, they got more desperate. The further they were, the weaker their soul attacks, hence the 12 slowly got closer in desperation. And just before, very suddenly, the dark gold disk ship that seemed solid and sturdy suddenly extended a large metal arm, fast as lightning, faster than an Emperor-level undying's attacking speed. It waved, grabbing one of the official level undyings proficient in soul attacks, and used its strength. With a rumble, the undying exploded. Be careful of the ship. Stay further away from it. The other 11 undyings were shocked. Large amounts of green light dispersed in all directions, instantly reforming into a black-robed purple-haired lady. It was obvious that she had reached the undying body level. She communicated anxiously, everybody be careful. This metal life form has good comprehension of the space laws. When it exploded my undying body, my dispersed undying energy was actually unable to escape for a while. That hand locked me in with space laws and destroyed my undying energy. I lost a great amount of it. What? The other 11 were shocked. With an undying body, being destroyed once had almost no effect on their energies. Of course, it depended on who used it, like in Primal Chaos City, back when the city leader's palm smashed down casually on the 2 undyings. They were smashed so hard they were very close to dying, but of course they were spared. This level of control was much harder than simply killing those 2 undyings. And like true Yen Emperor, he could easily kill an official level with just one move. Ha, see if you dare underestimate me. Haha. 3 proficient in soul attacks. 1 heavily injured, the other can give up on attacking with their full strength. A huge human face appeared on the ship. He laughed loudly and became a blur as it extended 2 huge hands and grabbed about. He even aimed at the other 2 specialized in soul attacks. It forced the 12 official level undyings to dodge over and over while Attacking this naturally lowered their attacking power by a lot. Through the external simulator, Luo Feng and Dylan clearly saw everything. It's much easier. Dylan was happy. What a strong ship! Luo Feng complimented the sturdiness of the ship. This ship was an F9 grade ship that had melded with a metal life form in terms of defense. It was extremely strong, and the metal life form made it even more special, just like if a metal mountain suddenly became a life form. Its life construct would definitely have huge differences from a flesh and blood life form. In the universe, there were many life forms without souls, many of them, and the Masha clansman was one. Those without souls would naturally have their life cores. When Luo Feng and Dylan, along with the metal life form ship, were facing off against the 12 official level Undyings, Yan Zhu and the other 5 Emperor level Undyings were worried. Useless, useless, Yan Zhu roared within. Haha, Yan Zhu, they can't even harm Luo Feng, you should just give up. Bloodthirsty Emperor laughed and waved a peculiar-shaped blade, fighting it. Out with the 6. Rumble. The surrounding space was torn apart every time it was recovering. It was sliced through again. A million km in diameter area about was completely torn apart. The space flowed madly about, with the 7 emperors fighting it out. Madly, however, the mad space flow couldn't even hurt them. Boom. Yan Zhu blocked a blade and was instantly knocked back hundreds of thousands of km, spitting out gold blood. Senior, what do we do? The other emperors were anxious too, of which the black-armored lady communicated, it's 6 of us against Bloodthirst Emperor, and yet we are at a disadvantage. These 12 useless things cannot kill Luo Feng. We are purely wasting time. If Bloodthirst Emperor could get here so fast, the other people from the Virtual Universe Company will be here soon. I know. Yan Zhu was incredibly worried. At this time, the distant gold disk ship suddenly had a blur of gold light about it. With the gold blur, an incredibly huge pressure spread throughout the strength of this wave instantly covered the surrounding 10 million km. Even the battling Yan Zhu and the others all stopped. God country teleportation. Yan Zhu's expression was ashen. A blur of silhouettes, every one giving off terrifying pressure, gathered together. It reached an unbelievable level. Even though he was over a million km away, Yan Zhu still shuddered within. Silence. Space was silent. The 12 official level Undyings, along with Yan Zhu and the other emperors, all gathered. Bloodthirst Emperor flew towards the gold disk, and it naturally opened a door at its side. Luo Feng and Dylan flew out into space. My God! Luo Feng watched the blur of silhouettes appear, completely stunned. With just a glance, it was at least 1,000. Every one of them had energies that exceeded Dylan, even with others that were comparable to Bloodthirst Emperor. A god country teleportation of over 1,000 Undyings in the silent space. The amount of power was even bigger than the Undying Mother Nest. Before these weren't 1,000 normal Undyings. This was the true elite of a knight, capable of easily stomping on an Undying Mother Nest. This 1,000 was led by a jade-armored lady wielding 2 blades, as her cold energy spread throughout. Luo Feng, she looked at Luo Feng, I'm here on the knight's orders to protect you. Thank you, knight, thank you all. Luo Feng bowed respectfully in space. The jade-armored god, along with the entire army's pressure, all looked at Yan Zhu. She roared coldly, Yan Zhu Emperor, Luo Feng is a member of our Virtual Universe Company. What right does you huge axe dojo have to make a move on our member? Humph. Yan Zhu's expression was ugly. He rubbed the blood on his lips and snorted. Coldly. Capture Yan Zhu Emperor, the lady ordered. Yes. Immediately, 26 Emperor-level undyings flashed over like lightning dismayed. Yan Zhu and his other emperors all changed their expressions. The virtual Universe Company and the huge Axe Dojo were both leviathans of humanity. They frequently had little squabbles, however, his actions today had made it so that if he were truly to be captured, even the huge Axe Dojo would find it hard to save him. And once he was captured, it would be a true humiliation. Get lost! Yan Zhu's eyes gleamed with madness. He held fiercely, and the ancient engraving on his forehead lit up. A terrifying energy emanated in all directions like a fierce beast that was awakening. His forehead seemed to begin to tear apart, revealing a single purple vertical eye. The purple vertical eye shot out a purple gaze, sweeping past the surrounding space and condensing the area about. He'd rather fight it out before being captured. Rumble. There were ripples in space, and a terrifying pressure descended, almost like a dragon descending on countless ants. The energy made the surrounding people all submit immediately. As it spread over the surrounding starfield, the powerful undying army's power was instantly squashed, and even the uprising Yan Zhu was suddenly pushed back down, forcefully stopped halfway through his move. A blur silhouette gradually appeared. Father Yan Zhu turned and shouted with glee. Standing beside the vast undying army, Luo Feng could clearly feel the powerful energy from this army beside him. Babata shouted loudly within Luo Feng's mind, "Undying army, these undying are all stronger than your teacher. Hu Yan Bo, this is definitely an elite army, there's actually no normal one." Within Luo Feng had never felt such a terrifying wave of power before. 26 Emperor-level undyings immediately surrounded Yan Zhu Emperor. Yan Zhu grew mad and began to unleash his trump card. Rumble. The purple vertical eye that split open on his forehead condensed the surrounding million km of space. That ancient energy instantly made the weakest person in the area, Luo Feng, fall into a nightmare illusion. He felt like the entire vast universe had vanished before him, leaving only the purple eye floating in space. Yan Zhu Emperor is terrifying. Luo Feng was just shaken out of it. However, a force hundreds to thousands of times even stronger descended and caused Luo Feng's soul to instantly go black. He had lost consciousness immediately, before awakening later as he heard the despicable voice of Yan Zhu Emperor shouting, "Father." One night, Luo Feng blinked his eyes and looked over. In the distant space, a majestic being stood there. His body was a blur, surrounded by black flames that spread over a million km. About if Earth was to touch these flames, it would instantly be reduced to ash. Even the space around was burning into particle streams. The large amounts of space flow between became nothing but particles at this instant. Everything within the solar system was under his power. Universe space, with him as the dictator. He was the ruler of space itself. Luo Feng could clearly feel this feeling, the blurry being within the core of the black flames that burned hotter than the sun. He was invincible. This was the being that at Sector Lord level could kill an official level undying, becoming an emperor straight after breaking through to undying in 100,000 years. He became a knight. One night, Luo Feng muttered, over a trillion years, this being has been invincible and terrifying. Those black flames, it reminds me of the 9 black planets that burned with black flames. The ones Tianshi Palace's leader demonstrated for me back then. Comparing Tianshi Palace's leader to Shihua Knight. Tianshi Palace's leader was more controlled, he probably didn't want to bully little Luo Feng, hence he controlled his power more. Shihua Knight, however, burnt with black flames over the million km in area, he unleashed his strength. Greetings, Shihua Knight. The jade-armored lady bowed respectfully, following which the vast undying army all bowed respectfully too. Greetings, Knight. Luo Feng and Dylan bowed too. Greetings, teacher. Greetings, Knight. The 12 official level undyings and 5 emperor level undyings all bowed respectfully. Only Yan Zhu Emperor was glowing with the purple light as the eye on his forehead began to close, shouted out excitedly to his father, after which he roared angrily at the undying army, "Father, 9 Blade Knights. Undyings actually want to capture me." Humph. With a snort, Luo Feng felt his consciousness shake. It resounded amongst all the undyings about. "You'd rather use the forbidden skill than look for me," the majestic being within the black flames said, with a sense of rage. "If you'd have trained well, you'd long have reached the level of controlling that treasure then. You'd have no fear of these emperor-level undyings." "Yes," Yan Zhu bowed respectfully, not daring to say any more. The majestic being looked at the army, his voice rumbling through their minds. "Jade. Jade greets Shihua Knight, the jade-armored lady, leader of the undying army," replied respectfully. Jade Emperor was 9 Blade Knight's strongest undying. Jade, Tong Nan, True Yan, they were life-or-death friends. They frequently explored the secret regions together, and through the many experiences, they naturally became good friends, and it was obvious that they were all extremely powerful, belonging to the pinnacle of emperors. Of course, True Yan Emperor, he was amongst the countless races in the universe, trillions of undyings, the closest to becoming a knight. Even against a knight, he would survive. Jade and Tong Nan were slightly weaker. "Jade," Shihua Knight roared amidst the black flames, "did you order the capture of my son?" Shihua Knight. Jade's appearance was beautiful. The jade armor had gems that were translucent as she was standing there. It was almost like she wasn't there. Obviously she could withstand the pressure as she smiled respectfully. "I'm here on the orders of the knight to protect Luo Feng, and Yan Zhu brought people to even kill him. No matter what, Luo Feng is still a core member of our virtual universe company. Any punishment should be dealt by the company. Yan Zhu's actions he has overstepped, hence, I want to capture him and bring him to the knight. Yan Zhu is my son. Any punishment will be done by me, and not 9 Blade, sure." Hua Knight's voice boomed like thunder. It made all the undyings in the army grimace in pain. Luo Feng, however, didn't feel anything. That's strange. Luo Feng looked at the over 1,000 undyings along with Dylan and Bloodthirst Emperor, all grimace in pain, only he wasn't affected. "It's probably 'cause I'm too weak. The moment it hits me, I'd probably die instantly, hence he didn't target me," Luo Feng thought. Looking at the army all grimace in pain, Yan Zhu and his group were satisfied. "Take this as a punishment," Shihua Knight said coldly. "Remember, don't ever disrespect any knight." Jade could only lower her head and bow respectfully. Yes. After all, in terms of strength, Shihua Knight was even stronger than 9 Blade. He floated amidst the black flames, after which his gaze fell on Luo Feng, his voice becoming more affectionate. "You are Luo Feng. So powerful, forcing even Jade Emperor to lower her head. The entire undying Army submitting under the pressure. Luo Feng was still exclaiming when he discovered the being's gaze on him. He was stunned as he heard the gentle voice, "That's Luo Feng." All the Undyings there could only stare in shock. This. Is this the same tyrannical Shihua Knight? A genius amongst the absolute geniuses he didn't need to bother himself with such little beings, yet he spoke with such a gentle tone to Luo Feng. "I am Luo Feng," was stunned as he quickly reacted, bowing respectfully. He said, "Greetings, Knight." Shihua Knight's voice didn't seem to have any rage, all it had was affection. "I had asked my son to come talk to you about selling the rights of Earth. I didn't expect this useless son of mine to make such a mess of it." Luo Feng blinked his eyes. Jade Emperor and the other Undyings were all speechless. Yan Zhu stared even wider. "Father, shut up." Shihua Knight's roar caused Yan Zhu to get even more angry and nervous. The entire atmosphere within that space was awkward. Shihua Knight's pampering of his son was well reputed throughout, however. Today, he was that courteous to a little domain lord punk and fierce towards his son. This was unbelievable. Luo Feng may be a rare genius of a 10,000 eras, however even a rare genius of 10 million years wouldn't be treated that way. Geniuses were ultimately just that. The strong were the strong. Before truly becoming one of the strong, none of them deserved to be treated that well by Shihua Knight. "Luo Feng, I'll talk to you personally. Are you willing to sell Earth to me?" Shihua Knight smiled at Luo Feng. "Whatever conditions there are, just speak." Knight Luo Feng said respectfully, "Earth is my home and all the humans of Earth, no matter what, I won't be willing to sell it." Luo Feng had seen through the situation. No matter what. Nine-Blade Knight had already intervened, meaning this matter was already a clash between the two Leviathans. Shihua Knight wouldn't make a move against him. "Ah, the birthplace of a race." Shihua Knight nodded. "As a birthplace, Earth is indeed special to you. I won't force you." "Yan Zhu." Shihua Knight turned to his son. Yan Zhu Emperor was shocked. Even though he was called Yan Zhu Emperor, this was just a name for respect and formalities. Those that were higher in power may simply call him Yan Zhu, taking away the emperor position. However, his true name was Meng Chao Luo. As his father, Shihua Knight would normally call him by his true name, as it was more affectionate. Only when he was unhappy would he call him Yan Zhu. Father. Yan Zhu felt the tone of his father's voice, shouting out respectfully, "I only gave you the right to buy Earth. I'd never expect you to go to such lengths. If Dylan didn't protect Luo Feng, would you have killed him?" Sure. His serious voice was filled with rage. Father. Yan Zhu looked at his father suspiciously. "You don't know when to stop. If this goes on, who knows what huge trouble you will bring." Shihua Knight said coldly, "I now punish you to be imprisoned in the 9th Starfield jail hell for 1,000 eras." Father. Yan Zhu stared wide-eyed. Luo Feng, Bloodthirst Emperor, Jade Emperor, Dylan, etc., all the Undyings there were stunned. My God. Back then, Shihua Knight had thrown his son into the 9th jail hell, however. That was only for 1,000 years, this time it was 1,000 eras, that was over 10 million years, and in the 9th jail hell, that was a long-lasting nightmare. All the Undyings were stunned and speechless. Even if Yan Zhu had killed Luo Feng, it didn't deserve such a severe punishment. "You lot, go back now." Shihua Knight ordered the 5 emperors and 12 official level Undyings. "Yes, Knight." Yes, teacher. The many undyings bowed respectfully, after which, Baojin Emperor released his undying energy to wrap everyone and instantly teleported 1 light-year away. Before they all dispersed after all, if they teleported via their god country. Before Nine-Blade Knight's army, they would reveal their god country's locations. Yan Zhu, release all the earthlings, Shihua Knight ordered. Yes, Yan Zhu didn't dare resist. He became a beam of light, flying above Earth and releasing a large number of the humans back. Over 1 billion of them were placed randomly throughout. Some Chinese people appeared in North America, some white people appearing in Africa, and so on. It was a mess. For everyone to be sent back to their respective homes, and for Earth to regain its order, it would take at least 10 days to half a month, and this was also because of its advanced technology. After a while, Yan Zhu flew back. Shihua Knight looked at his crestfallen son and shook his head, ordering, "Let's go." Rumble. His black flames wrapped about his son, and in an instant, the both of them had vanished within the vast god country. Shihua Knight and Yan Zhu Emperor appeared within on a mountain peak. Father Yan Zhu looked at Shihua Knight, his eyes filled with rage. "Why have you sent me to the 9th jail hell, and for 1,000 eras? Don't say it's because of Luo Feng. I don't believe it. Even if I killed him, it wouldn't deserve such a severe punishment." Yan Zhu was indeed enraged. Even though he respected his father, this punishment was too heavy. He could only bear with it and ask later. He wanted to know the truth. "Cha Luo," Shihua Knight rubbed his son's head and said softly, "This isn't something I wanted." Yan Zhu's eyes gleamed. "However, my teacher ordered me to do so in this matter, saying you are getting out of hand and have to be punished heavily." Shihua Knight sighed. "Back then, my teacher said to send you to the 9th Starfield jail hell for 1,000 eras, that it was considered a small punishment." "Father, your teacher?" Yan Zhu stared wide-eyed. Rumble. Yan Zhu felt like his brain had exploded. His father was Shihua Knight. His position alone, plus his sect within the huge Axe Dojo, was already absolute. Even against Undying Knight, it wasn't too big a difference. Even though Undying Knight's position was high and he was powerful, he was a lone wolf without a sect and help, hence Shihua Knight wouldn't be too afraid of him. However, Shihua Knight's teacher, that was something else. All of Shihua Knight's sects, the true leader of them was his teacher Shihua Knight was but one of the great being's disciples. That great being was the true powerful dictator within the huge Axe Dojo, and probably only the founder of the huge Axe Dojo could suppress him. "Void Gold Master," Yan Zhu said hoarsely. Shihua Knight's teacher, Void Gold Master. A true dictator within humanity's ancient and endless history. He was a true power within one of the two great leviathans of humanity, the huge Axe Dojo. Even within, he was one of the pinnacle beings, with only the founder capable of making him bow. "Void Gold Master wanted to punish me." Yan Zhu was filled with fear. "The great Void Gold Master, why has he taken notice of me?" Void Gold Master. High above, even the universe country leaders bowed before him, Shihua Knight. And those level of beings all bowed before him, even the entire Gold Horn race. They would all shudder before him, the most ancient and powerful beings of humanity. This was the level of being he was. To be able to hear his name from Void Gold Master, Yan Zhu should already feel extremely honored. And this was within the pinnacle race of humanity, like the Gold Horn race and many other races. They could never produce such a level of being like Void Gold Master. Even within humanity itself, it took countless calamities and trials for such a being to be produced. Father Yan Zhu looked anxiously at his father. Why has he noticed me? He was afraid. Even his father was afraid of him. Yan Zhu belonged to the Void Gold sect. If the master wanted to kill him, who could protect him? Teacher said to punish you. As for the specific details, I don't know since he didn't say it, I didn't dare ask. Sherhuan Knight looked at his son. However, you can relax at his level of being. How respected is it? It's not worthy of him to deal with a small punk like you. Yanzhu nodded. Teacher's orders made me suspect whether Luo Feng has any connections with him. Sherhua frowned. Yanzhu was taken aback. Father, so you treated him that well earlier? It was all because your matters on earth have drawn his attention, hence he wants to punish you. Sherhua Knight nodded slightly. Teacher is very protective, yet he still wants you to enter the 9th jail hell for 1,000 eras. I can only guess that he has some connections with Luo Feng. But Luo Feng is from the Virtual Universe Company, and Void Gold Master is from the Huge Axe Dojo. Yanzhu said. I'm not sure about the details. Sherhua Knight shook his head. Yanzhu could only sigh. He anticipated the day his father could become a being like Void Gold Master. That would be absurd, whether it was the Primal Chaos City leader or Void Gold Master. They all stood at the true pinnacle of humanity. These were beings that stood above the vast countless other races. Since it was teacher's orders, then you'll have to go serve your 1,000 eras. You've indeed caused much trouble these past few years. It's time you trained. When you can control that treasure, anything under a knight shouldn't be a threat. Even that true yen, you'll be able to match him. After all, strength is absolute. Father cannot always protect you, Sherhua Knight said. Yanzhu nodded. Solar system. The vast undying army led by Jade Emperor all became a blurry light. Teleporting via their god country away, it left only Bloodthirst Emperor Dylan and Luo Feng. They just teleported like that. Luo Feng was shocked. Aren't they afraid of their god country coordinates being revealed? The one using the teleport should be an undying slave. Bloodthirst Emperor smiled causally, and after using it, that slave would have to work hard to move his god country's position. That way, the coordinates would be useless. Move the god country coordinates. Luo Feng was curious. God countries lie within the slips of space, and these slips are vast and endless. Naturally, the god countries can be moved within them, leaving the original position. Bloodthirst Emperor said. However, the movement of the god countries are extremely slow. If one searched for the coordinates immediately, that would be extremely dangerous. Luo Feng nodded. Junior, do you know Sherhua Knight? Bloodthirst Emperor looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng shook his head. No, I've only lived for a few hundred years. How could I know him? Then why was he so courteous, so strange? Bloodthirst Emperor frowned. The knights are all-powerful invincible beings of the universe. They usually can't be bothered with little punks like you. I don't know. Luo Feng was puzzled as well. After which he smiled and said, Senior, it's rare you come around here. Let's head to Earth for a while. All right. Bloodthirst Emperor replied easily. Earth, China, Yangzhou City, Luo residence. After Luo Feng got back, he released his family. Dad. Master. Luo Feng, the residents got busy instantly. Luo Hongwa said, Little Feng, when I was kept in the world earlier, I immediately connected to the virtual universe network, contacting many of my Friends before finding out that many of them were kept in a world too, I heard. Over 1 billion of them were all kept together, however, they all didn't know it. Was you who kept them, hence they were extremely terrified. Ha! Luo Feng laughed. The other people of Earth weren't kept by him. What a mess! Luo Feng used his spirit energy to scan, he couldn't help but laugh as it swept past Yangzhou City. It was a hot summer day, yet there were many white people in jackets in the city, even some nude with towels appearing in the streets, some even appeared at the top of skyscrapers. Virtual Universe Thunder Island. Nine-Blade Knight had mobilized such a huge undying army, and they had gathered at the Primal Region's 9th teleportation spot, naturally, the upper echelon of the Virtual Universe Company would know of it. The incident on Earth couldn't be hidden. Many knights came over to question Nine-Blade. Haha, I've checked in with some good friends in the huge axe dojo. It wasn't just Shihun Knight and Undying Knight, there were many other knights there that sent their elites over to Earth. However, Shihun Knight's people got there first. Luckily, they didn't succeed. Right, if Earth truly is a treasure land, it should be our virtual universe. Companies, that leader of Earth, that punk Luo Feng, he is a genius of ours. Nine-Blade, this Earth seems like a very normal life planet. We should have discovered something special long ago. Just what was it that made so many of the huge axe dojo knights send their people down? What is special about Earth? Nine-Blade, tell us. I have no clue. Thunder Island, within Nine-Blade Knight's palace, the few powerful knights and Universe country leaders had all come, yet they all left after, over 8 of them had come to question Nine-Blade. The palace regained its calm. Jade Emperor, who was dressed in her jade armor, walked in, and in the throne a silhouette appeared. It was the green-robed purple-scaled man, Jade Emperor. Bowed respectfully. Knight, arrange it for me. I wish to see Luo Feng personally. Nine-Blade Knight ordered. Yes, Jade Emperor complied and left. The green-robed purple-scaled man frowned in the palace, muttering, Earth. Just what's so special about this life planet, that even the huge axe dojo people have gotten so crazy over it? Virtual Universe, Yuxiang Mountain Primal Region, Luo Feng's villa. In his study, Luo Feng was talking to his teacher, True Yen Emperor, on the screen. That sure is strange. True Yen rubbed his chin in the screen, as he was curious even if that Shihun Knight had gone to Lao's world, home of the gold horn race, he'd be barging in and not even caring about their doyens, and so on. As an absolute genius, he's extremely arrogant, yet, for him to show courtesy to a punk like you, how strange. I thought so too. Luo Feng was helpless. There must be a reason, True Yen thought for a while, shaking his head after and smiling. There's no use pondering over it, since he was courteous to you. At least the reason behind it must be good. It shouldn't be bad. Don't bother about it. Train well, and quickly step into the Sector Lord level. That's the level which is most critical to your training. It's also the level that will determine your fate. Luo Feng nodded heavily. After this incident, he clearly felt how little he was if he had reached the Sector Lord pinnacle level, and combined with that soldier armor, as long as he raised his law comprehension by a few more levels, he may not have a guarantee of killing an official level Undying, but he was confident his strength could be comparable to one. After all, the soldier armor's maximum strength already made him close to one. After chatting with his teacher, suddenly, Luo Feng, Jade Emperor, has requested a call. Babata shouted on his shoulder. Luo Feng was shocked. Jade Emperor, this was the one of his teacher's close friends, and 9 Blade Knights #1 Emperor level undying. Except Luo Feng got up as a sign of respect. A silhouette appeared on the screen. It was a jade-armored, extremely beautiful Lady Jade Emperor. She spoke coldly, "The knight wishes to meet you, just wait. In your villa, I'll be there immediately. I will bring you to meet the knight." 9 Blade Knight. Luo Feng was shocked, however he still replied respectfully, "Yes." In an instant, Luo Feng stood patiently in his yard outside and gazed at a beam of light flashing towards him. It was Jade Emperor. "Lord, where will we go to meet the knight?" Luo Feng asked, curiously. "You are not an undying yet, hence we cannot go to Thunder Island Wheel. Instead, go to a special place that he has created." Jade Emperor glanced at Luo Feng. "Follow me to the teleportation point." Yes, Luo Feng followed. They first reached the teleportation point before being sent to 9 Blade Knight's space. The virtual universe was after all still virtual, hence it was easy to create a large space, just like the genius competitions they would normally be held. In a created space, even the huge Axe Dojo's broadcast, they were within a large island that was fixed there just for that. Normal undyings didn't have the right to create their own space. Knights however did. 9 Blade Knight's space. Wow. Luo Feng stood at the foot of the mountain, looking up at the 9 majestic mountains that pierced through the clouds. He was shocked. 9 blade-like mountains, all of them reached hundreds of thousands of km high. Even with his vision, Luo Feng could barely make out the silhouette of the mountains. The middle tallest mountain was the hardest to see. "The knight is in the 9 Blade Shrine." Jade Emperor led Luo Feng straight around to the center. Most mountains canyons. Within these canyons was a range of palaces, and all of them were extremely exquisite and beautiful, of which 9 Blade Shrine was the most majestic. So, Jade Emperor and Luo Feng landed before the entrance of 9 Blade Shrine. 2 undying standing guard there, didn't even stop them. "Follow me." And Jade Emperor led the way, and Luo Feng obediently followed. The entire shrine was engulfed in pressure. Jade Emperor walked towards the steps of the shrine and bowed respectfully. "Knight." Knight Luo Feng bowed respectfully too. In terms of status, Luo Feng was akin to an official level undying, hence, he didn't need to kneel when he saw a knight. Normal sector lords or absolute beginning region members and so on, however, had to kneel as a sign of respect when they saw a knight. "Jade, you may leave." A clear voice resounded. Yes. Jade Emperor vanished. Rumble. The large door of the shrine closed, leaving only 2 people within. Luo Feng and 9 Blade Knight. Luo Feng was shocked as he felt the door closing. He looked up and saw the green-robed purple-scaled man in the throne above. The aura that he emanated made people submit. Luo Feng, 9 Blade Knight, gazed down below and spoke. Here Luo Feng listened intently. "Let me ask you." He gazed carefully at Luo Feng and said, "Is there anything you need to report about what happened on Earth?" Luo Feng shook his head. "I'm completely puzzled. From what I know, it wasn't just Undying Knight and Shihua Knight from the huge Axe Dojo. There were many other knights that sent their people to Earth. Only thing was that Earth was too far, hence they all didn't make it in time. With so many knights noticing Earth and you as the leader, you should know the reason, right?" 9 Blade Knight observed Luo Feng. "Sir Knight, both Undying Knight and Shihua Knight came to buy Earth from me. However, they didn't tell me the secret." Luo Feng said respectfully, "If I Knew the secret of Earth, I would have reported it long ago and not allow myself to fall into such a dangerous situation. Nine-Blade Knight carefully observed Luo Feng's gaze and expression as he spoke. Finally, he determined. Luo Feng did indeed not know any secret. Nine-Blade Knight immediately exclaimed, thinking that the huge axe dojo has well guarded all their secrets, to not even tell Luo Feng when they went to buy it. Seemed right too if the virtual universe company knew of Earth's secret, and if it was very important, they would definitely hide it from the huge axe dojo. Remember, Nine-Blade Knight's voice got serious. Luo Feng bowed. Other than the island you provided for Undying Night, from now on, without the virtual universe company's orders, without my order, you are forbidden from doing any deals regarding Earth. Nine-Blade Knight emphasized especially. With the Knights of the Huge Axe Dojo, no matter how much benefits they give you are forbidden from selling Earth. You just tell them this is the order the company has give you, and you cannot go against it. Yes, Luo Feng replied respectfully. Go on. Nine-Blade Knight waved his hand. Luo Feng vanished from the shrine. He had left the virtual universe. Nine-Blade Knight frowned, muttering, secret. They actually kept the secret then. They can give up on acquiring Earth. After meeting Nine-Blade, especially hearing his final order, Luo Feng very easily understood the reason. Obviously the upper echelon of the Huge Axe Dojo knew of Earth's secrets, and the virtual universe company didn't, hence the two of them were in a deadlock. Without them telling the company about the secret, they couldn't even think about getting it. Luo Feng, Hong's message. Not long after chatting with Nine-Blade Knight, Luo Feng received a mail from Hong scheduling a meeting in 9-Star Bay. Virtual Universe, Black Dragon Mountain Island, 9-Star Bay. In the quiet yard, Luo Feng, Hong, and the white-robed Thunder God gathered. The Earth shore is in a mess, Thunder God exclaimed the moment I'm not here. Things get so messed up. It'll still be messy with you here, Hong smiled. This matter is very complex, it involves the Knights, and so on. You know about it too, big brother. Luo Feng looked shocked at Hong. Hong smiled and nodded. When the billions of people were kept in the world, some friends contacted me via the virtual universe network and told me about it. I was greatly shocked, and after investigating a little, I knew of Shihua Knight and how he sent his undyings to Earth. Thunder God didn't even get how special these words were. Luo Feng, however, was shocked. You can check on such things. Luo Feng stared in disbelief. The Huge Axe Dojo was an elite organization like the Virtual Universe Company. The internal matters were governed extremely strictly, the positions and authority were separated very clearly. Different levels had different amounts of authority. To be able to check up on how Shihua Knight sent some undyings to Earth, this was unbelievable. It's fine now, right? Hong smiled. It's fine, everybody's been returned back to Earth. Luo Feng still looked curiously at Hong. I won't ask about this, but I'll ask about you and Shihua Knight. They didn't trouble you too much, right? Hong asked. No. Luo Feng shook his head. I guessed so, Hong exclaimed, having Void Gold Master as support sure is a good thing. He barely said a few words to Shihua Knight, and he actually listened obediently. Void Gold Master. Luo Feng stared. Who is that? The white-robed Thunder God looked shocked at Hong. Shihua Knight, that was a being that opened a universe country to obediently listen to the words of Void Gold Master. Just what terrifying being was this guy? Void Gold Master, third brother, you should know of him. Hong laughed. We've Both been to Primal Chaos City, you should know there are 52 Primal Chaos tablets. Luo Feng nodded. There's one particular one, called the Sky Ruins tablet, and the creator of this tablet is the Great Void Gold Master. Han laughed. That's a true absolute being, even the universe country leaders have to kneel before him. Luo Feng was shocked. Sky Ruins tablet was considered very powerful amongst the 52 according to the Heavenly Bridges levels. This tablet had 26 levels, just one short of the 9. Universe tablet. Luo Feng studied in the overall rankings, it was within the top 10. The Huge Axe tablet was first, the Universe tablet was second. 52 tablets, every one of the creators of these tables were true pillars of humanity. Void Gold Master, this Luo Feng looked shocked at Hong. Big brother. How do you know him? Luck. Hong laughed. Luo Feng was stunned. His encounters were already not bad, having received guidance from Tianshi Palace's leaders back then, and even speaking to Undying Night. However, he didn't expect his big brother Hong to have connections with Void Gold Master. That was a being that created a Primal Chaos tablet in Luo Feng's imagination. The 52 creators of the tablets were the strongest 52 in the history of humanity. Even if his guess was wrong, it wouldn't be too far off. And the Sky Ruins tablet was among the top 10. How powerful was that? Humanity was a pinnacle race, and one of the top 10 amongst the entire pinnacle race. Such a being, it made others shudder within. What luck? Luo Feng asked. Big brother, Thunder God, stared too. I heard you talk about 52 tablets. Before, those who are able to create those tablets are all absolute beings of countless eras, and you actually know such a being. In truth, Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God were all ants in the universe. It was unbelievable that such ants knew such pinnacle beings. Let me explain that luck to you. Hong smiled and explained. Back then, when I took part in the Special Elites training camp, I was finally recruited into the Huge Axe Dojo's core, also proceeding to Primal Chaos City to train. Didn't I tell you before that I came out from the city? Luo Feng and Thunder God nodded. After leaving the city, I was placed to receive some nurturing from the Huge Axe Dojo. Hong sighed. And just yesterday, I felt the urge to go attempt the Fantasy Island. After that attempt, everything happened. Luo Feng and Thunder God held their breaths. Fantasy Island. With their big brother's mental strength, how far could he go? However, the consciousness pressure of Fantasy Island was more terrifying as it got further. Even their big brother shouldn't be able to get too far. I went through each island after island. Hong exclaimed. It was very powerful. It got harder and harder as I got further. The consciousness pressure was terrifying even for me. I was forced to my limits, finally making it to the 21st island with much difficulty, but it's a pity that I failed. There. Luo Feng was stunned. Big brother, you actually failed? Thunder God was curious. Second brother, what do you know? Luo Feng cursed, looking at disbelief at Hong. You made it to the 21st level, just one more step and you'd have finished it. Hong nodded. How's that possible? It's impossible. Luo Feng shook his head. The consciousness pressure gets more terrifying at the 10th level. It's already an undying's consciousness pressure, and the 21st is that of a night. Big brother, you are only at universe level. How'd you withstand the 20th island pressure? Hong laughed. Third brother, let me ask you. Hong asked. Back then, when you were at universe level, how far did you make it? I made it to the 10th island and failed, Luo Feng said. A sector lord pinnacle may not even pass the 9th island, and yet you passed it at universe level. Wai Hong asked. If we disregard the illusions behind it, how'd you withstand the consciousness pressure? Luo Feng replied, my willpower was the general, consciousness is the soldiers with willpower leading. My heart was like a blade, naturally my consciousness and willpower condensed into stone and forcefully withstood the pressure. Haha. Hong laughed. Against a tsunami of consciousness pressure, you know how to condense your willpower and consciousness into a stone. This is considered the first level in the 3 levels of mental states. However, the reason why you failed is because you had reached the limit of it, too firm and unyielding. If your mental state training is at your second brother's level, who is able to adapt, then it would be different with that level of mental state. Against the tide of pressure, you'd be soft and gentle, hard when necessary, yet soft when it needs to be. Adapting to each situation, you'd naturally be able to pass the pressure. Of course, reaching this second level, man and nature as one, the perfect harmony, it would only take you to maybe the 14th and 15th islands. The pressure gets more terrifying after that. Even the 3rd level, limitless heart, encompassing all, the pressure was within my limits. Without a limit within, I naturally wouldn't crumble from the pressure. Hong shook his head and smiled. However, it's a pity that I had just broken through to the 3rd level, without it being fully perfect yet. Hence I failed at the 21st island. Luo Feng blinked hard. Damn. His big brother was absurd. When I failed at the 21st island, the upper echelons of the Huge Axe Dojo immediately knew of it. This included Void Gold Master and the founder of the Huge Axe Dojo. Hong exclaimed. The great founder gave the order to lock down this news, hence even the knights didn't know of this. Luo Feng nodded. Passing the 20 islands at universe level, this was indeed a terrifying thing. It had attracted the attention of the great beings. The founder immediately accepted me as a disciple. Hong smiled. However, the great founder is still one of the greatest beings of humanity. He wouldn't have the time to guide me, hence he arranged for Void Gold Master to teach me first, and when I become an emperor level undying, only then would I have the right to go listen to his teachings. Only then would I be considered a true disciple of his. Right now, I'm not considered his disciple at all. Luo Feng was completely stunned. Miraculous encounter. Miraculous encounter. Back then, during the genius competitions, even Bolin didn't have the right to learn from the knights. Only Rong Jun managed to get a knight teacher, and he himself was under true Yan Emperor. It could be seen that the knights were proud and were lazy to accept geniuses as disciples. He didn't expect his big brother Hong to actually exceed everything. He became a disciple of humanity's strongest Huge Axe Dojo founder. Even though it was just in name, it was already impressive. At least now, with Hong receiving guidance from Void Gold Master, and later on, after he became an emperor level undying, he could move on to be taught by the founder himself. Big brother, Huge Axe Dojo founder. His tablet ranks top amongst the 52 tablets. Luo Feng looked at him. It was simply because of my attempt at the fantasy island. Hong shook his head and smiled. Even though the mental state training does nothing to your training, it's after all void and intangible. During a true battle, one relies on his spirit energy and genetic energy, etc., the true tangible strength. Even if my mental state is powerful, a sector lord can still kill me in just one move. It acts as a support, only true strength is absolute, Hong exclaimed. Luo Feng smiled. Thunder God laughed. Stop acting, Thunder God laughed. Seriously, Luo Feng laughed too. If Silver Snow officials Jisher's family gets news of you becoming the founder's disciple, receiving guidance from Void Gold Master, they'd go mad from regret. Hong laughed indifferently. Hong had exceeded everything, his backing now was shocking. Void Gold Master had told me before. Hong shook his head, comprehending the laws has great requirements on blending with them. Some may comprehend hundreds to thousands of times faster than others, as their comprehension is deeper and clearer. It's a pity my comprehension is only considered not bad, however it's still hundreds to thousands of times lousier than absolute geniuses like you. Third brother. And with good mental state training supporting, I can at most raise it 2 to 3 times, however it still pales in comparison to geniuses. Hong laughed. Void Gold Master even said that my training time will be very long. Luo Feng and Thunder God listened intently. My mental state training is high, and almost all of the illusions have no effect on me, hence he designed a path for me to go towards, as an illusionist. Fighter. Hong laughed. Attacking physically along with illusions, this is the best route for me. Illusionist fighter. Luo Feng and Thunder God were both stunned. Big brother, Thunder God was shocked. With your mental state at that level, if you use illusions, who'd be able to withstand it? Hong laughed. Even though my position is high now, in order to protect me, everything has been confidential. I'm still an outermost member. Even the knights don't know about this. Luo Feng nodded, feeling happy for his big brother. His two brothers' talents were far from his own. They were most proficient in mental states, and his big brother used it to jump far ahead. However, a teacher is still but a teacher. For the disciple to get strong, he'd have to train one step at a time. Second brother. Hong looked at Thunder God. Thunder God was stunned. I also recommended you to Void Gold Master, saying you've reached a high level in mental state training. Hong laughed. He's already arranged for one of his disciples to accept you. He will be contacting you soon. Thunder God stared wide-eyed. Luo Feng couldn't help but feel happy as he looked at his brothers. Back then on Earth, the three of them had very close levels in strength. However, after reaching universe level, his own improvements have been absurd. He was even capable of killing an undying now. However, his two brothers fell behind by a lot, and yet they all had their own encounters now. Come on, my two brothers. It's not just you, there are the other geniuses of humanity, and even the absolute geniuses of the other countless races. Some have strong teachers, and others with their own miraculous encounters, others talents simply heavenly. Luo Feng too will definitely exceed the countless humans and stand at the top. Definitely. Luo Feng was burning with fighting spirit. There was only meaning with competition after being attacked by the Bug clan. His perspectives had grown, and so have his ambitions. Could he? Sure, one night. Geniuses with absolute beings teaching them. I want to be stronger than all of them, Luo Feng muttered. The three brothers chatted within the yard. Big brother, Luo Feng asked, why did the knights of the huge axe dojo send all their undyings to buy Earth? Just what is that about? What is Earth's secret? What about Earth has made all of the knights act so madly? You should know it, right? Hong nodded. This I do know. When I passed 20 of the fantasy islands consecutively, it was a miraculous thing. A universe level passing 20 islands was an unbelievable event. It made The founder and Void Gold Master take notice, and they quickly learnt that you and third brother are both from Earth. Hong looked at Luo Feng. Third brother. You've been regarded as a genius of 10,000 eras, and my passing of the 20 islands, that was even rarer. Two geniuses from the same life planet, same generation. This was unbelievable to them, Hong said. Luo Feng nodded. During the genius competitions back then, 1,000 of them were picked from 1,008 universe countries on average. It was about one per country. The chances were already low enough, and with Luo Feng's absurd improvement speed, he became a rare genius of 10,000 eras. That was one genius from 1,008 universe countries, over 10,000 eras, and that genius was from Earth. How low were the chances? And Hong, such an unbelievable human, was even rarer, and he too was from Earth, and he was in the same generation as Luo Feng. Hence, the founder of the huge axe dojo thought there may be something special about Earth, otherwise what are the chances? He immediately headed to Earth to check it out, and with that he discovered Earth's secret, Hong said. Luo Feng and Thunder God held their breaths. The Absolute Being, founder of the huge axe dojo, actually came to check out Earth. What secret? Thunder couldn't help but ask. What did he find? Luo Feng was anxious too. The true secret. It's terrifying, Hong emphasized. Thunder God quickly said, can we say this secret in the virtual universe? Whatever we say here may be discovered by the virtual universe system. Relax. Hong laughed. Back then when I met the founder of the huge axe dojo, we had a chat about it, and also when I met and chatted with Void Gold Master, I asked him about the safety of this issue. He replied that it's absolutely safe, even if the upper echelon of the virtual universe company wanted to find out some information. Different levels of management had different levels of authority. Hence, nothing will be revealed unless you are a traitor of humanity or danger to the company, otherwise there's no need to worry. Luo Feng nodded. The virtual universe company was terrifying, whether one was in an internal world, God country, actual universe, dark universe, or primal universe. One could enter the virtual universe at any time and communicate with others. This ability was heavenly. Don't bother about the system. What is Earth's secret? Big Brother, stop keeping us in suspense, Luo Feng asked. Hong put down his teacup and emphasized, when the founder came to check out Earth, he discovered that Earth had long been remodeled. Remodeled? Thunder God was curious. What remodeling? Luo Feng asked. The founder told me that 1 trillion years ago, Earth was remodeled by an absolute being. Normal life planets usually only had resources for people to survive. Earth, however, is very special as long as one was born here. Especially affected by Earth's formless influence during pregnancy period. Their souls will have special evolutions. Luo Feng and Thunder God stared wide-eyed. Evolution. One of the evolution effects of the humans of Earth is in the mental state. Sight. It's easier for them to comprehend and raise their mental states, Hong emphasized. Hence, in the history of Earth, within just China alone, there are many sacred beings with extremely high levels of mental states. What? The two stared in disbelief. I didn't believe it too. Hong shook his head and exclaimed, however, the great founder found marks of the remodeling and deduced the identity of that being. Who was it? Luo Feng asked. The founder didn't say, however. When he chatted with Void Gold Master, I heard the gist of it. Hong shook his head. That great being had unbelievable power, and even Void Gold Master said he was weaker than him. Only the founder of the huge axe dojo could stand on par with him. Luo Feng felt it was unbelievable. The founder of the huge axe dojo, he was a true absolute being of humanity. And that great being could actually stand on par with him. The founder had exclaimed before that that great being was impressive. He had once created an entire race, creating body evolution and strength, resulting in an evolved powerful race. The only weakness was in terms of mental states. They were weaker. I think they were called the Flame God race, Hong said. Flame God race, Thunder God, was suspicious. Luo Feng, however, was completely stunned. The secret Hong had revealed was simply too heavenly. That great being which actually created the entire race was the Flame God race. He himself had acquired the black metal board on Earth, and within it were the words of the Flame God race. It was a manual used to evolve one's body. Now that he had heard it, he sort of gasped. According to the founder and Void Gold Masters exchange, Hong exclaimed. That great being had once taken a group of humans to evolve them, finally creating an entire new race, called the Flame God race. Flame God race, it centered about body evolution, but its weakness was in mental states. Maybe because of that, the great being remodeled Earth. It was like a basket. To him, he would catch a group of humans and place them on Earth, wanting to let the many generations of humans evolve and produce beings that were extremely adept at mental states. Hong said in an ancient time long ago, Earth wasn't even a human territory, hence the great being could naturally nurture his humans that way. However, later on, the territory Earth was in was taken over by humans, hence that being had to leave. Luo Feng and Thunder God stared wide-eyed. Luo Feng, however, believed it. A great being of a race. Like the being that left behind the demon note inheritance, he too had to leave when humanity took over the region. Demon Mountain was separated into Ice Mountain and Demon Note Mountain, of which the Demon Note inheritance was in Demon Note Mountain. Luo Feng naturally suspected there was another inheritance left in the Ice Mountain. One had to know that the universe was vast and mysterious, producing trillions of races. Humanity was but one of them. Naturally, there would be some other great beings from other races. There would be the strong and also the weak. The strong were comparable to humanity's strongest. They are too powerful. They were able to create an entire race, Flame God race, so it was created by that great being. Luo Feng was extremely shocked. Earth was used as a nurturing ground to nurture other races. Only later on it was taken over by humanity, hence, that being had to leave. Unbelievable, Thunder God stared and said. There are many unbelievable things. Hong smiled. Even though humans are a pinnacle race, there are many others in the vast universe who are even stronger and more powerful, along with countless other middle and weak races. Maybe if they are alone, they are weaker than humans. However, with the trillions of races added together, who knows how many absolute beings there are? Luo Feng nodded. There were many superpowers around, like the Beast God in Blood River World, like the founder of Demon Mountain, the creator of the Flame God race, and other pinnacle beings, such as the creator of the 52 Primal Chaos tablets in Primal Chaos City. Those beings couldn't be too far off. Luo Feng and Thunder God were obviously still reeling from the shock. This great being had used countless amounts of energy to remodel Earth. How much do you think Earth is worth? Limitless, Thunder God said. At least more than a universe country. Luo Feng nodded too. As a member of one of the pinnacle beings of the universe, the remodeled Earth naturally was a true treasure. With Earth as the center of remodeling, the surrounding 1,000 light-years and countless planets have been remodeled slightly too. The entire remodeling had Earth as its core, Hong said, hence, Earth has to remain in this specific solar system. It cannot be moved away. The moment it's moved, it will lose its special attributes. The remodeled Earth is very special. Even if it's damaged, and left with remains, as time flows, it will naturally reform itself. Hong laughed. The founder of the Huge Axe Dojo also discovered over the long passages of time, that after the Great Being left, Earth has been almost destroyed 12 times yet, time and again it reformed itself. Ah! Luo Feng and Thunder God could only listen. Even though mental state was important, it was as intangible as anything else. To become strong, there were a few requirements such as talent, willpower, and resources. Resource referred to training techniques, teachers, and other treasures to get strong. If one didn't have training techniques, just like Earth during the Great Nirvana period, even the sacred people of the time wouldn't be able to last. The past Earth lacked just that. Talent. One without talent may become strong, but it was hard for them to become an absolute warrior. Others train for a day while that person may take 10 years. How could they compare? Willpower. Even with talent and resources, if one didn't have willpower, unable to take the solitude, they wouldn't make it far. Becoming an absolute power required extreme willpower. The three of them were all important. People with strong mental states naturally had strong willpower and sufficient patience. Strong mental state, it could also be used to defend against illusions, etc. Hence to the entire humanity, placing a few strong bloodlines on Earth to be influenced by it. When their children were born, they only needed to train and teach it well, for their mental states to easily rise the moment that happened, including the bloodline and talent, with large amount of resources. The number of absolute warriors would greatly rise. Mental state is but an assistant to becoming an absolute warrior, Hong said. My appearance has shocked the upper echelon of the Huge Axe Dojo, but Earth's appearance was what truly gave them a surprise. After all, when one reaches the level of Void Gold Master, or the founder of the Huge Axe Dojo, they all had absurd levels of power. They could all create their own race while others may not be able to do so. Naturally they realized the importance of Earth. Luo Feng sighed. Everything was clear now. Earth's background, it involved a great being. I'm the leader of Earth. With such a treasure, I will face a lot of trouble. Next time, Luo Feng thought, who cares, I'll let the virtual universe company deal with the Huge Axe Dojo. After knowing Earth's secret, Luo Feng was clear that Earth was a nurturing basket for which a great being had spent countless amounts of energy in remodeling. Its worth was immeasurable and wasn't something he could control alone. It was like a treasure wanted by two gods. However, a child had gotten it. Instead, it wasn't a windfall, but instead a disaster. The gods wouldn't care about the child's death. To the Huge Axe Dojo and Virtual Universe Company, Luo Feng wasn't even an ant. Just wait, Luo Feng thought so. However, the Virtual Universe Company and the Huge Axe Dojo's upper echelon were moving very swiftly. Just 3 hours after Luo Feng's conversation with his brothers. Virtual Universe, Yuxiang Mountain Primal Region. Luo Feng's villa welcomed 2 guests. Luo Feng. A clear voice resounded within his villa, and within everyone's ears. Luo Feng quickly flew out and landed in the yard. Luo Feng looked up and got a shock. 9-Blade Knight. Two silhouettes were chatting, and walking over one of them was the green armored man with purple scales on his head. Nine-Blade Knight beside him was a lady in ancient red armor. She wore a veil on her face, revealing only her jade-green eyes. They walked in mid-air and instantly landed in the villa. This lady is walking beside Nine-Blade Knight. She must be a knight to Luo Feng thought. Greetings, knight. Luo Feng bowed respectfully. Nine-Blade Knight and the jade-eyed lady glanced at Luo Feng. The lady smiled and said, "This must be Luo Feng. His luck is really good to actually own a territory with such a special place like Earth." Haha, Nine-Blade laughed too, his gaze landing on Luo Feng. "Luo Feng, let's talk in the living room." "Yes, knight." Luo Feng respectfully led the two knights into the living room. The doors closed behind them. Even though his living room was far from a god shrine, it was still very spacious. Nine-Blade Knight and the lady sat casually about, while Luo Feng stood beside them. "No need to be nervous," the lady's voice was like a 100 bird calls it made one feel comfortable. "I represent the Virtual Universe Company, and I'm here to discuss matters about Earth." "It's here," Luo Feng thought. He didn't dare speak as he thought, as he was very clear about the fact that he was just a piece of meat and the Virtual Universe Company was the knife. The Ganwu Universe Country is within the control of our Virtual Universe Company. The entire Universe Country belongs to the company technically. As long as the company orders it, we can take away your rights to Earth, the lady said indifferently. Luo Feng listened obediently. However, the company has decided to act according to the rules. She flipped her hand and a file appeared. "Take a look. These are the deals the company has arranged for you regarding Earth. There are 2 transactions. It's up to you to choose." "Yes," Luo Feng received it respectfully. He exclaimed within. For the Virtual Universe Company to come up with these transactions, it represented them giving him 2 choices. However, about the underlying message, he was clear about what they meant. He only had 2 choices, nothing else. This was tyranny. However, everybody would understand that this was natural. It was something done by one of the 2 great leviathans of humanity. Naturally, this was how it was going to be, and they even gave Luo Feng 2 choices. This was already kindness on their part. "There are 2 files, but the first has more benefits for you. Pick whichever you want," the lady said. Luo Feng looked at the files. The contents weren't complex at all. It was mainly explaining the 2 deals. The first was Luo Feng selling Earth to the Virtual Universe Company. Everything in regards to Earth from then on would be handled by the company, of course. With regards to the promise Luo Feng had given about giving Undying Night an island, the company would handle that. By selling Earth, Luo Feng would get 200 billion mixed elements. Even though the number was huge, any knight would be able to easily fork it out. Compared to the worth of Earth, 200 billion was extremely little. However, for the company to be willing to give Luo Feng this much, it was already not bad. For the sake of his safety, however, they wouldn't give it all at once to him, as the huge wealth would make many Undyings go mad. For there would be those willing to take risks to deal with Luo Feng and steal his wealth. Hence, the file stated the following. At Domain Lord level, Luo Feng would get 20 million mixed elements. At Sector Lord level, Luo Feng would get 200 million mixed elements. At Undying level, Luo Feng would get the remaining 199.78 billion mixed elements. The first deal concluded that way. This was all in consideration for Luo Feng. 200 million mixed elements may not be much for a primal region sector. Lord member, but it was still okay. The second deal considered the fact that Luo Feng maintained his position of Earth being his home even against the huge axe dojo, unwilling to sell it. Hence it came up with a plan. The details were, the humans of Earth could remain there. However, the entire Earth's surface area was close to 500 million km. Its sea surface area was 600 million km. Its sea surface area was much bigger. With the humans living on land, all of the air above the sea would belong to the Virtual Universe Company, and the company would build a floating city, etc. over it. Also it promised that there would be nothing over the land areas. It was obvious the company was giving way to Luo Feng in this, allowing the humans of Earth to remain on Earth, and only building floating cities over the sea areas with the promise that it wouldn't disrupt the lives of the humans of Earth, also giving large amount of resources to nurture the people of Earth. This deal had much lower benefits. Luo Feng could at most receive 50 billion mixed elements. This was only 1/4 of the first option. These were how he would be paid. At Domain Lord level, he would get 5 million mixed elements. At Sector Lord level, he would get 50 million mixed elements. At Undying level, he would get the remaining 49.95 billion mixed elements. There was silence in the living room. Nine-Blade Knight and the lady waited patiently. Luo Feng looked at the files and finally looked up. "Have you finished?" the lady asked Luo Feng. Luo Feng nodded. The two deals may seem like he was being bullied, with the first giving 200 billion mixed elements, and the second only giving 50 billion. Also, the payments were divided into 3 payouts. Luo Feng, however, was very clear his right of Earth was something the Virtual Universe Company could easily take from him without leaving him a single cent. Even the deal Yanzhou Emperor had tried to deal with him before had the highest price of only 1 billion mixed elements. It was obvious that in the upper echelon's eyes, Luo Feng was a lucky punk. To actually give him these benefits was already an act of kindness from them. Their little action alone naturally was a huge amount. 2 deals. Especially the second one, Luo Feng was very satisfied with. At least the humans of Earth needn't change their lifestyles. The Virtual Universe Company would at most build their floating cities above the sea regions, and promised not to disrupt the Earth humans' lives without any other circumstance. This was already a good deal. "Which will you pick?" the lady looked at Luo Feng. "You have to pick one." "The second," Luo Feng said. "The second." Both knights revealed a look of shock as they exchanged glances. She laughed, her voice resounding in his ears. "You must think carefully. The first is a reward of 200 billion, but the second only gives 50 billion. The difference is 150 billion mixed elements. Even a knight would feel the pinch from such an amount. Can you give it up? If your comrades leave Earth, can't they still lead their lives? Do you want to change your choice?" The lady looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng shook his head and said softly, "It's my home, I have no other choice. I cannot let my countless comrades leave their homes." The lady and Nine-Blade Knight both had a sense of appreciation within their eyes. There were many powerful warriors in the universe. Over the long, dangerous journeys, they would risk everything for treasures. 150 billion was such a treasure, and was able to buy many items and important treasures, and it was enough to make countless Undyings go crazy for it. For home, he was willing to give it up. Many warriors would respect Luo Feng's choice. Respect was respect, however, there would still be many that would simply pick the first choice. After all, only few recognized the importance of home that much. This is the contract. With the acknowledgement of the virtual universe system, signing this contract means it's settled. The lady flipped her hand and another folder appeared. It was the contract. The lady first signed and passed it along to Luo Feng. Luo Feng signed his name as well. Within the living room, Luo Feng sat alone. Nine-Blade Knight and the Jade-Eyed Lady had already left. Luo Feng Babata shouted happily, "The Universe Galaxy Bank has sent a mail. Your total has increased by 5 million mixed elements. The first amount from the agreement has already been deposited." That was fast. Luo Feng sat in his sofa leaning back. He lifted a cup of amber-colored wine. White Babata asked, curiously, on Luo Feng's shoulder. He felt that Luo Feng was somewhat fatigued. "Nothing," Luo Feng said softly. "I feel weak." "Weak?" Babata blinked. "Against the huge Axe Dojo and Virtual Universe Company, even against Shihua Knight, Nine-Blade Knight and Yen Zhu Emperor, I have no way to withstand them at all," Luo Feng said softly, after which he downed the amber-colored wine. "Being weak is not wrong, accepting and letting yourself stay weak is the problem," Babata shouted. "Even the great founder of the huge Axe Dojo, or the founder of the Virtual Universe Company, those pinnacle beings, which one of them didn't start from a weak little thing, only slowly growing until they could stand at the pinnacle of trillions of races?" Luo Feng's eyes gleamed with anticipation. That burning passion was enough to melt a glacier. Only through growth and my own strength would I be able to truly get strong. Babata, you are right. I need to keep on moving one step at a time until I become an absolute being. After the contract was signed, things were naturally carried out according to the contract. The huge Axe Dojo wouldn't dare come find Luo Feng again. Also, the Virtual Universe Company's efficiency was extremely high, as it immediately sent large amounts of people via God Country teleportation to Earth, and began to build their floating city. They also started building a shrine in the outer regions of the solar system. Its size was almost comparable to the sun. In this shrine, absolute beings were stationed. After all, Earth was simply too important. The Virtual Universe Company did promise not to disrupt the lives of the people. Luo Feng saw everything happen himself. Luo Feng, who had been patiently staying on Earth, was also waiting for the results of the highest point mission. After all, he massacred at an extreme level during the first level's Flame God Organization mission. As for the completion rate, he didn't know the results yet. 5 days later, Luo Feng, male Babata's voice resounded in his mind. Luo Feng, who was in the yard sipping tea with his brother Luo Hua, sent a thread of consciousness into the Virtual Universe Network. Virtual Universe, Yuxiang Mountain Primal Region, Luo Feng's villa. Within his study. The moment he sat down, Babata, who was on his shoulder, said with a glee, "It's from the Virtual Universe Company, and the subject is related to the highest point mission." Luo Feng gently tapped the screen and opened the mail. The details were: "You've already completed the first level of the highest point mission. The members have judged that your final completion rate is 82, hence you will get 82,000 points. This also means that you have the right to move on to the second level evaluation." The mission was for you, Luo Feng, to judge the 18 executives of The Flame Wind organization, it didn't ask for you to judge their guards along with their corrupted guests and clients. You however massacred everybody, killing over 1 million of them. Obviously, you are bloodthirsty by nature. And you even used claws and close combat, not even feeling any disdain from killing over 1 million of them. Also, your gaze hardly even changed. You enjoy killing from within. You love the thrill from close combat. This is a bit dangerous. Humans are innately not a bloodthirsty race. Even though the population is extremely huge, there are very few with bloodthirst in their bones. Even the races in the universe that are bloodthirsty, they are extremely few. However, when you kill, you are cold and collected as to who to kill and who not to. You are distinct to kill over 1 million and not let the blood affect you, still clearly making distinct decisions on who to kill and who to spare. It's obvious you are not controlled by the bloodthirst. It hasn't affected your core. In summary, despite your bloodthirsty nature, we still gave you 82 completion. Luo Feng immediately laughed when he saw the mail. 82 completion, that was risky. He almost ended the highest point mission immediately. The evaluation did make sense. Right. The mission had told him to judge the 18 executives, yet he killed everybody within the organization, and even the corrupted clients and their underlings. According to the evaluation, they let me pass, because they could see I was calm and collected, and was not affected by the massacre. Luo Feng laughed. Even though it made sense, however, if they had let him do the mission again, the result would still be the same. Luo Feng would never change the way he did things just from some evaluation. That scums, they were the vermin of humanity. They were completely corrupt. If he didn't see it, it would be fine, but since he saw everything and knew the truth, he naturally had to kill them. I'll just do things my way, who cares how many points I get? Luo Feng thought. I don't wish to change the way I do things, because of their words. A new mail appeared on the screen. Babata shouted out, "It's the second level." Luo Feng smiled and opened the mail. The subject read, "Highest point mission. Second level. Details." This mission is the second level of the highest point mission. Mission background: in the Guluan Universe country region, there's a powerful Emperor level Undying Blood Demon Emperor. He is a lone wolf and antisocial in nature. He's also not a member of the 5 Leviathans within the universe country. He controls the Du Tua star field, that is his sole territory, and it's completely under his control as he is an important member of the Hong Alliance. He has absolute control over this area, and the Guluan Universe country itself has no power over it. Luo Feng was interested in the word's background. Hong Alliance. Hong Alliance. Luo Feng frowned and muttered, "And it says that Blood Demon Emperor is a lone wolf, antisocial in nature, yet he is an important member of the Hong Alliance." It's simple. It shows that the alliance is a lax one, and that it doesn't have many requirements from its members. Only a lax alliance would let lone wolf members join. Babata exclaimed on his shoulder. However, the requirements to join this alliance must be a harsh one. After following your teacher for so many years, we've never even heard of it. This shows that he didn't have the rights to even join them. Luo Feng nodded. He recalled back then in Demon Note Mountain, in the Demon Note Inheritance Palace, there were 2 Undyings that spoke when they reached the core. Luo Feng clearly remembered their conversation. "Ah, how come there are only 8 palaces without people, the rest are all filled?" That's weird. The report from Hong Alliance stated that there were 9. Empty who cares, we are just 2 people whether it's 8 or 9, we have our spaces. The simple conversation between the 2 Undyings back then was enough to perk Luo Feng's curiosity. The demon note inheritance was obviously very valuable after chatting with his teacher, Tru Yan. It also showed him that he had taken the slot of Drizzle. Mist Emperor, a slot so valuable even to an Emperor-level Undying, yet it was decided by the Virtual Universe Company, or Hujack's dojo. It was from a Hong Alliance he had never heard of. Luo Feng had a feeling. The Hong Alliance's influence must be huge. It is indeed powerful. A lone wolf, just because he's an important member of the Alliance, he controls a starfield and can operate it independent of the universe country. It's his own country, Luo Feng exclaimed, even though there were countries like the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, etc., within the Ganwu universe country, along with other Undying lands. The Ganwu universe country still had control over them. He was shocked by this mysterious Hong Alliance. He quickly connected to the virtual network and started searching for it, gently tapping the screen. Search complete. It was completely blank. Damn, my authority is already really high, yet I cannot find anything about them. Just how high in power are they? Where are they from? Luo Feng thought. Immediately searching up on Blood Demon Emperor. One piece of information popped up. Luo Feng opened it to read. Blood Demon Emperor, name Du Tua, he is arrogant and has incredible strength and power. He was extremely powerful even amongst the Emperor-level Undyings. He's been stationed for a long time in Du Tua Starfield, and has 36 Undyings under him. He's a big independent power from the Guluan universe country. This information didn't mention the Hong Alliance, however it mentioned his Undying underlings, etc. Luo Feng sat at his desk and pondered about the information regarding Blood Demon Emperor and the Hong Alliance. Even though it was little, he could only deduce that this arrogant Blood Demon Emperor, being a part of the Hong Alliance, only showed that the Alliance was extremely powerful. Even the slots for the Demon Note inheritance were decided by them. Luo Feng shook his head and continued reading the mission details. Mission details within the Du Tua Starfield that Blood Demon Emperor controls. There's a very brutal test called the Blood Demon Trials. This has later been called the Blood Demon Hell by the people of the Du Tua Starfield. This trial would be organized over tens of thousands of galaxies in the star field. However, the period of time over which it stretched was very long. However, in a month, the Mangya Galaxy and the Whaley Galaxy will begin its trial simultaneously. The Mangya Galaxy will hold a high-level demon trial. The trial details state that capturing and placing 1 million star-level humans onto a mineral planet, making them fight it out and slaughter until only 10 are left, only then will the trial stop. The remaining 10 will be absorbed into Blood Demon Planet. The Whaley Galaxy will hold a low-level Blood Demon Trail. The trial details states that capturing 10 billion Star Traveler-level humans, fighting until only 100 are left. The final 100 will be absorbed into Blood Demon Planet. The death rate is too high. 10 billion being reduced to 100, 1 million star levels down to 10. This high death rate has made the people of the star field incredibly terrified of the trials. However, the entire star field is suppressed by the government, as they've gotten rid of any advanced technology. Many planets don't even have universe ships, or even basic technological tools. Due to a starfield is a huge cage. However, Blood Demon Emperor, outside of the trials, has been very kind towards his countless life planets, as he doesn't kill too much and has never breached the limit. We cannot punish him. Mission request. Both trials will be held simultaneously in Mania and Whaley Galaxy, as they are separated. Luo Feng, even with your undying guard's god country teleportation, you'll only be able to save one galaxy. Your mission is stop the Blood Demon Trail and save the members by keeping them in a world ring. As for which galaxy to save, it's your choice. Please remember that the moment the mission begins, your synchronized broadcast will be turned on. All details of the mission will be sent to the virtual universe. The billions of lives are in your hands. Luo Feng, you decide. If your final completion rate reaches 80, you can move on to the third level. If it's below 80, the highest point mission ends. The details weren't long. Luo Feng's expression, however, changed as he read. 2 Blood Demon trials were going on simultaneously, but he could only pick one to save. Which would it be? Luo Feng, the fist-sized Babata on his shoulder, muttered, the Mania and Whaley galaxies are extremely far apart even with the UNMO planet ship. It'd take at least 8 days to travel. Also, we still have to get over from the Ganwu Universe country from here to the Guluan Universe country. It's too far. You'd have to ask Dylan for help and teleport via his god country, otherwise we'd waste at least half a year. The Blood Demon trials start in a month. Luo Feng nodded. He was still pondering which galaxy to go to. Have you picked yet? Babata asked. The virtual universe company let you choose. One side is 1 million star levels and the other is 10 billion star travelers. From what I see, picking the star travelers shows you are kind. Naturally picking the side with more people. However, if you pick the 1 million star levels, it shows you have the thought process of the strong. There are many powerful warriors in the universe. They all think that the strong have more right to live. Luo Feng nodded. Under Blood Demon Emperor's government suppressing the star field, they must have gone through a lot to even reach star level. As for the star traveler level, any galaxy could easily produce over 10 billion star travelers. It was obvious that due to Blood Demon Emperor, even the general public had reached star travelers level already. Would it be the normal 10 billion people? Or the 1 million star levels that have gone through trials and torture? I pick Whaley Galaxy, Luo Feng emphasized. Luo Feng didn't dare waste time. Within the same day, he sat in the UNMO planet ship and left Earth, letting Dylan teleport them via his god country and going straight to the Guluan Universe country's Yufu star field, after which they flew straight towards Whaley Galaxy. That alone would take about 26 days. In the Dark Universe, the UNMO planet ship flew. In the control room, Luo Feng was chatting with Dylan. What a coincidence, Dylan. Your god country marker was left in the Yufu starfield, which is the closest one to do Tua starfield. It'll take 26 days to get there. Heading to Meng-Ya would take 25 days. Luo Feng looked at Dylan, smiling. Did the virtual universe company ask you before sending this mission? Dylan smiled and nodded. Damn, Luo Feng couldn't help but curse. It was true. The virtual universe company had indeed planned everything out perfectly. It had probably already ordered Dylan to leave markers around the Guluan universe country, but not use them yet. The virtual universe company has planned everything for their training. Dylan smiled. Don't be angry. I understand. Luo Feng nodded. Luo Feng didn't have any grievances against the Virtual Universe Company. As one of the two greatest powers of humanity, naturally when they do things, it was all with the thought of protection and strengthening humanity in mind. Ever since he had joined the Virtual Universe Company, Luo Feng had always been fairly satisfied with them, even with regards to the deal about Earth was considered fair. If a normal person on Earth discovered a treasure and its worth was over 1 million mixed elements, Luo Feng, with his position on Earth, would probably buy it also. Giving just 18 billion Earth dollars would suffice. From Luo Feng's perspective, that much money was enough for a normal person to live without any worries for the rest of their life. One theory. To the Virtual Universe Company, Earth was a nurturing basket that a great being had spent countless energy on remodeling, and its price was limitless. Even a great knight's wealth wouldn't be able to purchase a fraction of it. However, they couldn't simply give Luo Feng such an amount of wealth. Your Majesty, why'd you pick the 10 billion star travelers and not the 1 million star levels? Dylan asked curiously. Without any technology, and the blood demon government suppressing them, 99 of them wouldn't find it easy at all to break through to star level, and from what I've found, the overall evolution of due to a star field is pretty high. Any life planet would easily have tens to hundreds of thousands of star travelers. It's not hard for a galaxy to have 10 billion star travelers. These are all normal warriors. Everyone is an independent life form. Luo Feng said softly. My home had been through countless calamities before. I know the tragedy of death. Just like my relatives, they were all normal people back then too. Are they not worth anything? At least to me, my relatives are worth more than 1 million sector lords, and for those normal people, they all have that one life each. And it's worth more than 1 million star levels. 10 billion normal people should die so 1 million star levels can live. Luo Feng shook his head. There is no such thing. If it involved a race and its survival, such sacrifices may have to be made. For example, tens of millions of people in a race may die just to protect a powerful warrior, because he was the only hope for their race's survival. And since Luo Feng's choice this time didn't involve the survival of a race, he naturally picked the normal people. 26 days later. In the air above a yellow planet, the Yunamo planet ship floated. This is not a life planet, it's almost round and has a diameter of 18,023 km. Babata's sharp voice resounded. According to the Virtual Universe Company, this is where the Blood Demon Trail will be held. Look, there are already a lot of people stationed here. However, relax, they cannot detect us. Luo Feng gazed below. This mineral planet did have over 100 people stationed, half of them universe level. Let's wait for when the 10 billion star travelers are sent over, Luo Feng said softly. At that moment, the 10 billion star travelers from the hundreds of thousands of planets were being transported over in 10,000 universe ships. They were all traveling in the dark universe and heading over. Within one particular ship, all 3 levels were jammed full with cages. Every one of them had 10 star travelers within. With one glance, every level had countless star travelers within. Some even had hundreds of thousands. Mom. Liz. Faint crying and muttering resounded from the tens of thousands of cages. This was simply hell. Within one cage, a youth dressed in torn animal skin was hugging a girl tightly. Because of Blood Demon's government, the evolution of the Du-Tua starfield humans were. Hence, it was normal to see star travelers, and they would normally pick these youths to undergo the trials. Woo-wah, the youth hugged the girl, his eyes gleaming beneath his dirty face. It had hope of life, he gently said confidently, brother will definitely help you survive, definitely. The girl suddenly shook. She was a pretty-looking girl even though she was dirty and unwashed too, one could see she was pretty. However, in Du-Tua starfield strength was already the absolute. If strength wasn't enough, appearances didn't mean a thing. Big brother, she said, will we die? I heard only a 100 will survive the blood demon trials from 10 billion. Many of these 10 billion come from various sects. They have spirit weapons, genetic weapons, and others have techniques. As for us, we don't have any weapons and only know some basic techniques. How will we survive? The youth began to tear up the moment he heard this. He had a tragic fate since young. His parents had died young and he had to take his younger sister to wander and learn as much as they could, finally reaching star traveler level and was able to lead a safe, peaceful life. However, it hadn't even been 2 years of peace, and those without background were all captured and forced to participate. Every planet had to hit a quota of people to send. If the normal people weren't enough, the star travelers with backgrounds were captured too. The Blood Demon trials took place under the order of Blood Demon Emperor. Hence, no one dared go against it. We will survive, definitely, Big Brother swears it, the youth said softly. The girl replied softly, burying her head once again in his chest. Maybe. These final few days, lying in her brother's chest, before the nightmare began, was the most happiness she could enjoy. Definitely, the youth gripped his right fist hard, his nail pierced his palm, and his eyes were somewhat hysterical, as he shouted within, I must let my sister survive, definitely. 100 out of 10 billion. What was that? It was plainly a mass massacre. Even those with techniques, genetic armor, and weapons, these geniuses would be surrounded and killed if they weren't careful. After all, the density of 10 billion on a normal mineral planet was too much. The moment the battles and killing began, no one had a guarantee to survive. And to be able to live to the end, one had to have power, brains, guts, and also luck. As for the lower-level struggles, all the star travelers who were about to begin the trials were all afraid of it. Even if they had strength against countless people fighting, they too would feel despair. Ship 0229, stop at position 0293. Ship 3619, stop at position 0123. The yellow planet had long been remodeled, and at this time, this dead silent planet had a dark purple flat ship floating in the air. It was giving orders to the many ships delivering the star travelers, and these many ships opened their cabin doors as they landed. Large amounts of cages were opened and a blur of dirty, unwashed men and women, filled with fear on their faces, walked out. The blur of people walked within the planet. The temperature of the planet was very low, roughly below 80, and as it was a mineral planet, there was no way to breathe. However, star travelers no longer needed to breathe. So many people. The large amount of star travelers that were dropped off flew away the moment they landed. They could all see extremely far away. There was a blur of silhouettes. There were already over 5 billion now. When have they ever seen so many star travelers? At this time, a camouflaged blood-colored triangular ship was floating tens of thousands of km above the planet, observing all the star travelers on the planet. Within the ship's control room, 5,729 ships have already arrived. 5,729 billion star travelers have arrived. Babata's childlike voice resounded within the control room. Another ship has arrived. 5,735,733, 5,734. Luo Feng and Dylan just gazed on. All of the star travelers forced to participate in this blood demon trial all had looks of fear and unrest, hence, they were carefully glancing at each other. Only those close to each other truly trusted and helped each other. This sort of pressure and fear. Even Luo Feng could feel it, despite being high up in the sky. 10 billion of them, Luo Feng thought. Being controlled by Blood Demon Emperor, that's their bad luck. Dylan shook his head. Doesn't the virtual universe care about it? Luo Feng shook his head and frowned. Even though they are considered universe citizens, these are after all star travelers too. This is akin to a huge massacre, and this sort of thing was happening in every galaxy. There are over tens of thousands of galaxies in the Dutua starfield that he controls, and the blood trials happen over a long period of time. Considering the massacre of so many universe citizens, does the company not even say anything? Dylan looked at Luo Feng and shook his head. Unless it reaches a critical amount, the company and huge Axaojo cannot do anything. Critical amount, Luo Feng thought. He remembered the details of the mission, mentioning that if the number of people killed didn't hit the restricted amount, they couldn't be punished. This isn't even the limit yet. Just what is it then? Luo Feng couldn't help but ask. Luo Feng, the limit is calculated per planet, Dylan explained. If every year, every life planet has a limit of 200 star travelers that could be killed, and every galaxy has 200,000 life planets, then in 1 year, the number of star travelers that could be killed in a single galaxy would be 100 million, and the number for this blood demon trial that occurs every 100 years would be 10 billion. Of course, at different levels of power and position, the limit is different too. An emperor level, undying or knight, naturally has different standards. A knight can kill in the trillions without any repercussions. Of course, they too have a limit to uphold. Luo Feng understood. Privilege. Just like Void Gold Master, that level of being, he could probably kill off half of a universe country with countless deaths and still have no repercussions at all. At most, he would get a slight punishment from the upper echelons of humanity. They cannot ban killing from those managing the planet territories, Dylan said. Blood Demon Emperor controls the entire Dutua star field with billions of planets. Since its citizens were countless, his blood demon trials only took so many people, and this amount doesn't even get close to the limit. After all, other than the trials, he doesn't randomly massacre citizens on the planets. He knows the importance of steadiness too. The better the billions of planets advance, continuously producing warriors, the stronger and more solid his power grows. Humph. Luo Feng frowned. This method of picking elites, doesn't he fear that the elites would eventually hate him? So what if they do? They would be constantly nurtured, and when they become sector lords, only then would they have the right to have their souls invaded. To become blood demon soldiers, Dylan shook his head. Blood demon soldiers, Luo Feng was stunned. Blood Demon Emperor has created a technique, through which he's currently capable of controlling 999 undying slaves, Dylan said indifferently, and his Undying disciples and slaves, along with the sector lord disciples, they all train in this technique as well, hence, they too can control a few slaves. However, those that were all controlled were elites. Blood Demon Emperor controls undying slaves and nurtures his disciples. The undying slaves then control another new group, and those elites and exceptional worthy ones will train in the technique too. Dylan smiled coldly. As long as one is controlled, he becomes a blood demon soldier. Luo Feng's expression changed. And the blood demon trial was created precisely for picking the blood demon soldiers. Dylan smiled coldly. The never-ending supply of elite geniuses from the entire starfield, they would all end up in blood demon emperors. Hans, his governance is incredibly sturdy and matchless. He is definitely a terrifying being amongst the emperor-level undyings. As Luo Feng and Dylan were high in their ship, patiently awaiting the gathering, the dark purple flat ship that was giving orders opened its doors. A 100 m diameter disc-shaped ship entered. Lord Law Peter is here. Quick, go welcome Lord Law Peter, quickly. Within the dark purple ship, a group of well-dressed silhouettes were present, among them, the weakest, being Universe Level 3, swiftly ran to the entrance. Leading the way was a Domain Lord, and behind him were over 100 Universe-level upper management. Hua! The door of the disc-shaped ship opened. A snowy crystal-skinned man with snow white short hair and black armor walked out with a piercing gaze. The group of upper management all bowed respectfully, not daring to look up. 2 guards followed behind him. Both of them were Sector Lord Level 9. Greetings Lord Law Peter. Over 100 people bowed respectfully. The snow-skinned black-armored man nodded coldly. Have all the participants for the trial gathered? It's already reached 7 billion, they should all be gathered in about half a day, the leading domain lord said respectfully. This Law Peter nodded indifferently. He, Sector Lord Level 9, was a part of the Blood Demon Corps. He was trained in the Blood Demon techniques, and the 2 behind him were 2 Blood Demon soldiers that he controlled. I'm in charge of supervising the trials this time. His eyes gleamed coldly. As his gaze swept past the group of management, immediately, they all felt uneasy. The control of the entire trial must be done well. Make sure that the final 100 are those that have survived after killing and surviving the battle, and not those lucky ones that hide and survive. Understood? Yes. The management all complied. To the control room, Law Peter brought his 2 guards and walked towards the control room. The group followed behind. The many ships arrived one by one as the doors opened. Large amounts of star travelers trapped in cages walked out. A blur of humans swiftly filled every corner of the mineral planet. With their energy-sensing abilities and the ship's flying speeds, 10 billion star travelers gathered on this mineral planet. The density was simply too high. Woo-wah. The youth standing on some stones had a blade on his waist. He held on to the weak girl beside him, carefully gazing about. The blur of star travelers felt the formless pressure all over. In a moment, we will do as we had planned. You help me, and we'll work together to survive the first battle and later find a desolate place to hide. The girl looked about cautiously too, spreading her formless spirit energy around. Anxiousness. An occasional ship flew by above, sending another million star travelers. It made the pressure increase constantly. Mommy, there were some that collapsed mentally, crying like infants for their mothers. No one laughed at them. Almost 99 of them felt like they were about to collapse at any time. They had heard of the legends of the blood demon trials ever since they were young. After flying in cages for days, plus being cramped with so many others, the killing intent, the fear, the pressure, it was enough to make a person collapse. Within the dark purple flat ship, the snow-skinned snow-white hair, La Peter was looking over everything as he saw their fear, their collapsed states. His eyes filled with excitement and they twitched slightly. His entire being appeared to have entered a state of madness. Lord La Peter, 9,992 ships have already arrived, the final 8 will arrive soon. The blood demon trial will begin soon. Please announce the commencement of the trial, the leading domain lord said respectfully. Hurry. La Peter's eyes were filled with madness. I cannot wait any more. The final 8 ships arrived, and when the final 8 million arrived on the mineral planet, the ships left and a cold voice filled the air above the entire planet. Children. Only 100 of you from the 10 billion will survive through the great blood demon trial. You'll become the most loyal and exceptional soldiers, right? Now let the killing begin. Kill everyone around you, kill them all. His voice resounded. However, at that time, 2 silhouettes swiftly descended from the skies. Babada, open the synchronized broadcast to the virtual universe network. Yes. 2 silhouettes. One was a green-armored, black-haired youth, and on his forehead was a gold engraving. His entire being was almost like a terrifying gold blade piercing forward. Beside him was a black-robed, normal-looking bald man. From 10,000 km away, the 2 of them instantly reached the surface of the planet. Using the world ring, Keep Luo Feng triggered the world energy within the ring and swiftly spread it over the entire planet. Who? The 10 billion star travelers that were just about to begin killing vanished, and the mineral planet was left completely empty. They all appeared within the spacious grasslands of his world ring. Puchi. Go and die. Kill. The 10 billion that had entered a state of madness didn't notice their surroundings change as Luo Feng kept them. Part of them had already begun their battles. However, after being tossed into the grasslands, they were all stunned. Even the siblings stained in blood looked about in shock. The moment he collected all the star travelers into his ring, he ordered close synchronized broadcast. Yes, Babada complied. The second mission sure is simple. It's over, just like that. Luo Feng shook his head. At that time, those that dare disrupt the blood demon trials, you will die. An enraged howl filled the entire planet. Simultaneously a terrifying blade flash tore through the universe space, slashing over 10,000 kilometers and headed straight towards Luo Feng. This was an arc blade spirit energy weapon, with the control of a sector lord. Level 9's world energy, it slashed through the space over 10,000 kilometers, heading straight towards Luo Feng. Hula! 10 flexible vines instantly shot out from Luo Feng's shoulder, swiftly growing and becoming a 1,000 kilometers long vine. The 10 of them intertwined in space, wrapping around the spirit energy weapon. Ong, the spirit energy weapon, slashed hard at it, tore through the vines. However, the regeneration speed of the vines was too fast. It completely exceeded the spirit energy's destruction speed, wrapping it so that it couldn't break free. You dare stop my weapon? A furious roar could be heard. A white beam of light tore through space and flew over 8 more beams of lights. followed behind him, and all of them were Sector Lord level 9. Your Majesty, that white-haired punk is called Law Peter. When he left the ship, he only had 2 Sector Lord guards. Now however, there's suddenly 8 of them. I think these 8 are all blood demon soldiers he controls, and this guy is obviously one of Blood Demon Emperor's elites. Dylan smiled and communicated he was an undying proficient in spirit and soul techniques. Every action from the ship was completely visible to him. Law Peter and the 8 beams of light shot over 9 Sector Lord level 9s. Domain Lord level punk, you dare disrupt the Blood Demon trials, you must be seeking death, he roared, eyes burning with rage. Blood Demon Emperor was a force unmatched within the Guluan universe country other than the universe country leader himself. Who else could control him? Trillions of years of tyranny, they'd long gotten used to it. Right now there was someone actually disrupting the trials. Wasn't it suicide? Rumble. Dylan, who had been standing beside Luo Feng, smiled. He had been hiding his power all this while suddenly he let out his powerful energy, and a gleaming gold light instantly covered the 9 Sector Lords, almost like a sturdy rope that bound them immediately. The 9 Sector Lords were completely bound by the undying energy. Law Peter gritted his teeth and struggled hard, however he couldn't get free. Undying, he stared hard at Dylan. Master. The 8 Sector Lords were struggling too, shouting out. You really hid yourself well. Law Peter stared angrily at Dylan, howling. When I scanned earlier, you hid your strength, and now you suddenly let it out. Why does bullying a Sector Lord like myself satisfy you? Law Peter's mad gaze swept past Luo Feng and Dylan. Who are you? Just who are you to actually dare mess with Blood Demon Emperor's matters? Have you been living for too long? Law Peter stared at Dylan. You sure got guts. Dylan smiled, glancing at him and saying softly, his voice resounded within Law Peter's mind. Even though your master Blood Demon Emperor is powerful, compared to our virtual universe company, he's nothing. However, he is still my elder, and for that I will spare your little life. Dylan's smile broadened. Rumble. Law Peter's 8 Sector Lord guards immediately exploded from the powerful undying energy, their flesh and blood spewing everywhere. Law Peter gritted his teeth and shouted madly. His 8 blood demon soldiers. He could at most control 9 slaves now, and these were 8 of them. With them being killed, he could at most have 1 slave for a while. Your Majesty, let's go. Dylan looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng nodded. So. 2 beams of light tore through space, leaving Law Peter behind to howl in rage. Luo Feng and Dylan sat in the Yun-Mo planet ship and traveled in the dark universe, heading towards a mineral planet in the Guluan's universe countries. Due to a starfield to gather with the members of the virtual universe company. That Law Peter sure was arrogant. Even before an Undying he behaved that way. Undyings normally wouldn't want to offend Blood Demon Emperor, hence they usually won't kill him, but handing out punishment is still normal for his 8 soul selves to be destroyed like that. Whether he's pitiful or not, he can probably control no more than 10 slaves. Luo Feng muttered and laughed. Each soul salve was incredibly important. Everyone took up an irreplaceable spot, even Luo Feng, who had trained in the 10,000 soul control. He could at most control 10 soul slaves now. He's used to being a tyrant. Dylan smiled. He is entitled to his tyranny. After all, he did have 8 Sector Lord slaves. Luo Feng mocked. Sector Lord slaves. Luo Feng was indeed not affected by it at all, with his mother Nest constantly Producing his bug army now, in 2 to 3 years, she had already produced about 10,000 Sector Lord Pinnacle bug soldiers. This 10,000 bug army, with the Queen Alina's control, could completely match up to an official level Undying. Naturally, whether it was Luo Feng or Dylan, they couldn't be bothered with that law Peter. After 3 more days of flying in the space above a nameless mineral planet, the space rippled and the blood-colored triangular ship appeared. Once the doors opened, 2 silhouettes flew towards the planet. In a crater of the nameless planet, a black universe ship was stopped there. 3 silhouettes flew out from within. The 3 of them met with Luo Feng and Dylan. Your Majesty Luo Feng. The 3 that flew out were led by a winged old man. He smiled and said, Your Majesty can release the 10 billion star travelers here. Luo Feng nodded. He triggered the world ring and immediately a sea of star travelers were released from within. The desolate planet was suddenly filled with people. The blur of star travelers all seemed shocked as they looked about. Rumble the old man suddenly released endless green winds that wrapped the entire planet and all the star travelers on it. He stood high in the air. Behind him was a huge, over 100 kilometers tall projection that spread throughout. Everybody could clearly see this majestic projection. From today on, you close to 10 billion people will be free from the Du Tua star field. You no longer have to participate in the blood demon trials. Our virtual universe company will give you a peaceful life. The winged old man's voice resounded within their minds, as they were all completely stunned. After which they all cheered madly, howls crying, Woo-wah, we no longer need to die, no more. Big brother. The siblings hugged each other tightly. As close to the 10 billion people had filled up half of the planet, the 2 siblings happened to be close to Luo Feng and Dylan with their star traveler energy. They clearly saw Luo Feng and the group. It's the black-clothed god, the girl said. Ah, it's him. The youth's eyes gleamed, saying, It's the same black-clothed god that stopped us from fighting in the grasslands, only his armor has changed. Before, when Luo Feng had placed them within his world ring, he was worried they would continue killing within. Hence, Masha Luo Feng appeared before them and shocked the 10 billion people. After the winged old man had finished, he placed all of them within his world ring and the planet regained its original desolate state. Your Majesty Luo Feng. The winged old man flashed and landed beside Luo Feng. Your second mission is now complete. You should have gotten your completion rate too. They'll tell you what your 3rd level mission is. All Luo Feng was stunned. Simultaneously, Luo Feng, there's male Babada's voice resounded within his mind. Haha, the winged old man laughed when he saw Luo Feng's expression. Your Majesty should have received the mail. Please take a look, and in a while, I'll have to take you to carry the mission out. Luo Feng sent a thread of consciousness into the Virtual Universe Network. Virtual Universe Network, Yuxiang Mountain Primal Region, Luo Feng's villa. In the study, opened. Luo Feng sat before his desk and looked at his laptop, opening the mail. Hua. The mail opened. The details were: You've completed the 2nd level of the highest point mission. The members have made their decision. Luo Feng, your completion rate is 90. You get 180,000 points. Also, you now have the right to begin the 3rd level evaluation. Despite the bloodthirst in your bones, you still pick the weak and more 10 billion star levels. Obviously you care more for the pitiful, or you see an equal importance between star levels and star travelers. massacring millions yet calm as still water, at the same time, picking the weaker people to save. We were definitely shocked by your choice. We give you 90 completion for this level. Hopefully you'll continue to surprise us for the third and fourth level. Luo Feng laughed. Babata, who sat on his shoulder, laughed too. Babata, I bet that among the members judging me for the highest point mission, the one with the actual power is one that prefers kindness and less killing. Luo Feng laughed. Because of my bloodthirst in the first level. Luckily, I remained calm and collected throughout. They gave me 82 after seeing how I picked the weaker people to save. They actually gave me 90 completion. Reading between the lines, Luo Feng could feel that the upper echelon writing the letter was kind within. Don't get proud. Babata shook his head. The first and second level seem easy. But this is after all still the highest point mission. It tests a core member's character and ability in judgment. It not only represents the points superficially, but whether you'll be of use to the company in the future. Luo Feng nodded. His chat with his teacher before had let him know. This was the virtual universe company truly trying to get to know its core members, and to find out if a core member had no limits to his bloodthirst and was incredibly mad. They may still become absolute warriors in the future, but they would at most become generals that fought the inter-race wars and could never truly become the huge authority figures in the company. Their nurture would be less too. Third level. Luo Feng opened the mail. He smiled and looked at the details, after which his smile froze. He stared wide-eyed, not budging at all. Damn, the virtual universe sure is absurd. Luo Feng was completely shocked. From the third level of the mission. Wow, the fist-sized Babata on Luo Feng's shoulder stared wide-eyed, shocked. The virtual universe company sure is the virtual universe company. This is like a slap to the face. Luo Feng shook his head and forced a smile. They are not forcing Blood Demon Emperor, they are forcing me. The details of the mail were: third level mission. Blood Demon Emperor controls the entire due to a starfield, with hundreds of undyings under him even though he hasn't done anything over the limit. There are a few of his underlings that have currently, we have confirmed 21 of them. There are 21 undyings and 19 sector lords. They are Abdullah Undying, given the Chitai Galaxy as territory. He had once massacred all life on a few hundred planets in the galaxy, even keeping a large amount of them in his god country. Isua Undying, AID Sector Lord. Ao, Kufei Sector Lord. He had once gathered over 10 billion young ladies and organized the craziest blood demon ceremony, over 10 billion of them becoming a sea of blood. He also mission. The virtual universe company has already sent the order to Blood Demon Emperor to capture these 21 alive, and he has already locked them up within Blood Demon Planet. Luo Feng, you are to swiftly head over there and judge the 21 of them. The choices are death, jail for 1,000,000 years, jail for 100 years, innocent. The fates of these 21 are in your hands. You can judge them in whatever way you want. You control whether they live or die. Reminder, when you reach Blood Demon Planet, you have to open the synchronized broadcast and close it only after the judgments are complete. Within the study, Luo Feng couldn't help but force a smile. He had known that the highest point mission wouldn't be that simple. The first and second levels didn't pose any difficulty at all to him, and no danger was present. However, this third level, the virtual universe company, was absurd, ordering Blood Demon Emperor to Capture the 21 people. Even though he was a member of the Han Alliance, the power of the virtual universe company was on another level altogether. How could the little blood demon emperor go against them naturally? He could only obediently capture the 21. However, the judgment and the fate of these 21, they actually let Luo Feng do it, having to personally head over to Blood Demon Planet. Blood Demon Planet. That was Blood Demon Emperor's nest. He would naturally meet Blood Demon Emperor himself, and execute his judgment. Before him, wasn't this a blatant slap in the face? The heavier the sentence, the more it would invoke Blood Demon Emperor's hate. Luo Feng shook his head. After all, everything is decided by me, and if I give a light sentence, it would go against my character. They are really forcing me. The Virtual Universe Company has ordered Blood Demon Emperor to do so. He must be enraged, and yet at the same time, he cannot disobey the direct orders. Luo Feng forced a smile. From the way he did things, it was obvious that the Blood Demon Emperor wasn't a kind person now. For no reason whatsoever, he had to go offend a great emperor-level undying on that mineral planet. In mid-air, Luo Feng and Dylan, along with the winged old man, stood in space and chatted. The old man smiled. Your Majesty, Luo Feng, have you seen the third level mission? Luo Feng nodded and revealed a sense of helplessness. Haha, the old man laughed at the scene. Relax, even though that blood demon planet is his nest, he would never ever dare touch you, unless he's looking to die. Even if he doesn't dare now, what about the future? Luo Feng shook his head. Then that'll depend on your choice. A lighter punishment will make it so that he will remember your mercy. The old man muttered. All right, we won't say any more. Please follow me towards Blood Demon Planet. Luo Feng wasn't in a good mood. He nodded and kept the Yunmo planet ship. He flew with Dylan into the black ship from the Virtual Universe Company, and headed to Blood Demon Planet. Blood Demon Planet, it was the core of the entire Dutua star field. Over 10,000 galaxies holding their blood demon trials to absorb more elites that would be sent here. Large amounts of blood demon soldiers, be it sector lords or undying, they were all here. Also, the powerful Blood Demon Emperor himself stayed here. It was truly a demon hole. They are going overboard. The Virtual Universe Company is simply bullying me. His voice resounded throughout the entire Blood Demon Palace. Everyone within shuddered. Within the palace, the god dressed in red armor with a helmet was raging. Beside him, 18 undyings. All acted respectfully. If they want to catch my underlings, just do it, yet they force me to do it myself, capturing Abdullah and the other 20. His eyes burned with flames of rage. They want to sentence my people and still force me to do it personally. They even sent people to disrupt my blood demon trial earlier. They seriously do not even bother showing me any respect. The 18 undyings had expressions of righteousness within. However, they were thinking, disrespecting Blood Demon Emperor. What a joke. Why would the Virtual Universe Company even bother with him? It was such a huge power. Blood Demon Emperor was but a little thing compared to them. Seriously overboard, he raged even more. I've told you all before, when I give you territories and galaxies to handle, it's up to you how you do it, but always remember the limit. He turned to look at the 18 undyings beside him. Now you see, Abdullah and Isua have got it coming to them. You all better remember this. We will remember. The 18 undyings bowed respectfully. Lord, one of the shorted undyings said respectfully. Didn't the order of The Virtual Universe Company also say that it will send a Primal Region member, Luo Feng, over to do the judgments, and that all the sentences will be dealt by him, a small domain lord. At least with your pressure, he wouldn't dare offend you when the time comes. He may even let them go off scot-free. Blood Demon Emperor said solemnly, sounds right, that little punk wouldn't dare offend me no matter what, since Abdullah and the others are all my underlings. I must do my best to keep their lives. For this lone warrior, his underlings were all precious to him. When others came to seek shelter, he naturally had to take up the responsibility of a boss. The two Undyings had come to him earlier to seek help. The least he could do was to protect their lives, even though the Undyings about him didn't dare say it. They weren't that blind to the situation. If they fell, Blood Demon Emperor's interior cohesiveness would naturally fall. 6 days later, a black ship appeared in the galaxy outside Blood Demon Planet. Your Majesty Luo Feng, look, that's Blood Demon Planet. The winged old man pointed and said. Luo Feng glanced over. There floated a completely blood-red planet. Just seeing it up close was enough to make one shudder. Who? The ship swiftly flew towards the planet. As it drew closer, one could see the huge mountain-sized constructs. The entire surface of the planet was void of any technology. These constructs were all made like mountains, and the interior was where the network was. So, tearing past the atmosphere, the ship headed straight towards the most majestic palace. Your Majesty Luo Feng, that is Blood Demon Palace. The winged old man pointed far ahead at the most majestic palace. Surrounding it were many little palaces. Even the small ones were a few km in area. Many of them were surrounding the huge one. In front of the huge palace was a huge plaza measuring tens of km and large. Amounts of warriors gathered there. With just a glance, there were at least 1,000 people here, and the weakest being Sector Lord. They were led by a red-armored god. His brutal bloodthirst energy was felt by Luo Feng even through the ship. Who? The ship descended and landed in the plaza. The cabin door opened. The winged old man, Luo Feng, and Dylan, along with 2 others, came out. Greetings, Blood Demon Emperor. The white-winged man bowed slightly, after which he introduced, this is our Virtual Universe Company, Primal Region. Genius, His Majesty Luo Feng. Luo Feng bowed too, showing respect to his elder while observing his actions. Even though Blood Demon Emperor had controlled his aura enough not to let Luo Feng feel the pressure, his blood-red armor body itself gave off a weak aura, almost like an endless blood ocean. He wore his helmet, hence making it hard to see his expressions. You are Luo Feng. Blood Demon Emperor laughed. True, Yen Emperor has indeed taught an exceptional student. I heard not long ago you disrupted my blood demon trial in the Whaley Galaxy. Luo Feng was stunned, saying, yes. Haha, no need to explain. Blood Demon Emperor waved his hand. One galaxy's blood demon trail means nothing over a span of trillion years. We've held it in over 10,000 galaxies. Over and over, losing 1 to even 10 times means nothing at different levels. One's perspective was different to Blood Demon Emperor. 1 to 10 times of the trails was indeed nothing. However, to his underlings, every one of them was an extremely important matter. How could they be careless? This Blood Demon Emperor seemed straightforward, Luo Feng noticed as he thought. However, he was forced to capture 21 of his underlings personally. With 2 of them being undying, anyone with any temper wouldn't be happy about that. He may not care about the blood demon trials, but my disruption of the trial was a slap to his face if he said he didn't care about my disruption. That would be a lie. He thought so within. On the surface, he showed gratitude. Thank you, Blood Demon Emperor, for your understanding. Understood. Of course I do. You are just working for the virtual universe. Company, business is business. There are still many things of which you have the power to decide. Blood Demon Emperor laughed loudly. Am I right? The winged old man interrupted. His Majesty Luo Feng definitely has the power to decide whether the 21 are sentenced to death or imprisoned, or innocent. It's all up to Luo Feng to decide. This old man. Luo Feng was getting anxious. Luo Feng's power sure isn't small. Haha, Blood Demon Emperor smiled even wider, looking at Luo Feng. Over 100 of the Undyings that had gathered there looked at Luo Feng, along with the thousands of sector lords. The pressure from being stared at by Blood Demon Emperor along with over 100 Undyings and the 1,000 sector lords was terrifying. However, Luo Feng had already experienced such a scene before, back when 9 Blade Knights Undying army came. Their pressure, which also included the raging Shihua Knight, was much worse. Looks like this is his show of strength, Luo Feng thought. Your Majesty, Dylan communicated beside. We can only stay low and bear with it. Understood, Luo Feng answered. At this time, Blood Demon Emperor laughed carefree. Luo Feng and the Undyings, please come in, follow me. He passionately grabbed Luo Feng's hand and headed into Blood Demon Palace. Luo Feng was taken aback, but he could only obediently follow him, and Dylan and the winged old man followed along with the vast army of Undyings and sector lords. Lord. Many absolutely beautiful lady maids were kneeling within the palace. Throughout. Come, Luo Feng, what do you think of my palace, the main body of? This palace is an ancient one that I found damaged in a universe secret region. A long time ago, I had it renovated and now it's become the Blood Demon Palace. He pointed about. Just the repairs and renovation cost me over 10 million mixed elements. Even though Luo Feng could feel a special energy from the palace, he wasn't able to make sense of what it was. He could only smile along. It's really out of the ordinary. Indeed, the old winged Undying pointed about and said, the palace itself is a fortress after the renovation and fusion with a metal life form. In terms of defense and battle ability, it's even stronger than those F9 grade ships. Haha, Blood Demon Emperor laughed loudly. Guards. Blood Demon Emperor suddenly shouted. Immediately, 3 Undyings from the army behind rushed up front. Go, bring the guilty 21 here, Blood Demon Emperor roared. Yes. The 3 Undyings complied respectfully. This scene actually shocked Luo Feng. They had just entered the palace. Wouldn't bringing the 21 here immediately change the whole atmosphere? Luo Feng, I really respect your teacher, True Yan Emperor. It's a pity that over the many years, he's always been in Primal Chaos City and never left. Hence, I've never had the chance to have a taste of his unmatched talent. It truly fills me with regret. Blood Demon Emperor sighed. You are his disciple and my junior. Sentencing these 21 is a small matter. We can talk about it later. Since you are here for the first time, I prepared a ceremony for you. Come, follow me. He led the way. Luo Feng could do nothing but follow. After a while, they entered a large hall. The army of Undyings and sector lords stayed in the reception area outside while Blood Demon Emperor, Luo Feng, Dylan and the Winged old man along with two others entered the exquisite small hall. An exquisite jade blue stone table was already prepared there along with well carved chairs. The six of them sat down. "Bring the dishes," Blood Demon Emperor ordered. Immediately, absolute beautiful ladies carried the dishes out. They were all fine delicacies, and there were many plates of them. There was also fine wine and many other desserts. "This is the demon clan soul dragon's liver," the winged old man was shocked. This is the flame snow soul juice." Everybody around the table looked on with shock at the many delicacies that were coming out. There were many fine dishes on earth, however, with the vast and mysterious universe and the immeasurable food items, there was much more around. Luo Feng was already used to fine delicacies from the virtual universe. With 100 simulation, the price was still much cheaper. However, it was after all still just the virtual universe. The feeling within was still different. As for the dishes before them, even in the virtual universe, they would still be extremely expensive. This table of dishes alone should hit up to 10 million mixed elements. The winged old man looked at Blood Demon Emperor. "You've really spent quite a bit here. Haha, as long as you enjoy the food." The moment I met Luo Feng, I was filled with joy. "This little bit means nothing," Blood Demon Emperor said carefree. Dylan and Luo Feng exchanged glances. This bit, how much was it worth? What a joke. 10 million mixed elements was quite a bit, even for an emperor-level undying that has accumulated wealth over extremely long periods of time. Even normal undying's wealth usually only hit up to 10,000 mixed elements. The two undyings captured to be sentenced, in terms of worth, they probably didn't even hit 100,000 mixed elements. Why did Blood Demon Emperor spend so much just for the two undyings? No. Those two undyings weren't worth this much. It was all for reputation and face. The virtual universe company had after all forced him to capture his 21 underlings. This had indeed enraged him, and he didn't want to let down the undyings under him, hence he had to find a way to protect their lives. Spending 10 million mixed elements. To an emperor-level pinnacle warrior, he didn't care. To him, with his high and mighty position, even if he had to lower himself to treat this little punk well, spending 10 million mixed elements on incredibly luxurious delicacies, if we was willing to do so much, would Luo Feng be in a good position to sentence the 21 heavily? The action was simply, yet it was very effective. Luo Feng looked at the many luxurious delicacies on the table, not daring to eat. The mouth that has been fed by others is soft, the hand that has received doesn't reach. Luo Feng thought, for Blood Demon Emperor to lower himself. For me, if I eat any of these delicacies, how will I be in a good position to sentence his underlings heavily later? Come, try the soul dragon's liver. It's an absolute delicacy. It will make your entire soul feel comfortable as you eat it. When I knew you were coming, Luo Feng, I had this sent over via God Country teleportation. It is definitely extremely fresh, Blood Demon Emperor said. Luo Feng and Dylan both didn't eat. The winged old man and the other two, however, ate to their heart's content. Good food, delicious, the old man exclaimed. I really have to thank you, Luo Feng, this time. Otherwise, if it was just me, even with my entire fortune, it wouldn't be enough to afford the items in this table. The two normal undyings that followed along both nodded too, complimenting the food. These three, Luo Feng was angry. They were purely here to make a mess of things. Try it. Blood Demon Emperor looked on with anticipation at Luo Feng. Under his gaze, how could Luo Feng not eat? He picked up his chopsticks and began to eat before shaking his head. Please. Forgive me, Blood Demon Emperor, I cannot eat now, since the mission from the Virtual Universe Company is still on my mind. I shall not force you then, Blood Demon Emperor laughed. At this time a ruckus occurred from the reception area, and Blood Demon Emperor frowned and shouted, "Open the doors." Yes, the maid beside immediately went to open the doors. Even though Luo Feng and the others were seated around the table, they could still see the scene of protest outside in the reception hall. 21 chained up warriors knelt outside, and 2 of them especially had powerful auras there. Chains were different too, with complex engravings on them. Obviously it was some kind of seal. Killing undyings was a very hard thing to do. Sealing was much easier. Defeating them was easier than sealing. However, it was obvious that these 2 undyings were sealed up specially. Lord. The 2 chained up undyings knelt down. Beside them were the 19 sector lords, who knelt down as well. Humph! Blood Demon Emperor slammed the tablet before him, shouting, "It's too late to regret now. Lord, we've wronged. We are extremely regretful now. Please give us a chance." The 2 undyings protested, but obviously they also knew that they only had one life, plus it was begging Blood Demon Emperor. Naturally they didn't care too much about their face anymore. They were clear this was a true predicament. After all, it was the order of the Virtual Universe Company. If they weren't careful, they could be instantly killed. Give you a chance. Blood Demon Emperor stood up fiercely and roared, "If you knew this was coming, why did you do such things? Then, what's more, your fates aren't in my hands today, but in Luo Feng's from the Virtual Universe Company. If you want to beg, beg him. Your Majesty Luo Feng. Lord Luo Feng." The 2 undyings knelt there and begged. The 19 sector lords beside had pained expressions, however they didn't say a word. Luo Feng immediately guessed, the sector lords probably don't mean anything to Blood Demon Emperor. These 19 sector lords have been controlled to not say anything. It's obvious that he really wants to save the 2 undyings. This time is for the 19 sector lords. They are at my disposal. The 2 undyings that had death facing them begged earnestly. You too. Blood Demon Emperor walked from his seat to the reception hall. Standing before the 2 undyings, he sighed softly and gently slapped their shoulders. Abdullah, Isua, you 2 have followed me for so long. I don't wish for you to die too. However, I have no say in this. It'll depend on your fates. After which he shook his head and walked back. Luo Feng, Blood Demon Emperor, sighed. These 2 have been with me for over 10,000 eras. I'd be lying if I said they didn't mean anything to me. However, you have to pass the judgment. I hope that you can follow the orders of the Virtual Universe Company and still give them a chance to survive. They are, after all, 2 undyings, as every single undying is a treasure to the human race. Producing even 1 undying isn't an easy task at all. Within the hall and reception room, all of them had gone silent. Only Blood Demon Emperor was speaking and acting. Seeing this scene, how could Luo Feng not be clear of his intentions? He had basically laid everything bare, even though it didn't seem like he was forcing Luo Feng. In truth, he was telling him, "Show me some grace and let the 2 undyings go, but the other 19 are at your disposal. Luo Feng, go judge the 21 of them," Blood Demon Emperor said, and sat beside him in a chair. "Yes, Blood Demon Emperor." Luo Feng complied respectfully and turned to face the kneeling 21. Luo Feng's gaze landed on the 21 of them kneeling there. His eyes had a sense of rage. Guilty. These 21 should all die. These 21 that had been pointed out by the virtual universe company. They had long passed the limit set by the 5 leviathans of humanity, and these were all that could be found. The hidden things they did would be even more terrifying. Ao Kufei, Luo Feng shouted. His voice resounded throughout the hall, echoing over. A messy gold-haired brute looked up as he knelt there, his eyes begging as he looked at Luo Feng, not daring to say anything. Luo Feng's eyes, however, gleamed coldly, begging at this time, afraid to make. Over 10 billion young women die in the blood demon trial, even as they begged. As for the blood sea that resulted from that, how could he beg when he's caused countless lives to die even as they begged? I sentence you, Luo Feng said coldly, to death. Ah! He struggled hard as he opened his mouth to shout, but he could barely make a sound, not able to even say a word. Rumble. The winged old man who sat at the tablet instantly rushed into the reception hall. As he stood before the 21 of them who were kneeling, he waved his hand, and his condensed undying energy landed on the despair-filled Ao Kufei. He was instantly reduced to a bloody mess. Large amounts of items randomly scattered throughout the ground. His internal world had crumbled, leaving behind all his items. Ao Kufei, dead. The virtual universe company has ordered. The winged old man smiled and looked at the group of angry undyings and the over 1,000 sector lords. The moment His Majesty Luo Feng sentences any of the 21 to death, I will personally execute it. Over 100 undyings and over 1,000 sector lords all shuddered at the words from the member of the virtual universe company. Even though they were bitter within, they didn't dare say anything. Humph, don't disrupt. Luo Feng's judgment blood demon emperor sat steadily in his chair and roared. Their judgments are all given by him, whether they die or live. Only he can make the decision. No one else is to interfere. Yes. Over 1,000 warriors complied. Luo Feng, go on. Blood demon emperor shot a glance at him. His glance was somewhat cold, even though he may say he didn't care about the other 19. If Luo Feng could allow any of the 19 to live, he would still be happy. However, he didn't expect Luo Feng to sentence the very first person to death. Naturally, he wouldn't be happy about it. Next, Luo Feng's gaze moved on to another sector lord, Kusi Chi. The skinny man with fur all over his face shook, looking at Luo Feng as he begged. I sentence you, Luo Feng said coldly, to death. Rumble. The sector lord, Kusi Chi, was filled with despair. The winged old man who showed beside him gave him a slap, and he was reduced to a mess, as large amount of items flew out. Death, 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 death. Sentencing one after another. Slapping the despair-filled sector lords, large amount of their items filled the reception hall, some even with universe ships and all. It had become a small mountain within. Silence and pressure. The entire atmosphere was tense. Luo Feng had continuously sentenced the 19 to death. It made the over 100 undyings and over 1,000 sector lords all burn with rage. Even blood demon emperor, the aura he emitted had steadily grown stronger. However, he still controlled it, as he had only lost the sector lords so far. This Luo Feng sure is vicious. That's fine. Killing the 19 is fine. As for Abdullah and Isua, I doubt you have the guts to kill the two of them. Blood Demon Emperor stared silently at Luo Feng. Only two more were left kneeling. These two were the two Undyings, Isua and Abdullah. Isua. Luo Feng's gaze landed on the Undying, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. After viewing the information about the two Undyings, Luo Feng felt that the two of them had already thought of themselves as true gods, placing themselves far above countless others. They massacred humans and stepped on them for fun. They didn't even treat them as lives. High and mighty, they treated other humans as ants, almost like they were from another race. I sentence you. Luo Feng's voice was steady, to death. No. Isua looked up fiercely, his eyes were filled with madness. Rumble after which he became a beam of light and rushed at Luo Feng, roaring, "You don't have the right to kill me." Looking for death, the winged old man's expression changed. Even though Isua was chained up and couldn't use his undying energy, just his physical undying strength was enough to kill a sector lord. Anxiously, the old man rushed ahead to block Luo Feng. Rumble. A blood-colored palm extended out of mid-air and landed on Isua. Rumble. He was instantly reduced to powder. He hadn't reached the level of undying body yet. The strike alone had completely decimated all remnants of his soul. His soul was gone, and he couldn't revive anymore. Silence. The entire hall was silent. Everyone looked on in fear at Blood Demon Emperor. Even Luo Feng looked at him with shock. That attack earlier was from the powerful Blood Demon Emperor. Impudence. His bloodthirst boiled as he roared, to dare make a move on a member sent by the Virtual Universe Company. He deserved to die. Luo Feng. Carry on with your judgment of Abdullah. I believe you will definitely make a fair judgment. Fair, the word was heavy. Abdullah. Luo Feng turned to Abdullah. Your Majesty. Luo Feng. Abdullah looked at him. Everyone in the hall looked at Luo Feng. The aura Blood Demon Emperor emanated too was heavier than before, as the atmosphere was extremely tense. I sentence you. Luo Feng's voice was as firm as ever, to death. Ah! Abdullah immediately roared. Chi. The winged old man was already prepared with a huge arc blade. It instantly slashed past Abdullah, and the countless wind energy instantly sliced him into 10,000 parts. The undying energy infused within wreaked havoc and reduced him to powder, and his soul was destroyed as well. The winged old man wielded his huge arc blade and smiled at Luo Feng. No one else there could even force a smile, especially the over 100 Undyings and over 1,000 sector lords that gritted their teeth and raged. As for Blood Demon Emperor, he sat there and didn't move at all. His rage, however, had filled the entire hall. Rumble. He slammed his palm on the table fiercely. All the luxurious delicacies along with the table itself was reduced to powder. Luo Feng. Blood Demon Emperor stared coldly at Luo Feng. Luo Feng could feel his cold gaze staring hard at him. Your judgment was very, very fair. He smiled coldly. Since you've completed your mission, I won't make you stay. Blood Demon Emperor. Luo Feng bowed very respectfully. This was a test from the Virtual Universe Company, and has huge implications on my future. I hope you can understand. Humph! Blood Demon Emperor snorted coldly and became a blood-colored blur. Vanishing from sight, he didn't wish to even see Luo Feng at all. If Luo Feng wasn't representing the Virtual Universe Company, he probably would have immediately killed him. Your Majesty's judgment was indeed very fair. The winged old man smiled. Now that the third mission is over, my job is done. I'll take my leave. Dylan, let's go. Luo Feng said directly. Yes, Dylan replied. So. The two of them became beams of light and instantly rushed out of Blood Demon Palace, piercing through the atmosphere and taking the UNMO planet ship. Through universe travel, swiftly leaving. Bastard, he should die. Blood Demon Emperor roared. He was enraged. Even though Luo Feng had explained himself at the end, it was not enough to quell Blood Demon Emperor's rage. What level of position was he at if he went under any of the knights? He would instantly become their #1 emperor. Level undying. That level of power was indeed enough to dominate many universe countries, yet he lowered himself to welcome Luo Feng with such hospitality, making such an extravagant banquet, yet the outcome was still the same. This Luo Feng, he thinks he's some big shot. I showed him respect, and he actually humiliated me. He gripped his fists tight, his bones were cracking. Within. The UNMO planet ship flew through the dark universe, within the control room. You can still smile, Dylan couldn't help but say. That Blood Demon Emperor treated you with such hospitality, and even made a banquet, yet you still sentenced all 21 to death. This is a blatant slap to the face. Babada's voice resounded within the control room. And you can still smile. Dylan looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng smiled and stood there. What's the point in regretting things that have been done? Heart like a mirror, seeing through things clearly. When he saw the third mission earlier, he was indeed speechless. The virtual universe company was indeed forcing him to humiliate Blood Demon Emperor and completely enrage him against an enraged Blood Demon Emperor. They made Luo Feng go and carry out the sentences. How dangerous was this mission? After careful consideration, he solved the problem and immediately decided to sentence all 21 of them to death. All of Blood Demon Emperor's actions, along with his extravagant banquet, couldn't influence him at all. One must be flexible. However, if one always compromises, then he becomes a coward. Hence, if one truly cannot compromise, he has to stand firm and be unwavering. Luo Feng was very clear about this. Bending over too much will make one a hunchback. A man should know when to be flexible. Even Han Xian had suffered humiliation before. However, if he had compromised every single time, would he still have become a hero? If Luo Feng had faced death earlier, he might have compromised. However, it was clear Blood Demon Emperor didn't dare make a move on him. And after the highest point mission was over, Luo Feng would enter the primal Chaos City to train. The next time he came out, his strength would have undergone a huge transformation. When that time came, using the soldier armor and other methods, he believed he could deal with the dangers. He's just a Blood Demon Emperor. If I don't even have the guts to face such danger, what right would I have to become an absolute warrior? Luo Feng thought. Flexible. When to bear with things, and when to reveal one's fangs. This involved every problem one would face. Those that were able to do well in these would naturally have great achievements. Dylan saw that Luo Feng didn't even seem nervous about it. He couldn't help but say, "Little uncle." Luo Feng was stunned. Dylan usually called him Your Majesty. Why did he change now? There are many hidden dangers in the path to becoming strong. You cannot get careless. Dylan said nervously, "I'm here on orders from the Grandmaster to protect you. Even if we meet any true dangers, I can swiftly call my teacher, Bloodthirst Emperor, over. However, this is only during your Domain Lord stage. When you reach Sector Lord level and go explore the more dangerous areas, You'll experience far crazier levels of danger, and the guard team cannot be there to protect you anymore when that time comes where there is no one to protect you. Characters like Blood Demon Emperor may arrange for assassination attempts on you. People may not even know how you die. I understand. Luo Feng nodded. If you knew that, how could you still offend him like that? Dylan said. Dylan, although I understand it, it's too late now. All right, Luo Feng said. Dylan couldn't help but shake his head. Luo Feng was grateful for Dylan's concern. However, Dylan couldn't possibly know about his trump cards. When he reaches Sector Lord Pinnacle, he would immediately have 50 million mixed elements. With that huge amount, he would definitely buy valuable treasures, like training deities of the world, or evolving the cloud contact vine to undying. Anyway, he already had a rough idea of how to strengthen himself along with his clones. He naturally had his own ways of making sure he wouldn't die. His strength may not be enough to withstand those beings, but he could still improve his survival rate. Luo Feng, there's male. Babata's voice resounded in his mind. It should be the mission completion rate, Luo Feng muttered, and immediately sent a thread of consciousness into the virtual universe network. Virtual universe, Yuxiang Mountain Primal Region, Luo Feng's villa. Within the study, Luo Feng sat at his desk and gently tapped open the mail, and while looking at the subject title, he realized that it was the third level's mission completion status. The details were: you've already completed the highest point missions, third level, through the judgment of the members. Luo Feng, your completion rate at this third level is 100. You'll get 300,000 points and the right to go on to the fourth level. Seeing those words, Luo Feng and Babata were stunned. 100 completion. It actually reached that level. It was absurd. It represented that the upper echelon members that judged his mission on Blood Demon Planet to be completely satisfactory from start to end. This made Luo Feng suspicious. He had already guessed that his completion rate would be high, but 100 was extreme. After which he looked at the comments. Evaluation. Bloodthirst Emperor lowered himself to welcome you and prepared a huge banquet for you, even with all these formless pressures along with his status and reputation. Luo Feng, you actually still dealt the death sentence to all 21. It is commendable you maintained your sense of self, despite all the threats and pressure. You are indeed strong and sturdy. Well done. We hope you can carry on this way. Seeing those words, Luo Feng laughed. What does it mean? Babata shouted, his voice piercing. The evaluation says it's very satisfied with you. Why is it so? Because I was unwilling to compromise and completed the mission perfectly. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed brightly as he laughed. I completely understand now. What do you understand? Babata asked, curiously. You know very little about human character. Luo Feng shook his head on Earth. Luo Feng was considered the upper echelon too, hence it was easy for him to consider things from that angle. What did the virtual universe company's upper echelon need? They needed assistance. Even with the Emperor-level undyings, they were still only considered as helpers of the knights. After that, when they become the great knights themselves, there would still be even greater beings above these knights. Beings like the primal chaos city leader, etc. In summary, the true bosses, the upper echelon people. As for those below, they were simply there to execute orders. If I were to nurture a genius, it would not be bad if he became an emperor level undying. As for becoming a knight, the chances are extremely low, hence This mission is actually for them to pick their assistants in the future, Luo Feng muttered. If I were the upper echelon members, I'd naturally hope for my underlings to stay strong and finish the mission. If they were to back down in the face of danger or compromise when there's trouble, the missions wouldn't be able to complete fully. These sort of underlings naturally wouldn't do. Strong and firm. To the upper echelon, they definitely wish for their underlings to be strong and firm, acting like a loyal dog to them. Luo Feng smiled. It was like the statesmen and generals of ancient China. They were all incredibly loyal and were even willing to die rather than to give in. These were the underlings the upper echelon would like. Talent, loyalty, and firmness. These were good underlings. In truth, it was hard to find such people. Most absolute geniuses had themselves as the core. They judged the hour and sized up each situation, backing down at danger, and would usually submit in the face of danger. However, these naturally went against the mission requests, hence the judgment of this level was especially easy. If Luo Feng had spared the two undyings, the mission completion rate would definitely be lower than 80. In the evaluation, it would have stated that he was too protective of himself, a coward, and was unable to take huge responsibility. If Luo Feng had only killed one undying and heavily punishing the other, he would have barely passed 80. But Luo Feng's actions naturally resulted in 100. Luo Feng was very firm and decisive, bold and dedicated to progress even in the face of danger. He hardly ever backed down unless it was truly something he couldn't handle. Luo Feng, look at the fourth level, Babata shouted. There's another mail. Luo Feng laughed and opened the mail. The highest point mission has 4 levels, each getting more vicious than the other. The third was already vicious enough. Who knows what the fourth level will be? The first level gave 100,000 points. The second had 200,000 points. The third was 300,000 points. The fourth, even though it seemed like it was just 400,000 points, in truth, it was probably the most critical to the extra reward that came after, that being 1,000,000 points. Hence the importance of the fourth level was huge. D. Luo Feng gently tapped open the mail. Fourth level, it is the final level of the highest point mission. It is also the most crucial for the extra reward. We hope, Luo Feng, that you will carry it out carefully. Mission background. Ever since Luo Feng rose up and became a supervisor envoy of the Ganwu department, his family's position has been getting stronger as his bloodline members range in the hundreds of thousands, including the many daughter-in-laws, and so on. His members exceed over 1,000,000 even though they have their family rules. However, it's not realistic for the family to have complete supervision over the later generations that are scattered throughout the universe. Hence, naturally there will be vermin within the family. Mission details. Luo family's 21 members have been recognized as guilty. Luo Feng, you will now sentence these 21. You can choose death, jail for 100 years, jail for 10,000 years, or innocent. If you choose death, you will have to execute them personally. These 21 are. Luo Feng's face was ashen as he read. He continued to look through the list. Luo Fu Xin, Luo Feng's 15th generation grandson. He used Luo family's influence to do energy business. When he meets a competitor, he either assassinates them or sabotages them, and he had also once completely massacred a family of thousands. Since Luo Feng is the supervisor envoy of the Ganwu Universe Department, the many departments don't dare investigate. Luo Yu Qian, Luo Feng's 9th generation grandson. Luo Yu Rong, Luo Feng's 9th generation grandson. Luo Fangqiong, Luo Feng's 12th generation grandson. Luo Hong Guo, Luo Feng's father. Luo Feng began reading this mail. While sitting there as he read, he slowly got up, his face growing more ashen, especially after seeing the 21 names on the list. His gaze went manic. That last name, Luo Honghua, made him slam the table violently. Rumble. The table exploded and the laptop split apart. Damn! Luo Feng's expression was frenzied as he cursed. 21. Luo Feng's expression was ugly, and he laughed softly at the same time. Vicious. I just punished 21 in Blood Demon Planet, now they give me this 4th level, making me sentence another 21 of them, even though all of them are mostly my later generation grandsons. The final one is still my father. Implausible. Seriously implausible. Luo Feng gritted his teeth. I do admit there are some amongst the 21 that deserve death, but my father, he does nothing but play virtual games the whole day, for you all to actually deem him guilty. The family was huge, including the women. It hit over 1 million. With such a large family, it was certain that there would be some vermin within, but for Luo Honghua to be placed in the list, it made Luo Feng rage. Who was that? That was his father. The father that nurtured him. How could he forget that back then, when they were in the rental house, his father had worked hard to feed the family according to the virtual universe's investigative results that were found. Even if he was dragged to a court, the punishment of death sentence would be too severe. He would be jailed for at least 10,000 years, etc. However, Luo Feng was very clear about his father's personality. It was obvious his father had unknowingly been used by others. Actually, with the virtual universe company's investigative abilities, it could easily find the real reason. However, they purposely chose not to do so, or they decided not to provide extra information. This way, with 21 names on the list, each with different positions and different limits of crimes, like an emperor level undying, even if he massacred over 10 planets and over 100 billion lives, he wouldn't be guilty. However, for normal people, within the confines of the law, even if they killed one universe citizen, he could be sentenced to death. Father Luo Feng gripped his fists tightly. What are you prepared to do? Luo Feng Babata muttered on his shoulder. You sentenced all 21 members on Blood Demon Planet to death before, but now, the Virtual Universe Company has sent another 21 of them, yet all of them are from your family. Damn, look, these 21 all have the Luo name. It's definitely intentional and was created to make your life difficult, and then your father's name is there as well. How will you sentence them? How do I sentence them? Luo Feng's eyes burned with rage, yet he smiled coldly. How do you think I'll do it? Impressive. The Virtual Universe Company sure is impressive. They actually give me this as the final of the highest point mission, and they even make me sentence my father. Luo Feng clearly remembered all the details of the 21 people on the list, of which the clearest in his mind was that of his father. His father's name there, it stated he had killed many important universe citizens. Of course his father had never done anything personally. One had to know he had always been on Earth, and all he does was play virtual universe games, and he naturally couldn't make a move himself. The information the company had given was Luo Honghua was one of the die-hard players of the virtual Universe game Grey Snow World. The virtual games had a huge influence on the 1008 universe countries. Because, to become an absolute warrior, it took tens of thousands of warriors. For one universe level to be produced, Sector Lord chances were much lower. Hence, with many unable to progress on that path, having no dreams to pursue, and rich offspring, jobs that gave them lots of time, they would all naturally choose to play these games. 100 simulation, it felt exactly like reality. If they couldn't become an absolute warrior in reality, they may still become one in these games, they could still command an army and dominate the world. How intoxicating was that? Hence, the virtual universe games were an exceptionally developed business. They had a huge market and the competition within was naturally terrifying. The games. The virtual universe company made themselves, however, take up a huge portion of the market, of which Grey Snow World was one of the top 10 games. The highest amount of online players at a time had even reached 1/3 of citizens in a universe country. With that many players, the benefits within the game were naturally shocking. Luo Honghua. With Luo Feng as his son, he was naturally one of the wealthy players within. His son would casually give him wealth equivalent to that of a sector lord to play, and the true warriors would normally only play these games a little. Training and strengthening their body was the most fundamental to them. Luo Honghua had money and was incredibly passionate about the games. Thirdly, he had a talent to play these games. Last but not least, Luo Feng had forcefully made his father reach universe level, hence, his consciousness level and reaction speeds etc. were far ahead of many other players. Naturally, he made a name within. Luo Honghua had created a union within, called Nirvana. The Nirvana Union grew extremely fast. However, with the players of Grey Snow World spread throughout the 1008 universe countries, many of them being the descendants of families with no hope of growing stronger, they had a lot of time to kill. These were the empty souls of reality, but they grew alive through the games. Hence, the competition amongst the unions within the games were usually brutal. Hence, this eventually resulted in disasters within reality as well. For example, the members of a union may appear in reality to kill another, making it naturally crumble. Even though the virtual universe company wouldn't reveal its players' information, the communication between players may result in unintentional revelation of information. There were also many players that called their friends by names when a large group of them were playing together. The moment one person was compromised, everyone's information would definitely be revealed. During the growth of the Nirvana Union, there were thousands of assassination incidents in reality. Some of them were extremely brutal. As the leader of the Nirvana Union, Luo Honghua naturally had to take up this responsibility. Stupid Luo Feng raged within. He was so mad that he was about to go crazy. My father had always been a normal person who worked very hard in life. When he was young, he didn't even get to go to school. Before the great Nirvana happened later on, he worked hard to take care of me and my brother. He doesn't know anything about schemes. Without a good education, plain and simple, how could he have the makings of a leader of a union? How could Luo Feng not be clear on how his father was like? No matter what he did, he worked hard to survive and grow his family. When he played the virtual games, he was completely immersed within. How would he know about the dangers hidden within? At its peak, 1/3 of the civilians of a universe country are online playing it simultaneously. That means at its peak, there was one playing out of 3,000. Civilians at the time Luo Feng had tried playing the games before. Every game was like a new world altogether. It was extremely addictive. A game with that many players, how huge are its benefits? With the payouts, there would naturally be schemes and hidden things going on. The Nirvana Union's growth speed, how shocking is it simply relying on his father, gathering countless elites to grow the Union in the game itself. That wasn't too possible. If his father had such foresight and skill, he wouldn't have had to work hard for 10 to 20 years to support them. Before Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Maybe it's because has money, or they know of his status. They think that the father of the supervisor envoy of the Gongwu department is powerful enough, hence they all entered and helped build his union. Gongwu department supervisor envoy. Huge figure. To those players, this was an absolute power that ranked in the top 10 of a universe country. For his father to actually play the game and to build a union, they would naturally join him. Having money and power naturally had their benefits. Virtual Universe, Black Dragon Mountain Island 9-star Bay. Luo Feng's house. Give the order. Luo Feng ordered. Swiftly capture these 20, don't let any of them get away. After which, he slammed a piece of paper on the table. Why are you unhappy? Su Xian looked at the paper. The 20 names on the list. Luo Fu Xian, Luo Yu Qian, Luo Yu Rong. Su Xian was shocked. After reading the list. She looked at Luo Feng and asked suspiciously, why are you capturing these 20? They all have their own businesses, and are considered exceptional amongst the later generations of offspring in the Luo family. Their businesses are doing all right, of which 3 of them I was prepared to absorb into the family for important matters. Absorb them, Luo Feng said coldly. Don't speak any more, hurry and capture these 20. Remember, don't let anyone get away. All right. Su Xian didn't ask any more, immediately arranging for their captures. When it came to the main matters in the family, Su Xian was usually in charge of them. In terms of management ability, she was indeed strong. Also, grab all of them and bring them to Qianhua planet, Luo Feng said coldly. I'll be there in 3 days. The previous 3 missions had never enraged Luo Feng this much. It may be from the fact that his later generations weren't determined enough, or the fact that the Virtual Universe Company purposely made him do such a thing. The raging Luo Feng didn't want to slowly fly over from the Guluan Virtual Universe country in a ship. He used Dylan's God Country teleportation to immediately return to the Milky Way galaxy, and after which he headed to Qianhua planet. Black Dragon Mountain Empire, Cho Long Star. In a luxurious mansion, all those that headed in and out seemed wealthy. The owner of the place was Luo Fu Xian. He was the energy businessman that suddenly rose up within the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. The energy business was one that had sudden huge profits, and the entry requirements were also extremely high, and yet, he was still one no one dared to mess with. Even the royal family passionately supported him. Lord Luo, a piercing voice resounded. A skinny skeleton middle-aged man dressed in exquisite golden robes brought a group of people along the mansion halls, shouting as they walked. From far, a person walked over. It was a handsome youth, dressed in a similarly exquisite robe. He laughed carefreely. Ka Tuok Si, my dear Ka Tuok Si, I've missed you. Ah, let me see the group of beautiful women behind you. The youth's eyes gleamed as he saw the women of all races behind Lord Luo. These are the absolute beauties that I painstakingly searched Over 10-star fields for you, the skinny middle-aged man laughed slyly. He was very clear on how powerful this youth before him was. Even the Ganwu business department had to treat the supervisor envoy with respect, and the business head of the Ganwu department was already considered the greatest boss of the Ganwu universe country's business dealings. Who would dare offend that boss? Anyone that did so could simply give up on business altogether. Hence, he naturally had to get in this youth's good books. He knew even the departments all didn't dare mess with him. Also, anyone that went against him would all die. The youth carefully examined the ladies, complimenting, "My dear Ka Tuasi, I am very grateful to you. I'll give you an extra 25 share of the energy crystals that you require." 25. I spend so much energy just to get so little. What a stingy fellow. The middle-aged man cursed within. However, he still displayed a smile full of gratitude, saying, "Lord Luo, you are too generous. If you need anything, just give the order. I will do my best." Rumble, rumble, rumble. 3 beams of light shot down from the sky. Who is it? To actually dare barge in on Luo residents as they roared, a group of universe-level slave guards rushed out. The 3 beams of light landed directly before the youth, releasing their powerful energies. 3 domain lords. The middle-aged man shuddered as he saw them in the low-level civilization of the Silver Blue Empire. The strongest was only domain Lord level 3, and now, 3 domain lords appear before them. Who are you? How dare you barge in on Luo residents? Luo Fu Xian, on the family leader's orders, we are here to arrest you. One of the 3 domain lords took out a warrant and captured the terrified Luo Fu Xian. So they flew black through the skies. "I am Luo Yuqian. How dare you capture me? You must be tired of living. I am a member of the Luo family. Who are you?" "The Ganwu supervisor envoy is my family leader. How dare you capture me?" The offspring of the Luo family had power even greater than the royal family of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire princes, and these 20 were considered vicious within the family. With such methods, their achievements were naturally huge. However, when they found out it was the leader that had sent for them to be captured, they were all stunned. Rumble. The blood-colored triangular ship became a beam of light rushing towards the Milky Way galaxy's Tianhua planet. Within the control room, Luo Feng's cold gaze stared at the planet before him, almost like he could see the captured offspring of the family within. Tianhua planet, it was an important place for the Luo family in the Milky Way galaxy. And since Earth was discovered to be valuable by the Virtual Universe Company, and the huge Axe Dojo, having a huge floating city built on Earth, Luo Feng began to decrease the use of the old Luo residents. Instead, he focused more on the home in the virtual universe, Black Dragon Mountain Island in 9-star Bei Tianhua planet was one of their important gathering spots too. The number of Luo family members staying here long-term exceeded 60,000. Tianhua planet, East Hemisphere, there was a jail for the Luo family, surrounded by a copper wall with a diameter of over 1,000 kilometers. "Great-grandfather, save me, save me." Within a cell, a handsome Luo Fu Xian knelt within and grabbed the bars and cried. Within each of these cells were railings and other constructs of a normal jail. The materials used were of C9 to E9 alloys. Just what did you do to make the family leader catch you? Luo Hai's eyes gleamed like lightning, looking angrily at Luo Fu Xian. Great-grandfather, I really don't know. I really don't know. I've always held myself to high standards. I didn't dare break the family set limits even. Though he was afraid within, on the surface, he still maintained his innocent composure. He carefully recalled everything he did before. He thought he had been extremely cautious and prudent, not leaving any traces behind. There was no way for him to know. The Virtual Universe Company had surveillance throughout all the life planets, especially any planet that had humans, on few aboriginal planets and others yet to be discovered, along with warrior territories. All these were all completely under surveillance. Everything Luo Fu Xian had done, although it was untraceable by the family investigation team, the Virtual Universe Company, however, could find out everything easily. Alright, I'll help you, as long as you haven't broken the family rules. I will guarantee you that you won't die, Luo Hai emphasized. Luo Feng had two sons, Luo Hai and Luo Ping. Luo Hai was a lot like Luo Feng. He enjoyed training and exploring the universe. Luo Ping was more like his mother, Su Xian. He enjoyed management matters. The two of them had received the most exceptional education, and hundreds of years of training. Both of them were very smart. Over the hundreds of years, Luo Hai had countless descendants too, of which there were naturally a few he favored. Luo Fu Xian was one that he pampered more. Qianhua Planet, Luo family's plaza. Over 100,000 people had gathered here, all dressed differently. Other than the men in the family, many of their wives had gathered there too. Standing ahead of the entire crowd was Su Xian, Luo Ping and Luo Hai, along with Di Fan and some other sector lords. Rumble. A blood-colored triangular ship descended and landed in the plaza. The 100,000 people all didn't dare make a sound. Many of them were shivering with excitement as they saw the cabin door open. The Luo family's most exceptional foundation and core. He was the pillar of the entire family, the family leader Luo Feng. He had finally come. Many of the people were seeing him for the first time. Many children dragged over by their parents all stared wide-eyed. Hua, the cabin door opened. Two silhouettes walked out. One of them was a black-haired youth in green armor. He had a gold blade on his forehead. That powerful piercing gold law energy made people shudder. Beside him was a black-robed, bald man that gave off an immense and seemingly endless amount of power. This made the countless family members all shiver with excitement. That is the family leader. What terrifying energy! Beside him is the legendary undying guard of his undying, yet he's only a guard for our family leader. They were all extremely excited. Suddenly, greetings, family leader. 100,000 family members all knelt down. Only Su Xian, Luo Ping, Luo Hai, and few others remained standing. Luo Feng and Dylan flew down. Simultaneously, Luo Feng kept the UNMO planet ship. Su Xian, how's it going? Have all the 20 been captured and brought over? Luo Feng walked over to her and asked softly. Not that fast. Su Xian shook her head. Some are in other starfields. Even if I arrange for E9 grade ships to rush at their fastest speeds, they cannot get here in 3 days. It'll probably be the slowest we'll reach here in 12 days. Right now, there are already 9 in the jails here of Qianhu planet. Luo Feng nodded. He had traveled here via God Country teleportation. Naturally it was fast. Dad, why did you capture these 20? Luo Hai couldn't help but ask. We'll talk later. Luo Feng's gaze swept past the blur of 100,000 people. All of them added together seemed like there was a sea of people, even though all of them were Kneeling there, however, Luo Feng sighed. Within, the family has indeed grown. Huge, including the women, the family members have exceeded 1,000,000 when I returned from Primal Chaos City. The members would probably have exceeded over 10,000,000. The more people there are, the more the family has to enforce strict rules. We cannot let them simply enjoy. After which, Luo Feng brought Su Xian and the others towards the living quarters. The 100,000 people waited till he left, before all getting up, leaving, and dispersing. Within the warm living room, Luo Feng, Su Xian, Luo Ping and Luo Hai all sat about casually in the sofa. Dad Luo Hai couldn't help but ask again, "Why have you ordered for the capture of these 20, that Luo Fu Xian? I watched him grow up since young. He's very exceptional, and smart. Don't accuse wrongly the disciples of the family." "Shut up," Luo Feng ordered coldly. Luo Hai was completely shocked. Luo Ping and Su Xian were shocked too. They could feel that Luo Feng's temper today was explosive. "Exceptional smart," Luo Feng said coldly, however he didn't use it in the right ways. 1. He doesn't train seriously to become a warrior. 2. He relies on underhanded methods to run his business. He already has the Ganwu business department's full support, and the help of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. If he works just a little, there's no way he can fail. However, he still uses these methods. Looks like he was brought up used to being pampered, without any setbacks. The moment he encounters an opponent, or obstruction, he doesn't know how to use competition to win them over. Instead, he simply kills them. Smart indeed, exceptional. Luo Hai, Luo Ping and Su Xian were shocked. "Luo Feng, do you have proof?" Su Xian asked. "The family investigation department didn't. They didn't find anything. That's their incompetence. This is the information the virtual universe company gave me personally. It's definitely solid and full proof. Would it be wrong?" Luo Feng frowned. "Also, with the family growing more and more, and our resource growing along with it, we are allowing the later generations enjoy the benefits. However, even with so much resources, against a sea of people it would still be little. Hence, we have to increase the difficulty of actually acquiring these benefits, selections, competition, also training them well, strengthening the rules of the family." Su Xian nodded. "These are all within the plan." Luo Feng nodded, the rage on his face finally dissipating a little. He sighed. "I know that the large families of the universe, with the amount of people within, would naturally have such problems. However, I didn't expect for the bloodline members, at below 1,000,000, to already have such problems." Su Xian, help me prepare. When all 20 are here, I want to hold family trial. Make all the members on Qianhua planet come. "All right," Su Xian nodded. This trial was extremely important, and Luo Feng was very prudent about it, not just for the virtual universe company, but also for his family. He wanted to use this to scare his family, letting them know the severity of breaking the family rules. The moment the family rules were unbridled, there would be many corrupt members within the family. This was something he didn't wish to see. "Your Majesty," Luo Feng, "this is the information you requested." "Thanks." Luo Feng had requested information from the virtual universe company's information department regarding Luo Fu Xian, Luo Yu Rong and all 21 of them. These required very low authority to gather, hence they were easily sent to him. After viewing all of it, Luo Feng couldn't help but grit his teeth and rage at the incompetence of the later generations. On the 13th day after Luo Feng returned, all of the bloodline members were gathered in the family court. The court was extremely huge, and was large enough to hold 1 million people to watch. I heard the leader wants to sentence a few members within. Who is he sentencing? I don't know. I heard they secretly captured quite a few, over 100, and he's personally sentencing them. It must be serious. Close to 100,000 members had gathered within the court and were discussing in hushed voices. Immediately buzzing noises could be heard within as the court and the doors opened. All the members immediately grew silent, and 20 handcuffed men and women were dragged out. Look, it's Luo Fu Xin. It's Luo Tianqi. Wow, it's Luo Fangqiong, the beauty in the family. She was captured too. The many members were shocked as they watched the scene. 20 members of the family, all of them were forced to kneel on the ground. So there was nobody initially in the main seat earlier. Suddenly one silhouette appeared. It was a black armored Luo Feng. His gaze was as sharp as blades as he looked down on the 20 family leader. Close to 100,000 members all shouted respectfully, after which there was silence. Family leader. The 20 members kneeling below all looked up in fear at the legendary being. He was a true power and pillar of the family, ranked in the top 10 of the absolute powers of the entire Ganwu universe country. Luo Feng, and right now he was gazing coldly at them, like they were 20 ants. Amongst the close to 100,000 people, Su Xian, Luo Ping and Luo Hai etc. were there too. Luo Fu Xian, do you know your crimes? Luo Feng said coldly. Family leader, I don't know. Luo Fu Xian knelt there, the knowledge from before all useless. He could only force the words out. You don't. You have only been living for about 100 years. Luo Feng's voice was cold. Yet you've killed over 10,000 innocent people that have never had any grudges with you, only because they affected your business. Killing in itself is not wrong, but after killing so many innocent people you should die too. Old Luo Fu Xian stared wide-eyed, wanting to say more. You think that the family investigation department can't find anything? Yes. You are very careful and clever, not leaving any traces behind. However, if the family cannot find it, it doesn't mean the virtual universe company can't. Luo Feng stood high above and looked down on him. Luo Fu Xian's face immediately went pale. The 19 others kneeling behind all changed their expressions when they heard that, and close to 100,000 people listening in court all were shocked as well. My God, so the family leader could check through the virtual universe company's information department on all of them. The company was such a huge power. Who would dare say they couldn't find anything? I sentence you to death. Luo Feng raised his fingers. Xiao. A blade flashed and pierced through Luo Fu Xian's forehead, leaving behind a bloody cavity. The kneeling Luo Fu Xian had a face full of fear, after which it dimmed and he fell on the floor, blood pouring out and staining the floor. The scene shocked the close to 100,000 members within the court. This scene was also sent via synchronized broadcast over to the virtual universe company's upper echelon members who were judging Luo Feng. Luo Fu Xian fell on the ground of the court, as fresh blood flowed from his forehead. This scene made everybody shudder. That's the family leader. He really doesn't show any mercy. Too strict. The family members all had a blind sense of worship and respect to this legendary being Luo Feng. The entire family started from him. If anyone else in the family was carrying out this trial and that sparked disagreement, no One would dare even be any bit unsatisfied with Luo Feng carrying out any punishment. They would only think of him as strict. Next, Luo Yuqian Luo Feng gazed at the next person below. Do you know your crimes? The beautiful Luo Yurong, that looked almost like a girl, was completely pale. He put his head on the ground and said, Yu Qian knows his crimes. Luo Yurong Luo Feng's gaze landed on a gentle-looking girl that looked exactly like Luo Yuqian. Beside, do you know your crimes? Family leader, Luo Yurong, seemed to want to tear, before lowering her head. I do. Luo Feng nodded. He immediately sentenced them, Luo Yurong, for bewitching your older brother. Luo Yuqian, you cannot be pardoned, death. After which Luo Feng lifted his finger and shot a gold beam of light. This gold law-infused attack pierced right through her forehead, leaving behind a bloody cavity. Rumble. Luo Yurong fell on the floor, her face still filled with shock, regret, resentment. Little sister Luo Yuqian immediately stared wide-eyed, his tears flowing. Luo Feng said coldly above, Luo Yuchang, you pamper and empower your sister. Not separating business and family ties, I sentence you to 10,000 years in jail. Large amounts of the members within the court were all shocked. This was because Luo Yuqian's name in the family was actually very well reputed, and they could tell that their crimes were mostly because of his younger sister. Jail for 10,000 years, he was only still at the star level. His lifespan wasn't longer than one era. He would simply die in jail. Unless he could break through to universe level in jail, otherwise, he would stay in there till he died also, without all the resources the Luo family provided. Just simply relying on his own capability, it was simply too hard to break through to universe level. Relying on power to massacre, you reek of blood, your crimes are severe. Death. Vicious, however you are still young and haven't done much, jail for 100 years. Evil crimes, death. Jail for 10,000 years. Death. Death. Jail for 100 years. Death. The entire court was tense. Luo Feng gazed coldly at the members below and carried out their sentences one by one. The virtual universe company had intentionally arranged for different levels of crimes within the 21, some heavier, some light, some with lesser information. Luo Feng, however, went according to the detailed information the information department had given him. His sentences were carried out according to the family rules. Luo Feng didn't care about any of the different rules of the universe country. The Luo family had its own rules, some areas extremely strict, some more lax. It was something Luo Feng, Su Xian, Luo Hua and others had worked together to put in place. 20 family members, of which 13 were sentenced to death, 4 were jailed for 10,000 years and 3 for 100 years. One had to know that amongst these 20, only one had become universe level, and he was put to death by Luo Feng. Hence, those that were jailed for 10,000 years all faced a dilemma. They had to break through to universe level within the jail, or they'd simply grow old and die within death. When Luo Feng killed the final member there, the atmosphere in the court had reached an extreme level. In the past, when they held their trials, the death sentences weren't carried out in the court there, and they weren't done by the family leader himself. All of my members listened carefully. Luo Feng's eyes gazed coldly at the surrounding close to 100,000 members in the court, saying coldly, the family rules aren't for you to mess with. Even if you think you can get past the family investigation, do you think you can get past the virtual universe? Company's information department. The close to 100,000 members all listened intently. Along the path of becoming strong, killing is normal, killing a person in rage is normal, Luo Feng said coldly, and even accidentally killing one or two innocents can be explained as carelessness. However, by killing 100 to thousands, these are intentional acts. Do you think you can explain that even for a sector lord or undying, the moment they pass the limit they too would be put to death? Don't think that the family will protect you and allow you to carry on with your ways. Don't think that you are clever enough to avoid the investigation department and thus continue on. You want to simply enjoy life, no problem. The lowest family resource grants can completely allow you to play virtual games till you die. However, these too have a limit. The moment you pass the limit, Luo Feng pointed below at the scene of fresh blood, bodies, and lifelessness. The terrifying picture, you'll end up like them. After which, Luo Feng became a beam of light and left, leaving behind the silent members within. They were all shocked. Almost all of them went back to carefully study the family rules, to prevent themselves from ever having to receive such punishments. The scene today had let all of them know that Luo Feng wasn't joking. This news also swiftly spread to the other members who were dispersed throughout the many starfields and planets, as all of them watched the broadcast of the trial, including the women. The members exceeded over 1,000,000, and they were all shocked. Some of them who were doing evil deeds had immediately changed their ways. Qianhua planet. Luo Feng stood on the top floor of a palace and said solemnly, "My father, Luo Hongwa Innocent, the Virtual Universe Company requested for 21 to be judged. No matter what, he still had to do it even though Luo Feng didn't capture his father or sentence him. He had long made his decision about him to kill his father. He'd rather go up against the company itself. He would never let his father die. He could never forget that back then, his father was drenched in sweat, thirstily drinking water from a large plastic cup. Close the synchronized broadcast, Luo Feng said softly. Got it. Babata cheered. The highest point mission is finally over. It's over. Luo Feng nodded gently. Whether it was the completion rate of the 4th level or how much extra reward they would give him, these were all matters for the upper echelon members to decide. At least, it was all over now. The final 4th level with the most points. The first level was judging 18 executives of the Flame Wind organization. The second level was choosing which to one save. The third was judging the 19 sector lords and 2 undyings in front of the Blood Demon Emperor. The 4th level was judging his own family members, including his father. Testing my character, seeing how I truly am, Luo Feng thought. Now that the mission is over, I wonder if they can understand who I truly am. Night. The top level of the palace was very cold. Luo Feng stood there silently. Feng, a voice resounded. Luo Feng turned. It was Su Xian in a white fur coat. She smiled. What are you thinking about? Are you still thinking about today's trial? You had indeed shocked all the children of the family, even those in the faraway galaxies and other starfields were all shocked. That's good. They should be afraid, Luo Feng said. Right? Su Xian nodded. Su Xian. Luo Feng suddenly flipped his hand and produced a simple-looking laser gun. This is Su Xian was shocked. E9 laser gun. Luo Feng smiled and explained its storage time is 01 seconds, and it can kill normal sector Lord level 9 warriors. This E9 laser gun, combined with the planet's security system, the moment any enemy barges into the planet, with the security system triggering the gun, in a short 0-1 seconds even a sector lord wouldn't be able to rush over after its preparation is complete. When you are close, just fire it and kill him. This is definitely an ultimate weapon. Su Xian nodded. Even within the royal family of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, they didn't have such a weapon. Sector Lord level 9 warriors usually couldn't keep watch over an area for a long time as their lifespans were limited, and this laser gun simply required maintenance and it could last forever. Even though Luo Feng had Sector Lord level 9 warriors in the family, those were his guards. When Luo Feng reached Sector Lord level, the guards would all leave at that point. Luo Feng would only be left with one Sector Lord D Fan. With this E9 laser gun, the family will be much safer, Su Xian said excitedly. This space ring is also for you. Luo Feng passed it to his wife. Su Xian took it curiously. This is automaton ship, Luo Feng said. The main cannon of this ship is terrifying and is akin to an Undying's attack. Naturally the power is much stronger than the E9 laser gun. However, its range of attack is too huge and storage time is too long. Its efficiency cannot compare to the laser gun. However, it's still another ultimate weapon. Su Xian nodded. Akin to an Undying's attack, this was definitely a restricted weapon. Of course, you and my parents all stay on Earth, and Earth right now is considered the safest place in the entire Ganwu universe. Country, Luo Feng smiled. What a joke. That majestic shrine in the solar system, just what level a being was stationed there, Luo Feng couldn't even imagine. And with that one absolute being there, even if other race enemies appear, he could call a large army through God Country teleportation. Luo Feng, why do I feel like you are planning something? Su Xian said suspiciously. I will be gone for a long time. This time, very long, far longer than any time before, Luo Feng said. Where to? Su Xian asked. Primal Chaos City, Luo Feng said. How long? Su Xian asked nervously. Not sure, at least 1,000 years, Luo Feng sighed. When I come back next time, I'll be Sector Lord Pinnacle. At least 1,000 years, and in Primal Chaos City? Su Xian asked curiously. I know a lot about training matters too, and you are now already recognized by the gold laws. This training didn't even take 500 years, and your training efficiency in Primal Chaos City is much higher too. Why do you need to train for so long? You wouldn't understand, Luo Feng said. Su Xian didn't bother anymore. Anyway, we can meet in the virtual universe network. Luo Feng saw how his wife didn't seem to care much. He couldn't help but laugh. The normal management of the superorganization Ping Hai Company and the family matters were all taken care of by her, and it was only before him that she acted this way. She normally upheld a sense of power and fear. Luo Feng, there's mail. It must be regarding the highest point mission. Babata's voice resounded within his mind. Luo Feng sent a thread of consciousness into the virtual universe network.